Solo leveling Ragnarok is finally here. The sequel everyone's been screaming for like their life depended on it. And if you've been rocking with us through the main series, then you already know the energy. You know the drill. Obliterate that like button because your support is literally the fuel keeping this madness alive. And don't get comfortable. We're just getting started. No blinking, no breaks. Let's dive straight into the abyss. Before anything existed, before time, before worlds, before reality had a chance to regret itself, there were beings known as the Outer Gods, and if you had to sum them up in one clean sentence, imagine cosmic toddlers with god complexes, infinite power, and absolutely nothing better to do. These freaks created universes the way kids build sandcastles, then wiped them out just as casually when they got bored. Creation, destruction, reset, repeat. Eventually, even that got old. So what did these all-powerful idiots do next? They discovered war, because of course they did. Watching entire civilizations slaughter each other became their new favorite form of entertainment. Death, chaos, extinction events, just background noise for these divine couch potatoes. For them, genocide was a spectator sport. Then something happened that absolutely should not have happened. One of the absolutes, one of these untouchable gods, got wiped out. And not by another god. Nope, it got clapped by its own creations. The other absolutes didn't mourn. They didn't panic. They got excited, like vultures circling fresh roadkill. An all-powerful seat had just been vacated, and the leftover authority, the kind of power that bends existence itself, was now just there, waiting. Whoever could claim it would rise above everything else. Meanwhile, light years away from cosmic god drama, on a painfully normal planet called Earth, a high schooler named Suho was fighting a much smaller, but still personal battle: freedom. He'd just gotten accepted into Korea Art University, and his friends stared at him like he'd casually announced he was dating a top-tier K-pop idol. One of them groaned that Suho should have retaken the exam, but Suho just laughed, pure relief written all over his face. High school hell was finally over. That piece lasted exactly 5 seconds. A voice cut through the room. Suho turned and saw Lee Yun strutting toward him, like he owned the place. Completely out of patience and fresh out of fucks, Suho deliberately butchered the guy's name. Lee snapped back instantly, correcting him, Lee Yan Shul, before launching into a rant about how Suho had ruined his master plan to dominate the school. Suho didn't even blink. He smirked and casually fired back that Lee should be thanking him. Now he could graduate without embarrassing himself any further. The classroom tension skyrocketed. Everyone knew Lee's reputation: loud, annoying, and desperate for attention. Graduation was right there, and yet here he was, starting shit with Suho, a guy who just wanted to disappear after his parents vanished without a trace. Lee lunged. Big mistake. Suho moved with calm, clean precision, driving a sharp knee straight into Lee's face and sending him stumbling back. Not wanting things to spiral, Suho told him to just make it to graduation, quietly. And then reality snapped in half. A strange glowing energy flickered around Lee's hand. He roared, not like a kid throwing a tantrum, but like something awakening. Then he punched, not Suho, but the lockers behind him. They didn't dent, they didn't bend, they imploded. Metal folded in on itself like paper caught in a black hole. The entire class froze, brains short-circuiting simultaneously. Suho was knocked to the floor by the shockwave. When he looked up, Lee stood there, hands crackling with otherworldly power. And just like that, everything changed. Time skip. 2 years passed. The world Suho thought he understood was dead and buried. Now a second-year college student, that moment still haunted him. The image of a classmate reducing steel lockers to scrap with glowing hands. As Suho crossed campus, an announcement boomed from the loudspeakers. All classes in the main building were being relocated. A gate had appeared. Hunters were already inside, doing what was basically professional monster extermination. Someone nearby asked how long the raid had been going. A staff member answered casually, over 8 hours. But it was only a D-rank gate, so it should be wrapping up soon. 3 years ago, the world had officially lost its damn mind. Gates began opening, linking Earth to monster-infested hellscapes. At first, these things just vomited creatures into the streets, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Then, evolution panic-rolled a miracle. Certain humans awakened, manifesting supernatural abilities. Out of the chaos rose one insanely competent man, Woo Jin-chul, who founded the Hunter Association, a system to gather the superpowered and point them at the problem. Thanks to him, the world reached a fragile, deeply fucked up balance. Humanity was split in two: Team Superpowered Badass and Team Please Don't Eat Me. Fate was cruel. Some people won the genetic lottery and became living weapons. Others stayed normal, fragile, powerless, expendable. Even the weakest E-rank hunter held more influence than regular people who actually worked for a living. And as unfair as it was, it made sense. Without hunters, civilization wouldn't last a week. But hunters didn't need everyone else anymore. That's why Suho, an honorary member of the Please Don't Eat Me Club, felt grateful. Because of them, people like him could live in peace. Still, something felt wrong. Was he just getting used to losing things? His parents? His normal life? The ability to stand near school furniture without someone detonating reality? He used to believe he could do anything. Now all that remained was a hollow sense of being useless. His mother once said, He was just like his father, a man he barely remembered. Suho wondered how his dad would have handled a world that had completely gone off its meds. Lost in thought, his hand moved on its own. His pencil danced across the page, sketching without permission. His art instructor, Lim, stopped and smiled at the detailed image forming. That's impressive, Suho. Suho looked up slowly, eyes distant. I don't know, he said. My hand just moved on its own. The professor leaned closer, squinting at Suho's notebook like he was trying to decode an ancient prophecy. He tilted his head and asked, half curious, half confused, "Is that an ant?" Suho blinked and followed his gaze down to the page. Sure enough, staring back at him was a detailed sketch of an insect. An ant, he frowned. He had zero memory of drawing it, no recollection, no intent, which only made it worse. Why the hell was his subconscious so obsessed with tiny picnic-ruining nightmares? He shrugged it off, but an uneasy feeling lingered in his chest. Meanwhile, over at the D-rank gate, the atmosphere was so peaceful it felt fake, like the calm before a disaster montage. Hunter Kim Jong-soo, fresh out of what should have been a routine dungeon crawl, delivered his report to the association staff. He explained that they'd encountered a strange new monster type inside, a humanoid creature, twisted proportions, and instead of a normal mouth, blue flames poured straight out of its face like a living blowtorch. Kim mentioned casually that he'd been scratched during the fight. No pain, no strange symptoms, nothing immediate, so he'd brushed it off as a minor inconvenience. Just another occupational hazard. The staff member listening nodded along, equally clueless. He even commented that this kind of creature had never been recorded before cheerfully adding that it was lucky the thing hadn't been too dangerous. With that comforting lie said out loud, the staff returned to file the report, and then his body locked up mid-step. At first, no one reacted. Then someone wondered if he was having a stroke. Before anyone could finish that thought, Hunter Kim turned around. His expression was completely empty, no emotion, no hesitation, and in a single brutal motion, he obliterated the staff member beside him with one devastating blow. Panic detonated instantly. The remaining hunters staggered backward, faces drained of color, as the truth hit them all at once. They knew exactly what this was. The curse. Those blue flames weren't just for intimidation. They were a goddamn infection, a living virus, and Kim Jong-soo was patient zero. A twisted grin stretched across his face as he lunged again, beginning a one-man massacre. He tore through security staff and former teammates alike, bodies falling like props in a horror movie. Screams filled the air as onlookers scattered in every direction. Some managed to run, others didn't even get that far. Their lives were snuffed out in explosive bursts of blue-flamed carnage. The cursed hunter was no longer human. He was a walking apocalypse stuffed into a tactical vest, turning the entire area into a blood-soaked playground. Back in a distant classroom, the sudden chorus of screaming shattered the lecture. Students jolted upright and rushed to the windows. What they saw made their blood run cold. Monsters were roaming the streets. Civilians were burning, their bodies wrapped in eerie blue flames, eyes glowing as they attacked each other like rabid animals. "It's a dungeon break!" someone shouted, voice cracking. In pure desperation, a student turned to the art instructor. "You're an awakened, right? Do something." The instructor swallowed and shook his head grimly. "I'm only E-rank," which was basically the superpowered equivalent of saying, "I'm completely useless." That's when Suho saw him. The original cursed hunter stood outside, staring up at the classroom like a final boss who'd gotten tired of waiting for the cutscene to end. The next second, he launched himself forward. Suho's survival instincts, long dormant, screamed at full volume. "Run!" he yelled, just as the hunter smashed through the window in a storm of glass and death. Chaos erupted. Suho bolted for the door, screaming for everyone to move, to escape, to not freeze. Ahead of him, a girl collapsed to the floor, her legs shaking uncontrollably. She looked up at him, tears streaming down her face, begging for help. "Please help me!" Suho stopped, just for a heartbeat. Heroism flickered, then reality punched it in the face. His overwhelming desire to not get ripped in half won. He turned and ran. To drown out the guilt clawing at his chest, he told himself he'd call the hunters. That help was coming, but the guilt didn't stop. It grew heavier with every step. What the fuck am I doing? He knew the truth. She wouldn't last until help arrived. But then another thought slammed into him. I'm not awakened. What else can I do? He squeezed his eyes shut. And then another thought surfaced, quiet but crushing. If Dad were here, what would he do? Suho snapped back to reality. Screams, blue flames, death everywhere. And suddenly he knew. Without thinking, he spotted a fire extinguisher. He grabbed it, spun around, and charged straight at the cursed hunter. With every ounce of strength his powerless body had, he slammed the metal canister into the monster's face. This is what Dad would have done. Then the adrenaline faded, and panic hit. Oh shit. What now, you dumbass? He knew normal attacks didn't work on awakened monsters. Just as terror threatened threatened to shut him down completely, the world froze. Everything stopped. The screaming, the movement, the dust floating in the air. Even time itself felt locked in place. A glowing blue screen appeared in front of Suho's face like a cosmic pop-up ad. Secret quest discovered, courage of the powerless. The system informed him that he had shown bravery in the face of certain death. Because of that, he had earned the right to become a player. Suho's breath hitched. This was just like that dream. The universe was offering him a last-ditch cheat code mid-boss fight, a chance to stop being useless. Resolve burned in his eyes as he mentally smashed the accept button. Blinding light engulfed the room as reality finished installing his main character, DLC. You have become a player. A status window followed, straight out of an RPG. Just as I thought, Suho muttered. Then another message slammed into his vision. Urgent quest, defeat the Mistborn. Thick mist flooded the room. Figures stirred within it. Monsters rose. The system tagged the cursed hunter as a D-rank Mistborn. Suho turned to the girl, still frozen on the floor, and shouted at her to get the hell out. She didn't hesitate. Now alone, he scanned the room. 2 transformed civilians. 1 cursed hunter. The civilians charged. Suho didn't run. If I've really awakened, then I fight. He grabbed the fire extinguisher again and smashed the first creature's skull, the impact echoing unnaturally. Dropping the canister, he clenched his fist, pouring years of frustration and helplessness into a single punch. He drove it straight into the monster's head. It didn't fall. It launched upward, slamming into the ceiling with a brutal crunch before collapsing into a lifeless heap. Suho stood there, frozen, staring at his own fist, like it had personally betrayed everything he knew about reality. His brain lagged for a second, before words finally slipped out. I dropped it in one hit. Right on cue, the system chimed in like an overly enthusiastic game announcer, happily confirming the kill as if this were totally normal behavior for a formerly powerless college kid. Before Suho could even begin unpacking that existential whiplash, the second enemy came charging in like it had missed the memo about him being built different now. This time, there was no panic, no hesitation. Suho stepped forward and snapped out a kick with raw instinct. The impact sent the creature flying backward, slamming into the wall before collapsing unconscious like a trash mob that never stood a chance. Tutorial quest completed. The notification popped up, and Suho felt a rush surge through him. Pure adrenaline, pure ego. Riding that high like he was invincible, he slowly turned toward the final enemy, a wide grin plastered across his face. So this is what power feels like. High on his own newfound stats, he wound up and threw a haymaker with absolute confidence, fully expecting to send the thing into another zip code. The monster didn't move, not even a flinch. Suho's grin evaporated instantly. Oh, fuck. The creature tanked the punch like it was a gentle breeze, then retaliated in a blink. Its claw ripped across Suho's chest, tearing flesh open. Blood sprayed as Suho stumbled backward, choking on air, pain exploding through his body. His mind immediately spiraled to the worst possible conclusion. I'm turning into one of those blue flame idiots, aren't I? Just as panic tried to hijack his nervous system, the system, acting like customer support for reality, casually dropped a notification. Harmful mist effect removed due to longevity. Suho watched, stunned, as his wound literally stitched itself shut. Flesh reknit, blood vanished. The pain faded like it had never existed. You've got to be kidding me. He didn't even have time to fully process this premium healing subscription before the monster slammed into him again, pinning him flat against the ground with overwhelming force. The air was crushed from his lungs as he struggled beneath its weight, internally regretting every life decision that had led him here. Then it hit him. Use your fucking rewards, you dumbass. While actively getting mauled, Suho frantically accepted the tutorial rewards, navigating the system menu in his head like a gamer speedrunning character creation. Without hesitation, he dumped every single stat point straight into strength. The change was immediate. Power flooded his body like a dam bursting. With a roar, Suho exploded upward, breaking free from the monster's grip. He lunged forward, unleashing a furious barrage of punches, fueled by raw rage and years of bottled-up frustration. The creature fought back, but this wasn't the same Suho anymore. He dodged, countered, moved with growing precision. Each exchange made something click in his head. I can get stronger. One final devastating punch sent the monster crashing into the wall. Before it could even think about standing back up, Suho closed the distance and unloaded. A relentless storm of strikes, fists thundering like artillery. The creature stopped fighting. It wasn't even a battle anymore. It was a beatdown. Suho didn't stop until the thing was nothing more than a broken, twitching heap on the floor. Panting hard, bruised, and bloodied, he stood over the corpse as the system confirmed his victory. He had survived. His legs finally gave out, and he dropped to his knees, gasping like he'd just run a marathon with asthma set to hard mode. Despite the pain screaming through his body, a smile crept onto his face. This was real. He wasn't powerless anymore. He was a player. But the universe, being a certified asshole, wasn't done with him yet. Before Suho could even catch his breath, a new presence announced itself. From the smoke and debris outside, a towering figure approached, dragging an enormous sword that screeched against the concrete with every step. Then it jumped. The thing launched itself through the air and landed near the shattered window, glowing blue eyes locking onto Suho like a predator spotting prey. And as if that wasn't enough, another presence moved behind him. A mistburn lunged from inside the building, but this one was different. This wasn't a tutorial mob. This was a C-rank awakened mistburn, armed and terrifyingly aware, its massive sword carved through concrete and steel as it advanced, turning the campus into a war zone. Across the city, emergency broadcasts blared non-stop, ordering civilians to evacuate the area around Korea National University of Arts. At the perimeter, a platoon leader was on the verge of a mental breakdown. "Why the hell are we just standing here while people are dying?" he shouted. "When is the Hunter Association sending someone?" A soldier replied calmly that they were still trying to locate a B-rank or higher hunter. The leader snapped, "This was a D-rank gate. Why would we need a B-rank?" The soldier's expression darkened. The situation changed. The curse went viral, and C-rank hunter Kim Jong-soo is confirmed infected. Back inside the wrecked building, Suho was having his own internal meltdown. This thing wasn't just strong. It had a weapon and intelligence. The system flagged it clearly. C-rank awakened mistburn. A massive jump in difficulty. Suho swallowed hard. He just leveled up. Maybe, just maybe, he had a chance. The thought barely formed before the monster attacked, its sword strike shaking the entire room. Suho dodged on pure instinct, and in a moment of stunningly unoriginal desperation, kicked another fire extinguisher at it. The monster sliced it clean in half. Using the cloud of smoke as cover, Suho bolted, sprinting like hell while praying backup arrived before he became modern art on the walls. But the monster's attention shifted. Across from them, on a nearby rooftop, terrified civilians screamed. Fresh prey. With a single leap, the mistburn landed among them. One swing. Blood painted the rooftop. Suho froze, fists clenched so tight his knuckles went white. Something inside him snapped awake, his inner protagonist finally clocking in after years of absence. "No more running," he charged. His foot slammed into the monster's back. It barely reacted before retaliating, its sword cleaving the floor in two. The shockwave nearly sent Suho tumbling into the abyss below. He finally understood the truth. One clean hit, and he was dead. But backing down wasn't an option anymore. He lunged again, fists flying in a blur of desperation. The mistburn swung back, every strike lethal. Suho dodged, weaved, countered, driving a knee into its burning face, only to be rewarded with a brutal sword slash across his chest. Blood detonated from the gash as Suho's body was hurled across the room, slamming into the wall hard enough to make the concrete cry for mercy. Every nerve in his body screamed at once. A cold, emotionless system alert rang out in his head, informing him, politely, almost mockingly, that his HP had dropped to critically low, like one bad breath away from a respawn screen. He hacked up blood, dragging himself upright on legs that barely remembered how to function. His vision swam, ears ringing, lungs burning. Still, he forced his stance, shoulders trembling as he braced himself for one last, absolutely suicidal exchange. If he was going down, it wouldn't be while begging. The mistburn didn't hesitate. It raised its sword, the blade howling through the air as it came down for the kill. And then, reality snapped. The air itself cracked like glass. Space folded inward as a dimensional rift ripped open, splitting the world apart with a deafening roar. From that tear stepped something majestic, something ancient, overwhelming, and instantly recognizable to anyone who knew true terror. The cavalry had arrived, and it was everyone's favorite overgrown murder bug. Just as the mistburn's blade was about to cleave Suho in half, Beru dropped between them like a divine executioner, catching the attack without even flinching. A warm, gentle light flowed from his palm as he turned slightly, laying a hand on Suho. Flesh knit itself together. Bones realigned. Pain evaporated like it had never existed. Beru's voice was low, heavy with regret. He murmured that he had arrived too late. Then he turned. The temperature in the room plummeted. Beru's aura exploded outward, a crushing pressure that made the air feel thick, suffocating, alive with dread. The mistburn didn't even get time to react. With a single, brutally casual strike, Beru didn't just kill it, he erased it. The C-rank threat was unmade on a fundamental level, reduced to shredded fragments and blue-flamed confetti scattered across the battlefield. But he wasn't finished. Another mist zombie skittered along the ceiling, creeping toward a fleeing civilian, thinking it was slick. Beru moved. There was no wasted motion, no hesitation. Just a blur of lethal grace. In an instant, the creature was torn apart mid-lunge, its body hitting the ground in pieces. Within seconds, every invading monster was systematically, mercilessly dismantled. No survivors, no struggle, just carnage. What remained was a gore-soaked ruin of limbs, blood, and silence. Outside, the smoke began to thin, but before anyone could even process what had happened, every glass window on campus shattered at once, exploding outward in a violent symphony. A blinding, radiant light washed over the battlefield, followed by an eerie, unnatural quiet. Baru returned to Suho's side, his killing intent fading as his gaze softened. Looking down at him, he spoke words weighted with history Suho couldn't yet grasp. "It has been a while, young monarch." The world shifted. The story snapped back to a much younger Suho, quiet, withdrawn, sitting in his room surrounded by sketchbooks, filled with obsessively detailed drawings of ants, massive ants, regal ants. A shadow fell over him. Baru stood there, holding a portrait the boy had drawn, of him. He praised the artwork gently, teasing the child with formal politeness, while very real tears welled in his eyes. The memory shattered. Suho jolted awake in a hospital bed, gasping. Later that day, his uncle stormed in, demanding answers, ranting about how Suho was now required to hire awakened bodyguards because the universe clearly had a personal vendetta against him. Suho tried to reassure him, but his mind was still spinning. 2 days. He'd been unconscious for 2 full days. The news played non-stop, a national disaster, endless casualty reports, the emergence of a horrifying new threat, mistburns, demonic entities capable of corrupting even hunters, turning them into slaughtering monsters. And hanging over it all was the Hunter Association's humiliatingly slow response. A delay that had cost countless lives. But one question echoed everywhere. Who or what had annihilated every monster inside the university? Suho turned off the TV. It hadn't been a dream. He had awakened. More than that, he was a player. Someone who could grow endlessly stronger. Still, something bothered him. He had been seconds from death. So how did he survive? A familiar, powerful voice echoed smugly in his mind. "Because I took care of those pests for you." Suho blinked. Then Baru materialized in the middle of the hospital room, bowing respectfully. His voice trembled with emotion as he greeted him again, eyes shining with tears at how much the boy had grown. Memories snapped into place. Fragmented pieces of childhood suddenly made sense. He remembered now Beru, one of the giant black ant shadows who had served as his absurdly overpowered babysitter. Then came the obvious question. Why had he forgotten? Beru explained he'd crossed dimensions just to see him again. When Suho asked why he looked smaller, Beru laughed, saying it was the price of burning enormous mana to cross worlds. In his true form, he was far more terrifying. Suho glanced at the system window, labeling Beru a private-grade shadow. Beru scoffed, cursing the system, declaring himself a martial-grade shadow capable of obliterating planets with a single punch. Suho thanked him. Beru scratched his cheek bashfully, admitting, almost shyly, that he was also an excellent healer. Then his tone shifted. Business time. Baru told Suho the real reason he'd come. His mission was to break the seal suppressing Suho's powers. But to his genuine surprise, Suho had already shattered it himself. Baru studied him for a moment, then gave a slow, approving nod. Pride flickered across his normally murderous face. His young monarch wasn't just surviving. He was progressing faster than expected. Curious, Suho asked if that vivid, hyper-real, game-like dream he'd experienced had anything to do with the seal. Baru's expression darkened. That wasn't a dream. It was a memory. Everything Suho had seen, every sensation, every fear, every impossible moment had actually happened. His father, my glorious king, had personally sealed away both Suho's powers and his memories, all to give his son a chance at a normal life, a quiet life, a life without monsters, gates, or cosmic bullshit breathing down his neck. The truth hit Suho like a freight train to the chest. He stood there, frozen, trying to process that his father wasn't just missing. He wasn't dead. He wasn't gone by accident, which led to the next obvious question. Was Baru connected to his father, the man who vanished without leaving a single trace behind? Baru's stern face softened. His voice dropped, steady but heavy. My glorious king did not abandon you. He left Earth itself. Suho blinked. Left? Baru explained. Jinwoo had gone to fight a war far beyond this planet, a war against the outer gods. Those same cosmic toddlers from the beginning of the nightmare, the ones now clawing at Earth by pushing their minions through the gates. To make it clearer, Baru summoned shadowy projections into the air. A lone warrior, standing against endless enemies, bloodied but unbroken, swinging his blades against impossible odds. That, Baru said, reverence filling his voice, is your father. He is protecting this world. Suho's heart started pounding like it was trying to escape his ribs. The gates, the monsters, the constant disasters, the entire fucked up state of reality. It wasn't random. It was a battlefield, and his father was fighting on the front lines of a cosmic war no one on Earth even understood. Then Suho asked the question he'd been avoiding. Was my mother with him? Baru shook his head slowly. He hadn't seen her. A cold knot twisted in Suho's stomach as he revealed something he'd never said out loud before. His mother had disappeared on the exact same day as his father. For years, he'd assumed they'd left together. Baru's eyes widened. Actual panic flickered across his face. If she hadn't gone with Jinwoo, then there was only one remaining possibility. She hadn't left willingly. She had been taken by the outer gods. That single realization cracked something deep inside Suho. His fists clenched until his nails bit into his palms. His jaw tightened, rage and grief boiling together into something sharp and unbreakable. No more waiting. If the outer gods were the reason his parents were gone, Then he would tear through heaven, hell, and whatever lay beyond just to drag them back. Baru nodded grimly. If Suho wanted even the smallest chance, he needed strength, and he needed it now. His father wasn't coming back anytime soon. But Suho didn't have to wait to act. Right on cue, the system responded. Quest triggered. Trial of the Shadow. The message was brutally clear. If Suho wanted to inherit his father's true power, he had to prove he wasn't just a kid playing hero. He had to step into the darkness and earn it. A mysterious black key materialized in front of him. The system instructed him to insert it into his own shadow. Suho didn't hesitate. The instant the key touched the darkness beneath his feet, the wall nearby ripped open, forming a swirling black portal, humming with raw, oppressive power. Baru placed a steady hand on Suho's shoulder. Claim the power that is rightfully yours, young monarch. For a split second, Suho hesitated. Shadow monarchs, outer gods, interstellar wars. It all sounded completely insane. But if this was his only path to his parents, he couldn't stop now. I need to level up. Behind him, Baru recalled the final command his king had given him. Break the seal. Return the boy's powers and memories. Protect him. For everything else, act as you see fit. As Suho stepped toward the unknown, Baru whispered quietly, "So you have entrusted the rest to me, my king." Straightening his posture, he spoke aloud with absolute conviction. I, Baru, shall remain at the young monarch's side. I will witness his growth. Together they stepped through the gate. Light flared, the portal snapped shut, and the world was left behind, unaware it had just witnessed destiny waking up. On the other side, Baru began explaining their surroundings. This place was the land of the dead, a domain no living being could enter without its master's permission. This was the Shadow Dungeon. Suho took it in. A ruined city stretched out before him, more post-apocalyptic wasteland than dungeon, crumbling buildings, endless darkness, and a suffocating familiarity, like a nightmare he'd once lived through but forgotten. A new quest appeared. Objective: survive for 4 hours in the Shadow Dungeon. Suho asked if he just had to stall until the timer ran out. Baru warned him otherwise. The time for suffering, he said calmly, is about to begin. Neither of them noticed the monster moving above them. Too late. The creature dropped, lunging for Suho's blind spot. Suho reacted instantly, spinning and driving a clean kick into its gut. The impact sent it reeling, though not dead. Suho frowned, curious, and looked to Baru. Baru explained that if a scout had already appeared, it meant more were nearby, and they definitely weren't here for sightseeing. Without hesitation, Suho moved in to finish it, before it could alert the others. Baru tried to warn him about recklessness, but Suho dismissed it. The goblin scout didn't even have a colored name tag. Low-level trash. Barely worth the stamina. He disarmed it in one smooth motion and crushed its skull with its own axe. Efficient, brutal. Turning back to Baru, Suho explained that uncolored names meant no real threat. The real danger only started when the colored tags showed up. Right on cue, a sound echoed through the ruins. Another goblin scout appeared, frantically signaling its allies. Suho's gaze hardened. A swarm was coming, and among them was a massive brute, hulking, violent, and marked with a colored name tag. The real fight had arrived. Suho asked Baru for backup. Baru shook his head. His mana was running low. The real reason, of course, was that Baru stepping in now would completely rob Suho of precious, hard-earned combat experience. Growth forged in blood mattered more than easy victories. Unfortunately, that very logical explanation did absolutely nothing to calm Suho's rapidly rising irritation. He shot Baru a sharp look. You're really not being helpful right now, you know that? Baru naturally said nothing. By then, the goblins had fully surrounded him. A tightening ring of green-skinned bodies closed in, crude weapons raised, snarls echoing through the ruined city. And then they charged, an ugly screaming wave of muscle, rusted steel, and bad intentions. Suho didn't panic. He activated a new skill, Ruler's Authority. Instantly, the axe from the first goblin he'd killed ripped itself off the ground and flew straight into his hand, as if the world itself had decided to cooperate. Suho moved, and suddenly his body felt lighter, sharper, faster. His swings were clean, almost unreal, guided by an invisible hand. Each strike cleaved through goblins with surgical precision, bodies dropping before they even realized they were dead. Then something whistled through the air, an arrow. Suho caught it mid-flight without even turning his head. He blinked. Archers. Fantastic. Without missing a beat, he snapped off a chunk of rubble, twisted a stray vine into place, and fashioned the world's jankiest bow in about 2 seconds flat. He loosed the arrow back. Perfect headshot. The goblin archer crumpled instantly. Baru watched the carnage in stunned silence. Pride swelled in his chest as memories surfaced. Even as a child, Suho had unconsciously wielded Ruler's Authority, a power meant not for balance, but for absolute domination. It had been sealed away in a peaceful world that didn't need it. But now, with the outer gods knocking on Earth's door, that power was waking up again, burning bright enough to push back the darkness. The fight only escalated. Suho carved his way forward like a blender set to maximum violence. Goblins dropped left and right, but one managed to slip behind him, plunging a blade into his back. Its smug grin lasted all of half a second, right up until Suho turned around and smashed its face in with a punch so brutal the skull practically folded inward. More goblins poured in, and then the ground shook. A massive figure stepped into view. The goblin centurion. Suho grabbed a dagger, waited for the charge, and hurled it with lightning speed. The blade tore through goblins like bowling pins before finally slamming into the centurion's chest. The battlefield dissolved into pure chaos. Steel clashing, blood spraying, bodies flying. Suho was bleeding, exhausted, running on fumes, and he had never felt more alive. He refused to back down. Weapon after weapon, strike after strike, he kept going, lunging back into the fray until eventually the noise stopped. Silence fell. The ruined city was carpeted with goblin corpses. 4 brutal hours had passed. Suho stood alone, alive. Baru applauded, slow and deliberate, proud, but not surprised. Then came the rewards. Suho opened his system notifications and froze. A runestone, shadow extraction. For once, Baru was genuinely shocked. Even he hadn't expected this dumbass to unlock such a core ability so early. Suho scratched his head. Honestly, this feels like cheating. The system keeps spoon-feeding me skills. Baru explained that the system was based on the same framework his father had used, a support program designed to ensure the young monarch's survival and growth. Hearing that, Suho didn't hesitate. He accepted the reward. The system instructed him to absorb the runestone by breaking it. He crushed it in his hand, and a new window appeared. Skill acquired. Shadow extraction. No mana required. Creates shadow soldiers from dead bodies. Success rate depends on enemy strength and time since death. For the first time, Suho truly grasped how terrifying his power could become. An army, his own army. Beru elaborated, explaining that this ability was the foundation of his father's legacy. With it, Suho could turn the fallen into shadow soldiers, beings just like Beru himself. Suho frowned. Isn't this just necromancy? Also, it meant he could only extract things weaker than himself, and summoner types were notoriously looked down on, mostly because they were associated with creepy weirdos who talked to skulls. Still, curiosity won. He tried the skill on a nearby goblin corpse. The system asked for a command. Suho sighed and went with the classic. Arise. Dark energy surged. Moments later, 3 shadowy goblins rose, labeled Level 1, Common Grade Shadow Goblins. So this is it? Suho muttered, unimpressed. Beru explained that newly extracted shadows were always weaker than in life. Suho also noticed they were smaller, like sad, shrink-wrapped versions of their former selves. Worse, the system informed him they'd disappear after a day unless he had a storage skill. Seeing Suho's disappointment, Beru quickly added that shadow abilities scaled with level and intelligence, something Suho currently lacked in abundance, meaning this pathetic skill would eventually become terrifyingly strong. That helped. Satisfied for now, and absolutely starving, Suho decided it was time to leave the dungeon. Later, back in his hospital room, Suho practically vibrated with joy as he devoured a warm tray of food, convinced it was the greatest meal ever created. As he ate, Beru stepped forward, his tone turning serious. They had 3 missions. First, protect Earth from otherworldly beasts, which was just a fancy way of saying hunt monsters and clear dungeons. As Suho grew stronger, Earth would become safer, just like his father had done. Second, find Suho's mother, by any means necessary. Baru admitted there was no direct trail, but hunting the Outer God's beasts might eventually reveal clues. Third, and critically important, restore Baru's full strength. To do that, he needed to absorb magical power and knowledge by eating enemies. Inefficient, but necessary. Suho nodded. So basically, more dungeons. Exactly. As Suho stood, ready to move, Baru added one final detail. To enter dungeons officially, Suho needed a hunter qualification, which meant a visit to the Hunter Association and a magical power measurement. The grind was about to begin. Suho nodded slowly, pretending to look calm while his brain was doing backflips. He had awakened. He was growing stronger by the hour. He had a literal system feeding him power like an illegal buff patch. So naturally, one question burned in his mind. What rank am I getting? S rank? Maybe something freaky that didn't even exist yet? At the Hunter Association, a bored-looking staff member slapped a measuring device on him, stared at the numbers, and announced the result with the emotional investment of someone reading milk prices. Magical power, 46. E rank awakened. Silence. And that was it. The lowest possible tier. Rock bottom. The rank you get before the system politely asks if you'd like to reconsider your life choices. Suho walked outside, the words E rank echoing in his head like an insult carved into stone. The weight of that pathetic number pressed down on him harder than any monster had so far. Baru, sensing the internal meltdown, explained calmly. Hunter ranks were decided almost entirely by raw magical power, and since Suho had been dumping every last stat point into literally everything except magic, this outcome was basically inevitable. Suho exhaled. So, can an E-rank trash like me actually protect Earth? Baru didn't even hesitate. He reminded Suho that he was the young monarch, blessed with a broken leveling system that made rankings irrelevant. Hunter ranks were for peasants who didn't get stronger mid-fight. Then Baru's expression shifted as he recalled something unpleasant. Life as an E-rank hunter was hell. Low pay, low respect, high mortality, basically NPC difficulty. That's when Suho's eyes lit up. Dungeon raids were divided into teams: assault team, recovery team, mining team, and those last two? They accepted E-rank hunters. It was his opening. That's how Suho ended up inside an actual dungeon, wiping sweat from his brow, while standing next to Lim Dok-hyun, his former art instructor, who also happened to be an E-rank hunter. Suho bowed slightly and thanked him for the opportunity, explaining that he'd only recently awakened. Lim, however, looked like a man carrying a truckload of guilt. He apologized repeatedly for what happened during the university incident, how he'd run away, how powerless he'd felt. Suho waved it off. You're an E-rank too. The association literally tells hunters like us to run for our lives if things go south. Lim froze. Wait, you're only E-rank? Suho nodded. Magical powers 46. Pretty bad, even by E-rank standards. Lim blinked hard. He vividly remembered Suho charging a monster on the rooftop while everyone else was screaming and running. An E-rank doing that wasn't just impressive, it was borderline insane. Right then, Baru appeared beside them, his voice echoing only in Suho's mind. The young monarch is indeed exceptional. Lim turned his head, and his soul promptly left his body. His eyes locked onto Baru. Pure primal terror seized him as he staggered back, voice cracking as he screamed about a monster being right there. Suho shot Baru a death glare. Why the hell did you suddenly appear, you idiot? Baru replied calmly. The monarch is as weak as a larva. I must remain nearby. Lim stared between them, trying to process reality without his brain overheating. Did you awaken as a summoner-type hunter? Suho, deciding that explaining Shadow Monarch lore would probably cause a medical emergency, just nodded. Lim laughed nervously. You're lucky. Most E-ranks don't even get skills. All I got was a running skill. Suho smirked. That explains how you escaped so cleanly. Lim's face darkened, until Suho added quickly, Relax, I'm kidding. Baru praised Suho again, and Suho finally looked around, realizing this was his first real dungeon. He wondered if the assault team deeper inside was having a good time. They were not. Deep in the dungeon, the assault team stood over the corpses of the last beasts they'd fought, mostly wolves. Too easy, too quiet. One hunter muttered that even low-tier beasts could drop magic crystals, so they had to keep pushing. The captain tried to sound confident, reminding them that they wouldn't know what waited ahead until they reached the end. Then someone shouted from behind, Captain, there's something in the side path. They followed the voice and stopped dead. A massive ancient ruin loomed in the darkness. No monsters, no readings, no detection pings, just silence. The unease skyrocketed. Some speculated it might be treasure instead of a boss. And there, half buried in rubble, stood an old sword embedded in the ground. The captain approached cautiously. We'll need to appraise it, but judging by its aura, this thing's valuable. He warned them about traps, but a confident C-rank tank, Kim Young-jin, scoffed. Even if it's trapped, I can handle it. He grabbed the sword. Instantly, it glowed crimson. The ground turned red like it was bleeding. The dungeon trembled as eyes began opening across the floor itself. And yet, like the absolute dumbass he was, Kim Young-jin pulled the blade free. The captain sighed in relief. Looks like there were no traps after... He stopped. Kim Young-jin's eyes were glowing red. Without warning, the possessed tank turned and sliced the captain clean in half. A cold, ancient voice echoed. Who dares claim the Fang Monarch's blade? Inside Kim Young-jin's mind, the command rang out. Kill them all. Meanwhile, the support team was completely oblivious. 3 shadow goblins were mining magic crystals with terrifying efficiency. Lim stared, his brain refusing to cooperate. Summoners usually controlled 1, maybe 2 creatures. Suho had 3 goblins, plus the massive nightmare-inducing Shadow Knight that had appeared earlier. 4 summons, unheard of. Suho stood nearby, reflecting. Shadow extraction normally required fresh corpses, but he cheated by reusing remains from his personal shadow space. Perfect labor force. 0 complaints. Shadow extraction is really convenient, he muttered. Baru replied flatly, Please do not praise me while assigning me manual labor. Then his tone hardened. We didn't come here to play miners, young monarch. We came to level up. Suho nodded. He planned to power level and then request a reevaluation from the Hunter Association. He also hadn't forgotten their secondary objective, restoring Baru's strength. Fragments of low-grade magic stones were scattered across the cave floor. Suho glanced down at them and nudged a few toward Baru with his foot. They might help restore your power. Baru didn't argue. He simply opened his jaws and consumed the crystal shards. Then his body stiffened. He froze mid-chew, eyes snapping toward Suho. I just sensed the presence of a monarch. Suho's heart skipped. You mean my father? Baru shook his head. No, if it were your father, my power would have been fully restored the instant I sensed him. This presence is different. His gaze sharpened as he scanned the dungeon's energy. It's likely the Beast Monarch. Near the entrance, a miner stiffened as a deep rumble echoed from the tunnel the assault team had entered. He turned slowly. From the shadows, 3 blood-red eyes opened. A monstrous beast stepped forward, its massive form wrapped in thick darkness. Bloodlust radiated from it in suffocating waves, jagged teeth glinting beneath a low snarl. Panic tore through the mining team. One of the miners, driven by pure idiotic desperation, swung his pickaxe. The beast caught it in its jaws. Crunch. Metal shattered like a twig. The man stumbled back, frozen in terror. Then something blurred between them. Suho surged forward, gripping his own pickaxe. With a sharp swing, he struck the beast across the skull, forcing it back just long enough to create distance. "Run," he said coldly. The miners didn't need to be told twice. They turned and fled for their lives. Suho planted his feet, eyes locked on the beast as its oppressive aura thickened the air. He recognized it, a steel-fang lichen, a monster on par with the D rank he'd fought at the university. But this time, he wasn't alone. Behind him, Lim Do-kyun stood frozen, radiating pure, unfiltered panic. Their eyes met. Suho offered him a choice without words. "Run or stay." Lim swallowed hard. His voice trembled, but held. "I won't run away by myself anymore." Suho nodded. "Help me if I'm in danger." With a fluid motion, 3 shadow goblins rose from the ground. From his inventory, Suho drew a dark, curved blade harvested from the shadow dungeon, far deadlier than any pickaxe. Lim's brain completely stalled. Not only was Suho summoning monsters, he was summoning weapons. Before Lim could even process that reality, Suho moved. He vanished in a burst of speed. The lichen barely reacted before the blade flashed. One clean surgical strike. The beast collapsed. Lim's jaw hit the floor. The goblin shadows bounced in place, celebrating the swift, brutal kill. Suho raised his hand. "Arise!" Darkness surged. The corpse trembled. Another lichen lunged from the shadows, but this time, 2 blades met it. Suho deflected the strike. The newly born lichen shadow countered with a crushing blow, sending the monster staggering. From the tunnel's edge, Baru watched in silence, pride unmistakable in his gaze. The young monarch is already adapting to shadow combat. Suho's focus sharpened as a realization struck him. Extraction and summoning didn't consume mana. As his magical power increased, so would the number of allowable extractions. He could build an army. Driven by that thought, he struck down another lichen. "Arise!" Another shadow rose. Do-kyun stood frozen, barely breathing, as Suho faced the final beast, defeating it without hesitation and issuing the command again. "Arise!" Do-kyun stared at the impossible. This wasn't E-rank strength. This wasn't normal. Suho noticed his expression and offered a small amused smile. "I'm just a really good E-rank." Do-kyun's thoughts came to a dead stop. A false ranker, someone who intentionally registered lower. Suho's eyes flickered. A system notification appeared. "Quest alert. An entity with murderous intent is approaching. Eliminate the threat to secure your safety." Suho scanned the battlefield. Every lichen was dead, yet the system insisted. One enemy remained. The air grew colder. Footsteps emerged from the smoke-filled tunnel. Lim squinted. "That guy, he's part of the raid party, but something's wrong." Suho stepped forward to intercept. Too late. In a moment of reckless, idiotic bravery, Lim rushed ahead. The man lunged. A blade tore through the air, aimed straight for Do-kyun's chest. Suho moved on instinct. He grabbed Do-kyun by the collar and yanked him back just as the blade missed by inches. As Do-kyun collapsed in shock, Suho raised his hand. Shadow wolves burst forward, snarling as they charged the attacker. But Suho's instincts screamed, "This isn't normal." Dragging the unconscious liability that was Lim Do-kyun to safety, Suho focused on the attacker. This wasn't a hunter having a bad day. This bastard was possessed. Then he saw it, a glowing red name hovering above the man's head. Suho's chest tightened. He'd seen that before, at the university. A red name meant only one thing. "You are about to get fucked." He glanced at Baru. "This doesn't mean it's a monarch like my father, right?" Baru answered instantly, voice grim. "It carries great power, but no, not a monarch. However, that does not mean you can handle it right now." Suho didn't flinch. The system had given him the quest, which meant it was possible. And more than anything, he needed to get stronger. He needed to reach his father. The possessed hunter roared, tearing through Suho's newly summoned shadow soldiers with horrifying ease. Limbs were severed, bodies dissolved into smoke. One after another, they fell. Yet Suho didn't retreat. His stance stayed firm, eyes burning with resolve. He would win, and he would grow stronger, right here, right now. From the shadows, Baru watched, something close to awe flickering in his gaze. Despite everything thrown at him, he never runs. For a moment, Baru saw it clearly, the echo of the Shadow Monarch himself, reflected in Suho's still developing form. Baru stepped closer. "The thing's true body isn't the hunter," he said calmly. "It's the sword. Sever the arm and separate it from the host. Without the blade, it won't be able to move." Suho nodded once. With a sharp gesture, he summoned his shadow wolves. The possessed hunter sensed the surge of shadow energy and released a deafening roar as the 3 wolves lunged. One of them clamped its jaws directly onto the cursed blade. The weapon stopped mid-swing. Suho's eyes widened as the other wolves, cut down moments earlier, began pulling themselves back together, shadows knitting their bodies anew. Shadow soldiers are spiritual bodies, Baru said. As long as you supply mana, they'll regenerate endlessly. Then he glanced at Suho. So, he added dryly, what do you think of these powers now, you dumbass? Before Suho could answer, the possessed hunter unleashed a violent sweep. Shadow soldiers were erased in an instant, annihilated so completely they didn't even have time to regenerate. Suho's voice faltered. Then what's so fucking great about shadow soldiers if they just die? Baru's expression hardened. His reply was merciless. They died because your mana is weak, young monarch. A beat. In other words, skill issue. The possessed hunter suddenly laughed. Then it spoke. How can an insignificant being like you wield the shadow monarch's power? Suho's eyes narrowed. It can talk. Before he could react, Baru's voice exploded with fury. Watch your tongue, he snapped, killing intent bleeding through every word. You dare disrespect the heir of my glorious king, the one who shares his blood? The enemy stiffened. Recognition burned in its eyes. The Shadow Monarch's bloodline, it growled. To think I would encounter it here. Its aura flared violently. I declare you the sworn enemy of the Fang Monarch. Suho responded the only reasonable way he knew how. He hurled a dagger. The possessed warrior deflected it effortlessly. Without pause, Suho summoned weapon after weapon from his inventory, launching them in a relentless storm. Steel screamed through the air. The enemy batted each one aside like trash. Just as expected, Suho muttered. A red-named monster wouldn't fall to attacks like this. His eyes swept the battlefield. Weapons littered the ground. Suho raised his hand. One by one, the scattered blades began to tremble. With a sharp command, he unleashed everything at once. Baru watched, admiration filling his gaze. This wasn't desperation, it was instinct. Suho wasn't consciously activating ruler's authority. He was using it naturally, a power he'd been unknowingly wielding since birth. But it still wasn't enough. The possessed hunter roared and shattered the entire volley with a single, overwhelming swing. The shockwave rippled through the tunnel. Suho charged in. Sword met blade. Crack. His weapon snapped clean in half. A flicker of panic flashed through him. If even goblin-forged weapons can't last one hit, he barely dodged the counterstrike, body moving on pure adrenaline. One mistake, and it was over. The enemy sneered. Why do you keep running, coward? Just like the Shadow Monarch you idolize. Always hiding behind his shadows. The words struck deep, but Suho forced himself to stay calm. Bait. Right now, he couldn't win head-on. If only I had more power. His thoughts flashed back to the hospital. Baru's explanation echoed in his mind. The seal hadn't weakened him. It had suppressed him since birth. What he was experiencing now wasn't regression, but reawakening. The power he'd wielded in the tower had been temporary, a glimpse of what he could become. Then it clicked. He remembered how he'd fought back then. Close combat, hand to hand. Shadow soldiers are spiritual bodies. As long as there's mana, they can regenerate infinitely. His gaze snapped to Baru. If Baru could alter his form, why not the others? Suho summoned a shadow wolf. The enemy laughed, mocking him for resorting to another pathetic trick, and lunged forward, blade raised. Suho dodged, creating just enough space. The cursed sword came crashing down, and Suho moved. The shadow wolf didn't attack. It merged. Shadow flooded his arm, fusing with his limb. The blade struck. Clang. It didn't cut. The enemy froze. Its smirk shattered into confusion. Suho raised his arm. A dark, armored gauntlet, formed from condensed shadow, had blocked the strike completely. He glanced at it, commenting dryly, guess the Steel Fang lichen really lives up to its name. The clawed gauntlet held firm. Freed from the pressure, Suho grinned. This changes everything. With a low breath, he muttered, close combat is more than enough. A system notification flashed. Skill update. Shadow extraction has leveled up. Level 2. New ability unlocked. Form change. Suho's smile widened. The real fight had just begun. Steel and shadow collided as Suho and the possessed hunter crashed into a brutal close-range duel, neither yielding an inch. From the darkness, Baru watched in stunned silence, weaponizing a shadow soldier. Even the Shadow Monarch himself had mastered this art through countless battles. Yet Suho, this fledgling monarch, had instinctively unraveled the next step on his own. No teacher, no guidance, only combat sense, raw authority, and terrifying adaptability. And that could only mean one thing. Suho was a natural-born prodigy, an evolving monster. Blow after blow crashed into the possessed enemy, Suho driving him straight into the dungeon wall. Stone cracked, dust exploded outward. Before Suho could finish it, the enemy staggered back to its feet, refusing to fall. Suho didn't hesitate. He surged forward, and the scattered weapons littering the ground answered his call, lifting into the air like a raging storm before crashing down all at once. This was his moment. His fists, cloaked in dense shadow, hammered into the enemy again and again, each strike carrying the weight of his will. The possessed warrior never found time to recover. And with one final, merciless punch, it ended. Silence fell. Suho exhaled slowly, a faint tension still lingering in his chest. The red-named opponent had been dangerous, but not unbeatable. Baru said nothing. Pride flickered faintly in his glowing eyes. As Suho steadied his breathing, He reflected on the fight. At the very least, he'd gained something valuable, an entirely new way to fight. A system notification appeared. Skill acquired. Storm Slash. Suho's eyes lit up. Exactly the kind of reward he'd hoped for. His gaze shifted to the cursed blade lying nearby. The Fang Blade. As he approached, a whisper of defiance echoed inside his mind. How could I be defeated by the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch? This is humiliating. The sword seethed as it sensed him drawing closer. This isn't over. Humans are greedy. Let him touch me. I'll devour him the moment he does. Suho wrapped his hand around the hilt. Another notification appeared. Item acquired. Raycan's Fang. He weighed the blade in his hand and smirked. Looks way better than those goblin swords. Inside the weapon, its spirit raged. How can a blade inheriting the Fang Monarch's power fail to dominate a mere human? Then another alert flashed. Blessing acquired. Great Shaman Kandandiaris' blessing. Suho steadied himself, shadow energy surging as he activated Storm Slash. A massive arc of destruction erupted outward, obliterating everything in its path. The damage was impressive, but Suho frowned as his mana was completely drained in a single strike. Staring at the blade, he muttered, "I like the power." Beru replied calmly that Suho's shadow abilities would eventually surpass this by thousands of times. Nearby, Lim groaned as consciousness slowly returned. His vision swam as he looked up at Suho, who stood calm and composed. What the hell happened?" Lim asked. Suho considered the explanation, then shook his head. "It's a long story. Let's talk on the way out." Outside the gate, Suho paused and looked back at the portal. There might still be survivors inside. Without hesitation, he turned and stepped back in. Lim could only watch, his thoughts racing. An E-rank summoner. It sounded unimpressive, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that Suho was saving lives. Back inside, more steel fang lichens emerged from the darkness, eyes glowing with malice. Suho met them head on, tearing through them with sheer physical power. But something felt off. The Fang Blade's damage had dropped sharply. Suho questioned it. The sword answered coldly, declaring its refusal to cooperate with the Shadow Monarch's bloodline. Beru mocked it mercilessly, calling its power petty. The blade snapped back. "What kind of hunter seeks prey stronger than themselves?" Beru replied with pride. "The young lord defeated you, and you were relatively strong." As the two bickered like an old married couple, Suho sighed. A talking bug, now a talking sword. This is getting ridiculous. Then his focus snapped elsewhere. He moved swiftly through the dungeon, stopping dead when he reached a grim chamber. The sanctuary of the Fangs. Hunter corpses littered the floor in heavy silence. Suho's eyes widened. The sword erupted in furious rage. "The Monarch of Shadows is the one who slew my master, the Fang Monarch. If my strength had not been corrupted, I would have torn you apart." Despite the hatred, Suho remained calm. "My father fought to protect Earth," he said evenly, "just like you fought to protect this sanctuary." He stepped closer, gaze unwavering. "But what doesn't make sense is why you believe you must fight me just because I carry his blood." His voice hardened. "If your purpose is to protect this place, then isn't it foolish to turn against the son of the one who already defeated the Fang Monarch?" Silence pressed down heavily. Suho tightened his grip on the hilt. "I'm looking for my parents. They were separated by invaders from the outer gods, and I'll do whatever it takes to bring them back." He lifted the blade slightly. "This sanctuary won't survive an outer gods invasion alone. But if you help me, I'll help you protect this place." The sword hesitated. "Shadow and Fang," Suho said quietly. "Let's fight together." The scene shifted to a quiet cafe. A reporter sat across from Lim Deok-yoon. "Can you tell us what happened in the D-rank dungeon yesterday?" Lim nodded slowly. Even if Suho was only an E-rank, he deserved recognition. This was his chance to repay that debt. So he told them everything. That evening, an article spread rapidly online. A full strike squad annihilated. A D-rank dungeon turned into a slaughterhouse. And a lone E-rank hunter who charged into the chaos instead of running. Witnesses told the same story. Ordinary people, fellow hunters, survivors. They all remembered one name, Sung Suho, the E-rank who didn't run. Elsewhere, inside the Black Tortoise Guild's management office, Lee Young-ho leaned back in his chair, tapping a pen against the table. "We should recruit a few more porters," he said casually. A staff member nodded. But Young-ho slid a candidate profile across his tablet instead. His eyes gleamed. The staffer's voice shook as he read the report aloud. "An E-rank hunter evacuated a full mining team, fought off magic beasts, and carried wounded strike team members to safety." Eyebrows shot up. An E-rank. Young-ho's eyes narrowed, sharp as daggers. "Contact him now. This is a hero rising from the E-ranks. It'll be the headline of the year." Minutes later, the staffer dropped his phone like it burned him. "Did Hunter Sung Suho respond?" Young-ho asked. "Yes," the staffer stammered. But he declined the invitation. Young-ho's brain short-circuited. An E-rank just turned down the Black Tortoise Guild? The audacity, the impossibility. Meanwhile, Suho stared at his phone, letting out a calm sigh as unread messages piled up like a mountain. Guild invitations, scouting requests, and more. "Since the dungeon," he told Beru, "I've been swamped with offers. Baru's tone hummed with pride. Naturally, young monarch, Suho smirked, unimpressed. Most just wanted him as a collector, a glorified errand boy. He already knew why he couldn't join a guild yet. Freedom, power, growth. Chains would only slow him down. He turned his attention back to the real prize. Shall we continue with Raycon's fang? He remembered extending the offer to the sword. Shadow and fang, let's fight together. At first, the weapon hesitated, confused by Suho's sheer audacity. But clarity dawned. The shadow could be an ally, not a threat. Finally, it agreed. With one condition, Suho had to take it to another sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs. Now, standing before the blade, Suho asked, "Do you know where the next sanctuary is?" The sword pulsed, alive with confidence. "I can sense it, no matter how far. But something's wrong. The gate, it's gone." Suho's jaw hardened. A dungeon break. The sanctuary had transformed into a field-type dungeon. Untamed, corrupted, beast-infested. Humans hadn't touched it in decades. He quickly typed a message to his uncle, detailing the new objective. Then he turned to Baru. "Let's go. Time to find the sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs." Up in the mountains, silence reigned. The world felt paused. Suho stood before a jagged, rusted gate carved into the cliffside. The Hyena Guild's emblem glared down like a middle finger. Below, a warning: private territory. Trespassers will not be spared. Suho didn't flinch. Not a twitch, not a blink. He radiated main character energy on steroids. Beside him, the talking sword Fang hummed, confirming this was their cursed destination, crawling with D-list hunters masquerading as monsters. From the shadows, Baru appeared, playing the party's fun police, trying to convince Suho to turn back. "Focus on leveling," he urged. Suho said nothing. His gaze landed on a surveillance camera. With a flick of his hand, it exploded in a spectacular rain of sparks and metal. No hesitation, no mercy. He stepped forward, fog thickening around him like it had a mind of its own, writhing, coiling, threatening. Fang's voice cut through the gloom, dropping knowledge bombs. "Listen, dumbass," it said. "This isn't a morning mist, chaos magic, interdimensional breach-level shit. Creatures like me slip in from God knows where." Suho just raised an eyebrow. "Need a brain to understand that?" "Not mine." He shrugged. "If the monsters are strong, it means they take longer to cross over." And then, the freaks came, twisted, clawed, bloodlust incarnate, charging without warning. Suho didn't even draw his sword. Nah, fists first. Fang's spirit practically vibrated with panic. "Use me, damn it!" Suho's first punch landed like a thunderclap to the jaw. Beast went flying. Next one? Worse. Every hit perfect, brutal, surgical. Then, the real flex. Suho didn't even touch the rest. With a mental command, he lifted the remaining creatures like furniture and flung them aside. One hand raised, Fang's energy erupted. Skill activated. Storm slash. Boom! A hurricane of blades tore through the mist, shredding monsters like vegetables. Limbs hit the ground. Howls echoed, but Suho's hand flared again, dark, demonic. Shadow magic surged, coalescing into a jagged, massive gauntlet. He charged, fists flying, chaos incarnate, bones cracked like twigs, shadows swirled like a storm. And in the middle of all that, calm as ever, he summoned 5 shadow soldiers. Baru's jaw metaphorically hit the floor. That looks like a monarch's army, but there was something else, something new stirring in Suho. The storm wasn't just destruction, it was evolution. Before anyone could get poetic, Suho snapped, "Shut up. No history lesson. We don't have time." The sky obeyed, turning a moody, brooding gray, the wind wailing like it could feel Suho's rage. From the cover of the trees, Suho and Baru spotted it, a sketchy facility up ahead. Dim lights flickered against the night like dying embers. Dead center, a gate, guarded like a villain's cheap movie set. Civilians moved nervously, their fear palpable. Then headlights cut through the mist. A truck screeched to a halt. Guards jumped out, chains in hand. In seconds, they yanked people from the vehicle like livestock and shoved them into cages. And then he saw her, a woman trembling but burning with defiance. That was it, that spark. Suho's chest tightened. The switch flipped. Baru muttered a warning from the shadows, but Suho didn't wait. He vanished into a shadow of pure rage, crossing the field in an instant. One punch landed so hard on a thug that the guy forgot his own name. Panic erupted. Guards froze, screaming, confused, useless. This was enemy turf, illegal, dangerous, risky. Suho paused, just a flicker. But then his eyes turned cold, shadow-infused blue. His aura exploded outward. The ground cracked, air bent. Shadows around him writhed like pissed-off demons. The Hyena Guild lunged, roaring in defiance. But Suho didn't even flinch. They moved in slow motion. One swing, evaded, one counterpunch. The thug went airborne, out cold. Just a D-rank annoyance, nothing more. With a single fluid motion, Suho leapt high into the air. Mid-flight, he twisted his body perfectly. A double roundhouse kick connected with the side of another thug's head, sending him crashing unconscious, before even hitting the ground. Baru hovered silently, jaw metaphorically on the floor. This was pure, untamed power. Suho? Barely winded. Every D-rank in that Facility was just background noise. He opened his status window, checking the grind results. Level 16, clean, too clean. Something felt off. Baru, narrating like a proud mentor, commented, "Very clean finish, young monarch." The captives, frozen in shock, probably thought they'd stepped onto a movie set. "Are you from the Hunter Association?" one whispered. Suho shrugged, voice steady but commanding. "Find shelter. Stay safe." And they obeyed immediately. But Suho's instincts screamed. Something was wrong. The aura led him to a half-buried garage nearby, the kind of place true nightmare documentaries are filmed. The door creaked like it hadn't opened in decades. Inside, horror incarnate, empty cages, chains, stripped clothing, scattered pills, not just for humans. Baru floated in, antennas twitching, sensing the same twisted energy. Deeper inside, Suho froze, eyes locked on a small, trembling figure. It looked like a puppy, innocent, fragile, but the aura, different, wrong. Fang's voice broke the silence, low and grave. "That isn't a dog, it's a wolf cub, the last heir of the Monarch of Fangs, the only survivor. All others wiped out when the Shadow Monarch, your father, ended that chapter. Only this one fragile child remains. Its survival was the final move." Suho crouched beside the pup. Even in its weakened state, its aura hummed with dormant power. Baru's voice drifted in. "What will you do, young monarch?" Before Suho could respond, a jolt of energy slammed him like a cold punch. Something massive, furious, and beastly stepped into the light, eyes glowing red, not at Suho, but at the utter incompetence of the Hyena Guild. The figure moved with unholy speed, each step cracking the earth beneath it. Fang's voice roared through the chaos. That is Braki, the ancient guardian of the Fang Monarch's heir. A protector, turned twisted by his own purpose. Without warning, Braki lunged, claws slicing through the air like divine judgment. Suho barely dodged. The air where he had stood tore itself apart. Braki struck again, descending like a living wrecking ball, red fury blazing from his claws. The impact split the ground, sending stone flying. Even Baru cried out, wings flaring as he raced to assist. Amid the rubble, Suho pushed himself up, bruised and bleeding, grinning like a man who just found joy in chaos. He waved off Baru's concern, eyes fixed on the system message, confirming his suspicion. Braki's energy was corrupted, ancient, and deadly. Braki now hovered over Fang's sword, clutching the wolf pup like it was a lifeless trophy. Fang's voice cut through the storm, thunderous and enraged. "Do you even know what you're doing, Braki? That child, the last heir of the Monarch of Fangs, you were entrusted to protect them. Suho's fists clenched. Shadows around him writhed, forming jagged, lethal claws. This fight was about to get real. Braki didn't give a damn. Loyalty? Gone. Replaced by some twisted survival of the fittest obsession. He spat venom about the weak, about who deserved to live and who didn't. And then, like the villain he'd fully become, he admitted it. He'd been feeding on the pup's blood, draining the last spark of a once great legacy to fuel his own sick ascent. Fang's rage shattered the air, booming like a storm. "I will end you, Braki," he bellowed, voice cracking across the battlefield like thunder. But Braki? He just sneered, poking the bear, mocking the bloodline of the Monarch of Fangs, spitting insults about Raiken, calling Raiken weak, crowing madly that he would be the next monarch. Before his delusions could fully land, a flash of pure, unfiltered power ripped through the chaos. Suho moved, blade in hand, soaked in raw, unbridled rage. The slash cut through the battlefield like a god warning mortals. "Do not underestimate me." Braki never even saw it coming. Mid-charge, the strike landed clean, halting the beast in its tracks. Baru swooped in, wings flaring, and snatched the pup from the chaos. He vanished from the kill zone before Braki could react. Suho followed through, another slash carving a deep, fiery gash into Braki's side. Sparks flew. Shadow and Fang's alliance, forged in necessity, was being tested in real time. Braki's red aura flared, crackling with pure murderous intent, and then a system notification blinked into existence. Emergency quest, hunt the hyena, and secure the Monarch's heir. Baru clutched the pup, practically vibrating with restraint. He wanted to tear Braki apart, but this wasn't his fight. This was Suho's stage. The screams of the Hyena Guild's captives echoed behind them. A pathetic, desperate chorus. Suho didn't care. This was a main character moment, and he had a story to write with his fists. Braki lunged, faster than sanity would allow. Jaws snapping, claws tearing at the air, blood spraying like rain, limbs hitting dirt before anyone could even scream. Suho's eyes locked on the carnage. Half a second of disgust, not fear. This wasn't just power. It was utter, merciless savagery. He charged, blade aimed for the beast's heart. Braki caught it, bare-handed, paper. Suho gritted his teeth. Braki growled, dripping venom. The strong decide who lives or dies. And then, the battlefield shattered. Suho went flying like a crash test dummy, slamming into rubble with enough force to level a car. Dust and debris whirled around him. But he didn't hesitate. He rocketed back up, missile-like, eyes locked. Braki stomped down, bracing himself. But Suho was already airborne, a force of judgment, incarnate. Blade met flesh. Steel cut into corrupted muscle. Blood sprayed. Braki laughed. "That's all you've got?" Then the grin snapped. Pain surged through him. a brutal backstab. Suho's blades danced, eyes blazing with a feral, unwavering focus. This was his battlefield. Fang flared beside him, roaring through the chaos. Where's the oath, the honor, the protector? Dark lightning twisted across Brocky's eyes, warping his mind. Desperation cracked his face. He clawed at the spinning sword, screaming no, trying to crush it, trying to erase the truth. He never cared about loyalty. He only cared about power. He lunged, fist cocked, demonic rage incarnate. Impact, Suho's gut. Bones groaned under the pressure. Pain poured like liquid fire. Lungs burned. He dropped to one knee. Then a single searing memory of his father flashed. The man who'd eaten gods for breakfast and never backed down. Suho's aura erupted, brighter, hotter, wilder than ever. Energy spiked until the air itself cracked. And then, with a battle cry that made the heavens tremble, Suho hurled himself forward, every ounce of power concentrated in one strike, smashing into Brocky's chest. The blow shattered every defense the beast had. A shockwave tore down Brocky's spine like divine punishment. Above, Baru hovered, tense, silent. Fang's sword hit the ground, shattered, blue crystal flickering on 1% life. Brocky couldn't move an inch. His mind raced in panic, trapped in the aftermath of his hubris. Suho wondered if this was the end. Every ounce of legacy, every shred of hope, every damn family tree, it all felt dumped squarely on his shoulders. And yet Fang, stubborn as an ancient war dog, refused to fade. Even broken, the blade clawed for every last spark of life. Then it happened. The little wolf pup, tiny, trembling, fragile, felt the dying pulse of Fang. Their wills collided, fused, and suddenly the pup leveled up. Not a normal growth, not a quiet step forward. This was a full-blown, rage-fueled awakening. Fang's final gift, a surge of pure power, transferred, coursing through the pup like lightning through steel. Meanwhile, Brocky was still having his fun, swatting Suho around like a rag doll. Every swing slowed, every hit left him staggering, his HP bar screaming in agony, vision darkened as if the world itself had muted. One more strike, and Suho would have been ground meat, but he refused to give in. He glared at the sky, searching for a sign, a spark, anything to remind him why he was still standing. Brocky hovered above him like a sadistic schoolyard bully, relishing the beatdown. Suho's mind raced, heart pounding, whispering, "How the hell am I supposed to beat that?" Then, the air itself seemed to split. Dust, light, and shadow collided. The pup stepped forward. Not the timid creature from moments ago. No, this was Fang incarnate, fused into a furious living storm of claws, fangs, and spectral energy. Every muscle burned, every hair stood on end. Brocky's eyes went wide. That aura, it was Fang's, pure and untamed. The earlier wound, the one Brocky inflicted, pulsed like a cursed bruise. Brocky finally understood. He was done. The wolf growled, claws digging into the earth, ready to rip and run. Suho, bloodied and battered, rose to his feet, chest heaving, eyes blazing like molten cobalt. His will wasn't just his own anymore. It was theirs, Wolf and Monarch united. Then the system pinged. New notification? Fang's descendant recognizes your struggle. Recruit as companion? Suho's gaze locked on the pup. Murder and loyalty burned in those eyes. Not a pet, a legacy, a living symbol that Fang's will had survived. He accepted. A shockwave ripped through the battlefield. Memories, fury, pride, and pain collided in Suho's mind. Fang's final image lingered, a cloaked figure, fading like mist. One message remained, etched in steel. Strength is the only way forward. Then silence. Not empty silence. The kind that prepares the storm. Brocky, once untouchable, now trembled. He stared at the figure who had just flipped the game board, voice cracking, asking, "What are you? Why won't you finish me?" No answers came, only a smirk. "You're still useful." A crystal materialized in a flash, pulsing like it demanded blood. It drove itself into Brocky's forehead. The scream that followed was a symphony of horror, the mark branding him, binding him like cursed livestock. Fang's descendant howled. Rage, heartbreak, and power intertwined. "Bring me humans, alive. Deliver them." Brocky convulsed, body twisting like molten metal being pulled apart, crimson energy coiling like barbed wire. His eyes burned with madness, fangs gleaming, primal instincts unhinged. Shadowy figures watched from afar, haloed and silent, puppet masters pulling strings. Suho realized the truth. This wasn't payback anymore. This was stopping a train of destruction before it leveled the world. Then came the system's ultimatum. Recruit the Monarch's descendants or face the apocalypse alone. No hesitation. Suho accepted. Their energies snapped together like puzzle pieces forged in fire. Baru watched silently, wings tense, realizing the script had just been rewritten. Even the Shadow Monarch hadn't predicted this. Brocky lunged, a demon unleashed. Suho didn't flinch. No scream, no retreat, just raw, commanding presence. The earth fractured beneath him, dust exploding in waves. Mana and fury coiled around his body like a living storm. The bond skill triggered. Power surged violently, alive and screaming through him. A new force emerged, beast possession. Brocky froze. This wasn't borrowed strength. This wasn't Fang alone. This was Suho, fused with Fang's legacy. Primal energy sharpened into a killing instinct. His eyes, razor-sharp, predatory, locked onto Brocky. Death wasn't coming for him. Death was him. Suho's movements weren't human anymore. Every step, every swing, every dodge. It was pure instinct, fluid and precise. Less man, more shadow incarnate. Brocky barreled at him like a hurricane made flesh, claws slashing, eyes blazing with blind fury. But Suho didn't flinch. He moved like a ghost, every strike Brocky threw missing by a hair, every swipe failing to touch him. Then Suho retaliated. One kick, clean, precise, packed with the weight of vengeance, smacked Brocky square in the chest like a truck fueled by righteous rage. Brocky stumbled back, choking, blood trickling down his fangs. His roar shattered the sky, a primal, rabid scream that bent the air. Dark mana erupted from him, twisting and tearing the space around them. This wasn't just fury, it was absolute unhinged power. Brocky lunged again, teeth bared, claws screaming death, but Suho had already downloaded every cheat code the universe could offer. He slipped past every strike, effortless, untouchable. Above, Baru's wings froze mid-flap. Calm Baru, the unflappable, looked stunned. Wait a second, this kid's actually doing it. Brocky couldn't comprehend it. He had been the apex predator, top of the food chain. Now he was the joke. The world flipped upside down and he was getting clowned by some E-rank kid. Their fists collided, an explosion cracking the ground beneath them. The battlefield ripped apart like paper in a hurricane. Then, mid-fight, the system dinged. Unarmed combat skill activated. Attack power plus 33%. Suho's body glowed like a star igniting from within, energy spiking uncontrollably. He launched himself into the air, eyes burning, body radiating lethal intent. He crashed down. The impact was cataclysmic. Brocky slammed into the dirt, the earth itself seeming to regret existing. Dust, shattered boulders, trembling trees. Nature itself bore witness. When the dust settled, Suho stood in the crater, breathing hard. Bruised, bloodied, but unbroken. Brocky, a relic of a lost era, bloodied, beaten, finally realizing he wasn't the main character anymore. Regret mingled with his thirst for power. Deep, painful, soul-crushing regret. Beside him, the wolf pup sat quietly, ears drooping, eyes locked on Brocky like it was mourning a world too broken to name. Brocky's eyes flickered, a human spark surfacing amid the wreckage. Memories clawed through him. Before madness, before corruption, before the obsession with strength had ruined everything he once swore to protect. Now, all of it lost to time and tragedy. Suho, meanwhile, stood above it all, unreadable, sorrow carved into his face, but so was anger, exhaustion, and something deeper, something that had nothing to do with victory. The system pinged, Brocky defeated, victory in hand, and it felt hollow. Something lingered, wrong, dark, alien, flickers at the corner of his vision. Creatures, corrupted energy, a presence that wasn't Brocky. Suho's gut tightened. Are these leftover Itarim pawns, or something worse? Baru's antennae twitched. Itarim, he said gravely. Not dungeon gossip, not Earth-level threats, outer gods, cosmic predators playing 4D chess with planets. And now their pawns were loose on Earth. Before Suho could digest the full cosmic horror, Baru dropped another bomb. If you let me consume Brocky's corpse, I can glimpse his memories, and maybe reclaim some of his old power. Suho blinked. Baru was casually suggesting necromancer-level buffet service like it was a Tuesday. He glanced down at the wolf pup, the last heir of Raken, heir to a bloodline almost lost. The kid's world had been obliterated in minutes. Suho knelt, calm, grounded, a human anchor in a world gone insane. He offered the pup a choice, stay with him, or go somewhere safe. Hesitation, fear, but Suho's aura wrapped around it like a warm, unbreakable blanket. The wolf leapt into his arms, decision made. Baru hovered, silently screaming internally. What the hell am I watching? Suho opened a shadow portal, handing Baru the cleanup duty. He took his new companion somewhere safe. But because the universe hates simplicity, the system pinged again. Name the wolf. Suho froze. This dude could shred monsters, defy death, and survive battles that would make gods blink. But naming a pet, that was a level of responsibility he'd never prepared for. And just like that, the stage was set. Wolf, Shadow, and Suho, a new pact forged in blood, rage, and legacy. And somewhere, the universe probably facepalmed. Suho named the wolf Gray, a nod to the pup's sleek silver fur. Baru, of course, immediately threw shade. Boring, the drama queen sniped, wings twitching. Gray didn't care. Trust level spiked. The system even gave him his own territory inside the shadow domain. Kid had been homeless 5 minutes ago. Now he had property. Baru's next question was obvious. What the hell is this fluffball supposed to eat? Suho didn't get a chance to panic because Baru smirked. Relax, he's noble blood. And we've got goblins for days. Like clockwork, Gray lunged into the dungeon, obliterating a goblin in one clean hit. Suho perched on a branch beside Baru, arms crossed, watching his new recruit adapt faster than anyone would have thought possible. The system chimed again. Wolf Slaughterer, achievement unlocked, nuked Brocky. Suho squinted at the message, like the system had glitched. Brocky gave off more hyena crackhead energy than noble wolf vibes, but Baru wasn't about to lecture on taxonomy. Then a new quest dropped. Typical system vagueness, cryptic, messy, designed to boost power. Baru explained the system always hid its agenda beneath riddles and rewards. Power was the carrot, but sometimes the system had its own games. He reminded Suho of his father, the original Shadow Monarch, supposed to be a puppet for some crusty god. That didn't work out. No, Dad rage-quit reality itself, overthrew the system, and ascended on his own terms. Fuck your rules, he said, and became a monarch by sheer will. Suho's system? Different, not wrapped in malice, at least not yet. Baru hinted that maybe this system was guiding him toward rebellion, or worse, shaping him to become the next monarch, a wildcard capable of rewriting the game entirely. One thing was clear, only one Shadow Monarch rules, and if Suho was on that path, chaos was inevitable. He opened his status window, growth chart looking solid, level 16 after the Mistburn fight, but his class still blank, no title. The system was waiting, judging, seeing if he was worth the crown. Suho knew that without Gray, he'd be dead in a ditch somewhere. Still, plans in motion. Suho leapt from the branch, Baru finishing up Brocky's cleanup. That's when Baru hit him with a bombshell. This wasn't just monsters. Humans were in the mix. The Grim Reaper Guild had been secretly feeding the Hyena Guild captives like some twisted Uber Eats for murder, and maybe worse. Suho's stomach sank. Monsters were one thing. Humans pulling strings behind the scenes? That made it personal. Cut to somewhere high above the city, a penthouse dripping in wealth and suspicion. A man lounged like he owned the skyline, dressed like he stole every page of a fashion catalog. Lim Tegyu, top hunter authority brass, called. He went straight for the throat, asking if this guy had ties to the Hyena Guild. The executive didn't flinch, smirked like a smug bastard, cold as frozen lava. No proof, no care. Authority or not, he answered to no one. Tegyu left a threat, a reality check. Skeletons would dance, eventually. The call ended, and the man slammed his fist into the desk, shattering it like it was made of balsa wood. Vice commander of the Grim Reaper Guild. Not just rich, dangerous. From his drawer, he pulled out a glowing orb, a Stardust stimulant, a rare, illegal awakening tool, temporary godlike strength, at the cost of frying the body or turning the user into a chemical-fueled killing machine. He twirled it between his fingers, grinning like he was already orchestrating world domination. Meanwhile, back in the Shadow Domain, Gray was going full anime mode, tearing through goblins like they were NPCs in some absurdly overpowered farming quest. Suho leaned back on the branch, watching, calm as chaos danced below. The stage was set. Monsters, guild corruption, ancient bloodlines, and the first stirrings of a system that might, or might not, be leading him toward the ultimate throne. And Suho? He was just getting started. Claws, fangs, and screams filled the dungeon, until boom, a system message sliced through the chaos. Daily quest unlocked. Suho's heart skipped. The objective? Simple on paper. Slaughter more goblins, keep clearing the dungeon. But something about the timing felt off. Daily quests weren't just grind. They were subtle nudges. The system wanted long-term growth, methodical progression, mastery over the environment. The grind arc had officially kicked off. Baru hovered silently, letting Suho piece it together. Maybe the system was nudging him to claim the entire dungeon as his own domain. Suho smirked. Game on. But logistics were a problem. How the hell was he supposed to gather enough goblins for this scale of chaos? Then it clicked. He'd picked up a horn flute on a past raid, said to attract goblins en masse. Perfect. He raised it to his lips, blew, and the haunting melody echoed like a dark summoning. Shadows stirred. Goblins poured in from every corner, drawn to the sound like moths to flame. Suho's eyes gleamed. This is my mixtape, Goblin Genocide. Baru nodded, impressed. Suho dove in, fists moving like twin sledgehammers, obliterating creatures before they even knew what hit them. But as hours dragged on, a familiar twinge hit him. The thrill was gone. These goblins weren't threats anymore, just moving punching bags for level-ups. Still, the quest demanded completion. He raised the horn again, louder this time, deeper, and the second wave surged, bigger, dumber, hungrier. Suho wasn't done. With a snap of will, fallen goblins rose as shadow soldiers, transforming the fight from solo grind to full-scale battlefield simulation. Gray, the pup-turned furry war god, led the charge. Wave after wave fell under their combined might. 3 hours later, the dungeon was nothing but blood, bones, and shattered dreams. Gray collapsed, panting, utterly drained, but Suho, still standing, soaked in sweat and mana, grin blazing. System chimed. Quest completed. But the kill counter didn't stop at 100. It kept climbing. Suho's eyes sharpened. This was a challenge he could speedrun for extra credit. Grinning wider than the sun, he dove back in. Goblins didn't stand a chance. Gray barely managed to keep up, lungs wheezing, eyes wide in terror as Suho unleashed his fury. Finally, the system relented. Quest complete. Reward popped. Full HP restore, 3 stat points, and 2 loot boxes. 1 blessed, 1 cursed. Suho flexed. Full heal? Check. Stats? Nice. Loot boxes? Of course. He tore open the cursed box first. Light exploded as if the gods themselves were facepalming at the audacity. Inside, obsidian gauntlets, dripping with raw menace. Physical damage boosted by 30%. Hands looking like they could punch through a tank. Suho slipped them on, whispering with dramatic flair, "Shadow weapons? Who needs them?" He was ready to fistfight destiny itself. Then the system dropped a reality bomb. Gray's loyalty had slipped. Admiration had shifted to fear. Suho blinked, turning to Baru. What the hell? Baru exhaled. Gray wasn't just a summon. He was alive, pushed past limits, exhausted. And Suho had nearly forgotten it in his mad power grind. Suho nodded. Understood. They'd back off, for now. Exiting the dungeon, Suho's mind leapt to the next headache. Grim Reaper Guild. Still shady, still lurking. Before he could spiral, his phone buzzed. Surprise, surprise. It was Senior Lim. Field pacing like a storm, furious. His team had ghosted their corpse cleanup, probably still drunk from last night. Suho, Destiny's unpaid intern, geared up. Corpse hauling wasn't glamorous, but someone had to do it. Then the actual hunting squad rolled in. Their leader radiated a weird mix of stern dad energy and top-tier healer authority. One look at the carnage, and he was already salty, blaming Lim for being short-staffed. Suho kept his cool, but something felt off. The aura, the presence, it clicked. Grim Reaper Guild still lurked, hiding behind a human face. And this healer? Acting way too suspicious. Suho wasn't just in the middle of this mess. He was the target. The moment Suho entered the dungeon alongside the strike squad, the mages lit the tunnels with glowing spells, turning the darkness into a dim, flickering battlefield. The squad leader didn't waste a second. His voice cracked through the air as he barked commands, snapping everyone into position. Formation locked, no hesitation. The dungeon answered immediately. Low growls crawled out of the shadows, followed by reptilian shapes slithering into view. Red eyes burned in the dark as lizard-like monsters emerged, muscles coiled and ready. The captain sensed trouble and shot a sharp glance towards Suho and Lim, ordering them to stay close and handle cleanup duty, like rookies meant to stay out of real combat. The squad surged forward in perfect sync. Every swing, every spell, every step looked practiced, almost mechanical. These weren't amateurs. They moved like a unit that had killed together countless times. Suho didn't join them. He slipped to the side, pressed a black key into the dungeon floor, and twisted. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone. From the darkness below, shadows clawed their way into reality. Goblins rose one by one, shrieking softly as they took form. Hollow eyes snapped toward Suho, waiting, obedient, silent, ready. By the time his shadow soldiers fully emerged, the fight was already over. The lizard monsters lay scattered across the ground, lifeless piles of scales and blood. The captain called for a short break, already annoyed at the thought of hauling corpses. Then he looked again. The bodies were gone. His mind stalled. He turned slowly, too slowly, and saw Suho's goblins dragging monster remains into the shadows with unsettling efficiency. No sound, no wasted movement. The captain marched over, half panicked, half offended, demanding to know where Suho got that kind of power. Suho answered calmly. The goblins were his. Lim braced himself for an explosion. But instead the captain swallowed his pride and offered Suho a permanent position. Top-tier pay, no questions asked. Suho declined without hesitation. Before anyone could react, a scream tore through the dungeon. The squad rushed over and froze. A civilian corpse lay sprawled across the stone. Blue flames danced over the body like cursed embers. Suho's expression hardened instantly. He muttered a single word, missed, as if it explained everything. The captain, clearly lost, asked if it was some new monster. Suho told them he'd seen this before, during an outbreak at his university. That was when more shouts echoed through the tunnels. More bodies. Same blue fire. The dungeon's atmosphere shifted. Heavy. Rotten. Suho urged them to stop and report everything to the association. The captain hesitated, then decided it didn't matter. The dead weren't hunters, after all. Suho warned him again. The captain snapped back, flexing authority instead of sense, telling Suho to focus on cleanup and remember who was in charge. With blind confidence, he led the squad deeper into the dungeon. Suho watched them go, unease crawling up his spine. He leaned toward Lim and spoke quietly. If things went wrong, run. No heroics. Something about this place was wrong. Far below in the dungeon's deepest lair, 3 figures stood surrounded by warped mana. Their presence twisted the air itself. One complained about dwindling fuel. Their Stardust operation was drying up. Another blamed the Hyena Guild for failing to deliver. Then one of them froze. Its eyes lit up, not with fear, but hunger. Humans. It volunteered to greet the guests while ordering preparations below. Alive captives were worth more. With a slow nod, it dragged its massive blade across the ground and began moving upward. Above, the squad tore through monsters, high on momentum and easy victories. The captain laughed as he pulled out a glowing shard from his coat, Stardust. He bragged about its power, how it could push him beyond his limits. They didn't notice the shadow behind them. The blade pierced straight through the captain's back and burst from his chest. Blood sprayed. His body collapsed before the scream even formed. The squad froze, then chaos. Weapons were raised, spells half-cast, but it was already over. The creature moved calmly, deliberately. It reached down, pulled out a shard of Stardust, and swallowed it whole. Panic exploded. They rushed it, too late. Its speed shattered human limits. Strength turned armor into paper. One by one, hunters were torn apart, screams cut short, bodies hitting stone until the tunnel fell silent. When it was done, the monster grabbed a corpse and vanished into the darkness, muttering about fuel. The dungeon returned to silence, like nothing had ever been there at all. Far from the carnage, Suho's vision flickered red. System alert. A new quest slammed into him. No pleasantries, no mercy. Rescue the survivors. Cause, demon abduction confirmed. The word demon sent a chill straight through his spine. Instinct screamed danger. No hesitation. No second guessing. Suho spun on Lim. Get out, now. Lim froze, torn between loyalty and fear. He hated leaving, but one look at Suho's eyes told him this wasn't a debate. He nodded and ran, goblins bursting forward to light his escape like living torches. Suho exhaled once. The air around him dropped to freezing. Shadows surged. With a thunderous snarl, Gray, the shadow wolf, erupted into existence. Fangs bared, muscles coiled, already hunting. Suho activated the bond. His arms ignited. Vulcan gauntlets snapped into place, molten power crawling across his fists like a heartbeat made of fire. The ground cracked beneath his step, and Suho vanished. Deep inside the beast's hideout, hell was already celebrating. The smallest demon swaggered in, dragging a trail of broken hunter corpses like trophies. It dumped them on the stone floor with a wet crunch, grinning ear to ear. Firewood's here. The eldest demon barely looked up, a single nod, cold approval. The second demon hovered near a ritual circle, runes burning bright as it rambled on about gates opening, demons flooding through, the world choking on their return. The youngest puffed its chest, bragging about how fast it butchered the last batch, itching for round 2. Enough, the eldest snapped. Stack the bodies. The youngest bristled, fury flashing, but obeyed. The eldest raised a fragment of glowing stardust, its light twisting the shadows. It spoke like a prophet drunk on power. Their poison, demonic energy fused with mad blood, boosted magic at the cost of lifespan. A deadly trade. But they'd improved it. Misburned fire, stabilized, refined. Thanks to the apostles, they'd shattered their limits. The youngest nodded along, reverent. Then the room changed. Pressure crashed down like a god stepping on their chests. All 3 demons froze. Something was coming. The entrance exploded. Wood and stone detonated into splinters as Suho stepped through the smoke, eyes cold, presence crushing. Behind the demons, chained mistborns writhed, slowly burning in a pit of blackened magic. A system message blinked. Survivors confirmed. Relief flickered, just for a second. Then the youngest demon lunged, blade flashing, killing intent screaming. Suho didn't blink. He slipped past the strike and drove a gauntlet straight into its chest. Boom! The demon slammed back. But it wasn't finished. It rebounded, slashing wildly, chaining attacks like a berserk animal. Suho blocked everything. Calm, precise, untouched. The older demons tensed. Their upgrades weren't enough. They swallowed Stardust and charged together. Perfect sync. Lethal coordination. Still, Suho danced through them. Flips, slides, shadow-assisted dodges. Every move clean, effortless, unreal. Then, impact. A blast detonated into his back. Lightning tore through his body. Muscles locked. Vision blurred. His body betrayed him, twitching, frozen like a broken puppet. The youngest demon saw blood. It rushed in, blade raised. No. Suho forced movement through sheer will. And then, arise! The ground screamed. Shadows erupted upward. Soldiers clawing their way into reality. Jagged blades, hollow eyes, pure nightmare. They smashed into the charging demon, halting it mid-kill. Suho broke free. The eldest demon stared, frozen in horror, pupils shaking. Suho moved. He grabbed its wrist and hurled it across the room like trash. Tables flipped. Fear spread. The demons looked at the shadows, really looked, and something ancient stirred. Not the Shadow Monarch, but close enough. Rage replaced fear. They roared, carving through shadow soldiers, blades flashing, confidence surging back. If Suho wasn't him, then he could bleed. Suho stayed calm, too calm, watching, learning. They weren't as strong as Brokey, but together they were dangerous. Worse, his mana was draining fast. Each revival chipped away at his core. Then memory struck. Baru's voice. Brokey's corpse. The regret in that demon's final moments. Not rage, but shame. Used, broken, stripped of pride. Maybe not everything was lost. Decision made, no hesitation. Suho pulled the Shadow Dungeon key from his inventory. His left hand plunged it into his own shadow. Activate! Darkness screamed. Shadows stretched and writhed, racing across the floor like starving beasts, crawling toward Brokey's massive corpse. The ground trembled. Muscle twitched. Darkness wrapped tight. Armor forming. Power surging. The corpse began to rise, and the demons realized they were no longer hunting. They were about to be judged. Brokey didn't just wake up. He announced his return to existence. A roar detonated through the lair, raw, violent, and so loud it felt like the air itself was tearing apart. This wasn't some beast cry. This was a declaration, a soul-shaking, eardrum-splitting, I'm still standing roar that slammed into every demon in the chamber like a physical blow. His massive, shadow-soaked frame towered over the battlefield like a living apocalypse, veins of darkness crawling across his body as power poured back into him. The temperature dropped. The pressure spiked. Every demon froze where they stood. The older siblings recognized it instantly, and their blood ran cold. They knew exactly what kind of monster stood before them. And what terrified them even more was the question burning in their minds. How the hell had Suho tamed something like this? Suho didn't waste even a heartbeat admiring the chaos. His eyes swept across the battlefield, sharp and calculating. With Gray at his side and Brokey fully awakened, the balance had finally shifted. For the first time since the fight began, the numbers didn't feel suffocating. The weight on his chest eased. Just enough for him to breathe, and that was all he needed. Suho launched himself back into the fray like a missile, diving straight into the storm, as if this kind of madness was his natural habitat. The battlefield exploded once more. Steel clashed, claws ripped, shadow soldiers surged forward, tearing into demons in a brutal, blood-soaked dance of violence. It was chaos, perfect chaos. But then, something felt off. At the very edge of the battlefield, a new presence appeared. She didn't charge. She didn't flinch. She simply stood there, calm, composed, untouched by the carnage around her. Her posture was flawless, her presence commanding, as if the battlefield itself had to make room for her existence. Razor-sharp eyes scanned the chaos, lingering on the shadows with visible confusion, and something heavier beneath it. Her gaze stopped on a single shadow soldier. Disbelief twisted her expression. Inside the chamber, Suho was still moving at full speed. He locked onto the youngest demon again, weaving through its wild, desperate attacks with ruthless efficiency. Blades screamed through the air, but Suho's Vulcan gauntlets met each strike head-on, every block precise, every counter brutal. Then he saw it, an opening. Suho surged forward and drove his knee straight into the demon's jaw with bone-rattling force. The impact echoed through the chamber. The demon stumbled back, dazed, barely upright. Suho moved in to finish it, but fate intervened. One of the elder demons slammed its hand down, unleashing a violent burst of electrified stardust that flooded the chamber in blinding light. Suho barely raised his guard in time, skidding back as the blast scorched the air around him. He avoided the worst of it, but his frustration was obvious. This fight was slipping. The demon brothers were moving like a perfectly synchronized squad, covering each other flawlessly, never overextending, never leaving gaps. Suho's mind raced, tracking every movement, every shift in rhythm. And it wasn't just them wearing him down. His mana was hemorrhaging. Keeping shadow soldiers active was draining enough, but Gray's possession was far worse. What once felt like a seamless bond now clawed at his insides, yanking at his life force like it was overdue payment. Even Brokey was struggling. The once dominant beast was locked in a stalemate, barely managing to restrain a single opponent. Nothing like the overwhelming force he used to be. That's when it clicked. Dragging this fight out meant death. If Suho stayed on the defensive, he was done. But before he could act, the air shifted again. The mysterious woman finally moved. She stepped forward, slow and deliberate, completely unbothered by the destruction around her. Her presence alone forced the battlefield to halt. Shadows stopped. Demons hesitated. Even Suho paused. Silence fell. She walked straight into the center of the battlefield like she owned it. Suho's eyes locked onto her, his body still coiled with tension, his mind racing to identify who she was and why she looked so damn confident. Then she spoke. Her voice was sharp, clear, and cut through the tension like a blade. She demanded to know the whereabouts of her glorious king. Suho blinked. Confusion hit him like a truck. Before he could react, Beru recognized her instantly and completely lost his composure. He didn't greet her like a warrior. No, he went full long-lost comrade mode. Essel heard him and immediately dropped her battle-ready posture, rushing him with a flood of questions. Where Drippy Woo was, how Beru was alive, and who the suspiciously squishy human next to him might be. Beru panicked, trying to explain everything at once. For a split second, it almost looked wholesome. Then the demons started getting restless. Ezel's presence wasn't just unexpected. It was dangerous. A noble heir standing beside the enemy wasn't something they were willing to ignore. Ezel, meanwhile, was still processing the fact that Beru was alive. Beru snapped her back to reality fast, pointing out the bloodthirsty demons circling them. Reunions could wait. The demon brothers didn't wait for permission. They lunged. Suho shouted, asking if Ezel could even fight in her condition. Beru brushed it off, confidently declaring she was S-rank level. Suho was impressed. For exactly 2 seconds, Ezel got absolutely flattened by the weakest demon, face-planting hard enough to silence the room. Everyone watching collectively had that, yeah, that didn't age well moment. Beru froze, then he realized it. Her mana was practically non-existent. That S-rank status? Expired. Broken, crying, and humiliated, Essel finally revealed the truth. Half a year ago, her house had been annihilated during a rebellion. Everyone died to get her out. In the chaos, someone stole her blood, her literal power source. Now she had noble status and zero fuel. She begged Beru for help. Beru, being Beru, told her to come back when she wasn't useless. It shattered her. The demons loved it. A wounded noble heir was basically an open buffet. But while they drooled, Suho's mind locked in. They couldn't win head-on. But if he isolated even one demon, that's when Beru stepped forward and activated harsh orders. A brutal command slammed into Essel like a reality-breaking slap. Essel's stats didn't just rise, they detonated. A brutal surge of power slammed through her body, spiking her stats by nearly 50% on the spot, and you could see it instantly in her eyes. The haze burned away, the fear vanished. What replaced it was raw intent. She was back, recharged, furious, and absolutely ready to throw hands. Essel threw her head back and screamed, the sound ripping through the air like a war horn. Then she charged. No hesitation, no plan. Just pure rage driving her straight at the demons. Suho watched the borrowed strength ignite her like a dying star flaring one last time. Relief washed over him. She could still fight. She wasn't dead weight anymore. But he also knew the truth. She was skating on cracked ice. Still, reckless or not, her comeback was exactly what he needed. While the demons shifted their focus to the suddenly feral noble, Suho moved. This was his opening, the real fight. Brokey answered instantly, hurling himself into the chaos like a living battering ram and tackling one demon clean off its feet, smashing it into the ground hard enough to crater stone. Ezel locked onto the eldest demon and hurled her spear with everything she had left. The weapon screamed through the air and was casually knocked aside. The eldest demon didn't even flinch. That alone would have been bad, but his younger brother slipped in from the blind spot and slashed Ezel straight across the back. Blood sprayed. Her scream tore through the battlefield. The demon grinned. He thought he'd won. Suho disagreed. He exploded forward like something unleashed, grabbed the demon by the skull, and yeeted him across the battlefield like trash. The demon crashed into a pile of dead mist beasts with a sickening crunch. But Suho wasn't done. In a blur, he was already there. One clean swing. The blade cleaved straight through the demon's face, splitting skull, bone, and soul before the bastard even realized he was dead. Fast, brutal, disrespectful. The system chimed. Level up. Vulcan's horns flared, greedily swallowing the demon's soul like it was a bonus snack. The eldest demon turned just in time to see his brother reduced to a corpse. Ezel, still burning on borrowed power, slammed into him, forcing him back, refusing to give him space. For a moment, it almost looked like she might actually pull it off. Almost. Harsh orders wore off. Her body betrayed her instantly. Muscles locked. Strength vanished. Ezel collapsed face first, right in front of the enemy. The demon's grin returned. He raised his weapon, and Suho appeared behind him like a ghost with an attitude. One grab, one violent twist. The crack echoed through the chamber as the demon's neck snapped cleanly, his body dropping lifelessly to the floor. Only one demon remained, and the last brother went from bloodthirsty to terrified in a heartbeat, outnumbered, outclassed, desperate. He lunged at Ezel in a final gamble, trying to sink his fangs into her and steal her blood for a miracle comeback. He never made it. Suho's boot came down with bone-shattering force, crushing the demon's hand mid-swipe. The scream that followed was short-lived. Suho's eyes were cold enough to freeze hell itself. He didn't say a word, just nodded to Brokey. The shadow beast lunged and snapped the last demon clean in half with a single bite. Silence fell. Somewhere amid the ashes and corpses, Ezel twitched. She tried to push herself up, fingers trembling. Her body was still useless, but her mind was finally catching up to reality, and what she saw nearly broke her. A human stood at the center of the battlefield, commanding shadow soldiers like it was second nature. That skill. The realization hit her like a truck. She turned to Baru, demanding answers. The overgrown bug gave her one of his usual vague, cryptic nudges. It was enough. Memories slammed into place. The aura, the pressure, the overwhelming presence. Trembling, she whispered the truth. This wasn't some random hunter. This was the young Monarch, the successor to the one she once worshipped. Suho heard her voice, barely louder than a breath. He turned, surrounded by scorched demon bodies and burning piles of mist beasts. She stared at him like she'd seen a ghost, said he looked eerily similar to her glorious king, and then collapsed again. Suho froze, staring down at her. Concern crept into his expression. He clearly wasn't used to people passing out mid-revelation. Baru checked her over and calmly reported she was fine. Just completely exhausted. That helped. Suho glanced at the wounded hunters Baru was tending to, all barely alive but still breathing. Then the system chimed again. Quest complete, no hesitation. Suho opened the store, scanned the options, and immediately grabbed a low-grade healing potion. It materialized in his hand, and he knelt beside Ezel, gently lifting her head. He poured the potion into her mouth. Warm, golden light wrapped around her body as her wounds slowly began to fade. Suho let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Still, leaving her behind didn't sit right. Decision made. Brokey began collecting demon corpses without being told. Gray carefully lifted Ezel and placed her on its back. Suho led them through the portal and into the shadow dungeon. When Ezel finally woke up, Beru filled her in. How her glorious king had left Earth to personally smack down the outer gods' invasion. Suho watched her from the side, squinting. Her face felt familiar, like an old classmate he couldn't quite remember. Ezel noticed and casually reminded him. They'd met during his tutorial phase, back when he was still baby Suho, grinding floors in the demon castle. That hit. A dusty memory surfaced. Her, standing beside him as he climbed those hellish floors. Before he could respond, Baru demanded answers. Ezel didn't dodge anymore. Her shoulders sagged. Her soul sighed. She turned to Suho and began unloading the truth. After the Demon King fell and the corrupt noble system was erased, peace actually happened. The Ridiru clan took control of the demon castle, keeping things stable. Everything was fine, until half a year ago. That's when a substance called Stardust began spreading through the demon realm. She said the name, and Suho's mind sparked. The word hit Suho like a delayed echo. Stardust. He'd heard it before. Demons screaming it in battle, whispering it like a prayer right before dying. Back then, it hadn't meant anything. Now, everything snapped into place. Stardust wasn't meant for monarchs or high-ranking monsters. It barely tickled the big bosses. But for the weak ones, that stuff was miracle dust. Instant power. No backlash, no cost. And with no monarch left to keep the leash tight, the low-tier trash started feeling brave, too brave. Drunk on borrowed strength, those demons stopped bowing and started plotting. What began as quiet resentment turned into open rebellion. They banded together and aimed their fury at one target, the Ridiru clan. The last enforcers of monarch rule. At first it was subtle, ambushes, betrayals, knives in the dark. Then it exploded into full-scale civil war. The Ridiru fought back with everything they had, but they were completely unprepared for what they faced. Stardust had turned desperation into madness. 6 months. 6 straight months of non-stop slaughter. Ezel's voice trembled as she spoke, like the memories were ripping their way out of her chest. And then she dropped the part that made the air feel heavier. The rebels didn't just want power, they wanted blood, noble blood. They hunted survivors like livestock, draining their mana like human batteries, juicing themselves up and tossing the corpses aside once they were empty. Her father, her clan, her people, all of them were swallowed by that nightmare. Ezel wasn't spared either. She was captured, used, drained over and over until she was barely more than a shell. Her mana ripped out again and again until nothing felt real anymore. As she laid it all bare, the shame in her voice was suffocating. She didn't survive because she was strong. She survived because she ran. Everyone else died buying her time. And now, sitting in front of the son of the man who once trusted her family with the entire demon realm, she couldn't even lift her head. Suho stayed silent. He absorbed every word like he was downloading trauma straight into his soul. Then, instead of anger, instead of blame, he thanked her. He thanked her for surviving, for enduring, for everything the Ridiru clan had done for his father. And then, with zero hesitation, he made a promise. One that landed harder than any blade. She wouldn't carry that weight alone anymore. They would rebuild the Ridiru household together. Something inside Ezel cracked. No, flickered. A memory surfaced, sharp and vivid. Jinwoo stood before her, wearing that same unshakable resolve. For one impossible second, it felt like the Shadow Monarch himself was staring back at her, through his son's eyes. Right on cue, the system chimed. Notification. Ezel, last of the pure-blood demon nobles, has expressed her gratitude. Another line followed. Choice available. Recruit the descendant of the White Flames as a teammate. That one through Suho. He hadn't clocked it before. Ezel was tied to the second monarch, but the system didn't make typos. He looked at her again, the truth settling in, and accepted without hesitation. The system lit up. New bond formed. Ezel was now officially his companion, and the bond came with a bonus. Unique bond skill activated. Ezel's vision exploded with notifications. A status screen materialized in front of her. Her first ever. She stared at it like it was written in some alien language. Suho noticed immediately. So the system wasn't just his anymore. Turns out his companions could see it too. He'd never realized. Gray couldn't exactly talk. Seeing Ezel still standing but clearly overwhelmed, Suho decided to test the bond skill. He activated it. Demon Blast. The response was instant. Energy surged between them. Not gentle, not controlled. This was violent synergy, ripping through Suho's body like he'd just chugged a lightning storm. The connection hit hard. And then Ezel collapsed. She hit the ground like her soul got unplugged. Gasping, shaking, completely drained. Whatever strength she had left, the skill ripped it all out. Suho dropped beside her, telling her she'd done more than enough and needed to rest. But his mind was already spinning. If activating Demon Blast alone did this to her, just how strong was it supposed to be? Curiosity won. He stepped up to a nearby wall and threw a clean punch. The wall cracked. That was it. Baru pointed out the obvious. It looked no different than Suho's normal attacks. Suho checked the system. Demon Blast. Charge rate. 0%. No explanation. No instructions. Nothing. He stared at the screen, irritation creeping in. The power was clearly real. He felt it. But it was locked behind something the system wasn't explaining. Before he could spiral, Baru spoke up, asking if he could eat the demon corpses they'd brought back. Suho shook his head. Those were for shadow extraction, not snack time. Baru blinked, surprised. He hadn't realized Suho hadn't tried yet. He nudged him to test it. Suho raised his hand and issued the command that once raised armies. The system rejected it. Extraction failed. Souls too corrupted. Mana tainted beyond use. Baru nodded grimly. Even the original Shadow Monarch had faced this problem. Corrupted demons couldn't be extracted, only bound through contracts, like the Rataru clan. Accepting the L, Suho gave Baru permission to eat. Baru bowed deeply, genuinely grateful, then immediately went to town on the corpses. Suho turned back to Ezel and handed her another potion. She took it with a faint, grateful smile. With nowhere else to go, Suho offered her a place in the Shadow Dungeon. She was clearly about to say something heartfelt, when Baru suddenly screamed, a sound so sharp and violent, it felt like it could wake the dead. Suho whipped around, instincts screaming for a fight. But Baru wasn't moving. The ant stood frozen among the corpses, mandibles clenched, eyes dark. Whatever memories he'd absorbed while feeding weren't just disturbing. They were dangerous. This wasn't leftover trauma or random intel. This was the kind of information that rewrote the rules of the game. Sensing the shift, Suho dropped to the ground. The others gathered instinctively, the air thick with unease. Baru finally spoke, and the truth came crashing down. Stardust wasn't just some demon-exclusive drug. It was universal. The mistburns used to create it weren't born in hell. They came from space. That single sentence hit Ezel like a physical blow. Her eyes snapped wide open as the scale of it sank in. This wasn't a demon problem. This wasn't a realm problem. This was something far worse. Suho didn't move. His mind locked up completely like it had blue-screened under the weight of what he'd just heard. The mists weren't a natural disaster. They weren't an accident. They were manufactured, custom-built nightmare fuel, engineered by beings with god complexes. Baru kept going, connecting every ugly dot. The demons were sourcing humans through the Hyena Guild, infecting them, turning them into walking mist generators. Once they were ready, they were tossed into Stardust production chambers like raw materials. And that wasn't even the worst part. The Reaper Guild handled transportation, distribution, factories, a full supply chain, cleaner and more efficient than most governments. Suho's silence wasn't calm. It was everything snapping into place at once. Invasions, corruption, missing people. None of it was random. It was organized, planned, running flawlessly. Then Baru dropped the next bomb. This entire operation had a designer, a single architect, some human bastard who built the Stardust system from the ground up. And he wasn't acting alone. He was an apostle of Ataram, hiding on Earth like a final boss camouflaged as background noise. Suho felt his stomach drop. Before he could process that, Baru delivered the final hit. The apostle had a right-hand man, Lee Minsung, vice guildmaster of the Reaper Guild, the same guy who'd been playing the victim this whole time. Baru was confident. Follow Minsung, and they'd find the apostle. Outside Reaper Guild HQ, chaos ruled. Reporters screamed questions. The crowd churned, ready to explode. The moment Lee Minsung stepped outside, he flipped the switch. Bodyguards closed in. Tears came on cue. He spoke about grief, regret, the unbearable weight of leadership. And like clockwork, the crowd swallowed it whole. Anger dissolved into sympathy. Suspicion turned into applause. In minutes, Minsung wasn't a suspect. He was a martyr. The moment he turned away, the tears vanished. A smirk slid across his face. He could practically hear the praise rolling in, sympathy points stacking higher than Stardust shipments. Hidden nearby, Suho watched him with eyes colder than steel. His presence was razor-sharp, mind-racing. He asked Baru if Minsung was leaking any of that disgusting outer god energy. Baru scanned him down to the soul. Nothing. Not a trace. That answer made everything worse. Minsung wasn't controlled. He wasn't corrupted. He was doing this by choice. Suho's fists tightened, ready to end it right there, but Baru shut it down fast. No ego, no hesitation. Minsung was out of his league. Charging in now would be suicide. Meanwhile, the target himself had no idea death was breathing down his neck. Minsung slipped into a black luxury car, windows tinted like secrets, riding high on public sympathy. The drive was smooth, quiet, comfortable. He arrived at a 5-star hotel already prepared for him. Food laid out like tribute. Designer furniture. A woman half asleep on his chest. He scrolled through his phone, laughing. Headlines praised him as a misunderstood hero. Financial records spotless. Reputation untouchable. Then the door opened. Another woman entered, sharp, commanding, dangerous. No greetings, no pleasantries. She dismissed everyone else with a glance, leaving the room empty. She wanted Stardust. A lot of it. No begging. No patience. Minsung's eyes narrowed. Calm, irritated, controlled. He told her the supply chain was collapsing. One factory destroyed. Stock running dry. She didn't care. Not even a little. Her tone said fix it or die trying. Minsung hated that, but he nodded, said he'd contact the supplier, and immediately his thoughts turned dark. To the one man who mattered, the ghost behind the operation, the architect, the apostle, the one who'd gone silent. The Empire was slipping. If he didn't find that bastard soon, everything would fall apart. Because the real monster wasn't sitting in a penthouse. He was hiding on Earth, watching, waiting. Elsewhere inside the Shadow Realm, goblins were getting erased from existence. Gray and Essel tore through them like a natural disaster, bodies dropping non-stop. It looked less like a battle and more like a speedrun massacre. Suho moved ahead of them, blade flashing, every strike feeding his growth. He summoned wave after wave like he was ordering food. Baru watched quietly. Even he could tell. Suho wasn't just grinding, he was angry. That conversation still burned in his mind. The mission was clear. Track Lee Minsung, crack him open, and drag the truth about the Ataram Apostle into the light. Baru wasn't here to play therapist. If Lee Minsung refused to talk, Baru was perfectly fine eating the answers out of him, literally. That option was already approved, courtesy of the Shadow Monarch himself. One condition, though. They had to actually beat Minsung first, and that's where everything fell apart. Baru had already snooped around the Hunter Association and delivered the verdict bluntly. They were weak, embarrassingly so. Suho was officially a C rank. Gray barely scraped by as D rank. Essel held on to C rank by a thread. Together, maybe, Suho and Gray could bluff their way into low B-rank territory. But Lee Minsung, he was sitting comfortably at the A-rank table playing in an entirely different league. When Essel casually asked Baru what rank he counted as, the ant straightened up like a peacock in armor. "A general," he declared proudly. Essel didn't miss a beat, more like a cockroach with wings. That was enough. The Baru lost it. He screeched like his entire bloodline had been insulted, flailing midair while ranting about honor and battlefield hierarchy. While the ant had his meltdown, Suho was busy doing something far more productive, checking his quest log. Like a true gamer, he'd blown past the required kill count, but the progress bar didn't care. No bonus, no hidden trigger. That earlier secret reward? One-time deal. Annoyed, Suho cracked open a random loot box and pulled out an ash ring. +5 descents. Decent, useful, but not the miracle he needed. He stared at the ring like it personally owed him power. The truth was obvious. His goblin grind was done. XP gains were drying up fast. Even demon kills barely moved the needle. His weapon had leveled up a miserable 3%. It was insulting. Suho wanted power, now. Instead, every real opportunity was locked behind ranks he didn't have. As an E-rank on paper, the only jobs he qualified for were glorified chores, digging holes, collecting herbs, playing errand boy, and dungeon diving without permission? Straight up illegal. The Hunter Association didn't mess around with that, so Suho was trapped in a loop with no clean exit. Baru, ever helpful, suggested the obvious solution. Get reevaluated. Easy, right? Not a chance. If Suho awakened again, the world would know. Headlines, spotlights, attention. And with an Atarim apostle lurking somewhere on Earth, that kind of exposure was suicide. He wasn't about to become a pawn in some alien god's chessboard, especially when he couldn't even handle Lee Minsung yet. The paranoia was justified. Baru understood. He reassured Suho that the apostle likely wasn't at full strength. If that thing had crossed over faster than Baru himself, then its power was probably heavily nerfed by the transfer. Then Baru launched into a lecture nobody asked for. Cross-universe travel wasn't a walk in the park. It meant forcing your way through cracks in space, tight, unstable passages that drained mana and time like some kind of cosmic chokehold. The walls resisted, snapped shut, squeezed the life out of anything passing through. Even monsters like the Atarim army paid a brutal price. It explained a lot. Even the Shadow Monarch, a being who could probably bench press planets, couldn't just stroll into another universe whenever he felt like it. Putting it all together, Suho saw the pattern. The apostle was strong enough to slip through quickly, but too weak to act openly. That's why they hid, why they used disposable pawns like Brockie and demon squads to stir chaos while they recovered. The real storm was coming, and this quiet phase? It was Suho's only chance to prepare. As Suho mapped out his next move, Baru drifted into memory, back to a conversation with his king. Jinwoo had been blunt. Earth was unstable. If things went sideways, Baru was authorized to make the calls. Then Jinwoo handed him something else, a key. Not symbolic, not ceremonial, a real key, meant to open a path to someone who could genuinely help Suho grow. Baru snapped back to the present, resolve locked in. He'd use it when the timing was right. But before he could start explaining, Suho's brain finally rebooted. A realization hit him so hard he didn't even speak. He pulled out his phone. There was a loophole, a legal one, a system exploit hiding in plain sight. Beautiful world. A VR game with millions of players, peaking at 12 million concurrent users. And the mastermind behind it? Jin Ho. Suho showed up at Ajin Soft HQ and was immediately recognized. No questions, no delays. The CEO had been expecting him. Convenient, suspicious, but he rolled with it. As they walked through the building, Suho noticed something off. Too many awakened hunters for a tech company. The employee explained it casually. Not every awakened wanted to die in dungeons. Some preferred stable jobs, security work, corporate contracts. That explanation didn't fully sit right. Why would a game company need this much muscle? Something was definitely cooking behind the scenes. But Suho kept quiet. They reached the top floor. Jin Ho lit up the second he saw him. Pure warmth, pure excitement, like he hadn't ghosted his nephew for years. He reminisced about Suho's awakening ceremony at the Korean Arts University, tossed out some family guilt, mentioned how Gina wished Suho stayed in touch more. Suho countered with the classic, I've been busy excuse. Jinho smiled, but he saw through it instantly. The kid standing in front of him wasn't the same anymore. Taller, sharper, carrying the weight of someone who'd grown up far too fast. And that was just the beginning. Suho brushed it off as a growth spurt, but the air between them had already changed. They both felt it. That unspoken shift where a kid stops being a kid. Then Suho did something Jinho didn't expect. He pulled out a folder, dropped it on the desk. I have a proposal. Jinho blinked, genuinely caught off guard. But as he opened the file and started reading, surprise melted into something else. Respect. This wasn't reckless ambition. It was structured, calculated, dangerous in the smartest way possible. Suho laid out a clean deal. Ajin Soft would fund dungeon operations, buying gates, hiring strike teams, handling logistics. In exchange, every magic essence Crystal Suho collected would go straight to the company. No loopholes, no illegal dives, pure profit. Then Suho casually added that he could solo D to C-rank dungeons. Jinho stopped reading, slowly looked up and stared. A Officially, Suho was still an E-rank nobody, scraping the bottom of the hunter food chain. Soloing a dungeon at that level wasn't confidence. It was insanity. How? Jinho asked carefully. Do you plan on doing that? Suho didn't blink. He didn't explain either, just said he had a way. That was enough to make Jinho uneasy. As a D-rank awakened himself, Jinho knew how brutal gates were, and Suho's obsession with getting stronger suddenly clicked into place. This wasn't ambition for fame or money. It was desperation. Jinho hesitated, then voiced what he'd been avoiding. That Suho might believe his parents, Sung Jinwoo and Cha Hai-in, had vanished into a gate during the Great Cataclysm. Jinho admitted he'd already sent hunters looking for them. He told Suho to be patient, but Suho wasn't here to wait. He'd known this moment was coming, the point where half-truths wouldn't cut it anymore. From the shadows, Baru's voice crept in, low and amused. Was Suho really about to tell him? Suho didn't answer out loud. But inside, the decision was already made. Jinho was the one person he trusted beyond his parents. Suho straightened, met his uncle's gaze, and said something no normal awakened would ever dare to say. He told him he could level up. Not metaphorically, literally. Jinho froze, like reality had just glitched. Suho didn't stop there. He tore the mask off everything. Aliens from another universe hiding on Earth, apostles pulling strings from the shadows, and a war that could only be won by becoming stronger, faster, relentlessly, dungeon after dungeon. XP stacked like survival currency. Jinho blinked, once, twice. Then, like his brain desperately reached for something familiar, he brought up a side project Agensoft had been developing. A VR game, solo leveling. That caught Suho's attention instantly. Jinho laughed awkwardly, brushing it off. The concept was simple. An E-rank hunter clawing his way past S ranks to become the strongest in the world. A little too on the nose. He joked that maybe Suho had seen the design documents early and was messing with him. But Suho wasn't smiling. That story felt wrong. Too real. Too close. Like looking at his father's shadow. Jinho kept teasing, trying to diffuse the tension. Said if this was a prank, Suho needed better material. That's when Baru stepped forward. The temperature in the room dropped. Baru suggested, casually, that Jinho might not be as clueless as he thought. That maybe some part of him had awakened before, in another life. The smirk vanished from Jinho's face. He turned slowly and saw Baru, towering, insectoid, ancient. Every instinct in his body screamed danger. He looked back at Suho, voice cracking, asking what the hell that thing was. Baru bowed slightly to Suho and offered his aid. Suho stiffened. He hadn't expected Baru to jump in like this. But Baru wasn't here to ease anyone in. He reminded Jinho that in a forgotten timeline, they had fought together, that he had stood beside Jinwoo through wars that shattered worlds. Those memories didn't disappear, Baru said. They buried themselves, carved into the soul. Jinho stood there, mind spiraling, when Baru escalated things even further. He pulled out a key, black, twisted, leaking a suffocating pressure. Before anyone could stop him, Baru slammed it straight into Jinho's chest. Jinho gasped. The world vanished. Silence swallowed him whole. He screamed into the void until footsteps echoed. Someone was walking toward him. It was him, armored, hardened, a veteran of countless battles. Then the memories detonated, meeting Jinwoo, begging him to help form a guild. Being saved again and again, realizing Jinwoo wasn't just a friend, he was family. One memory burned brighter than the rest, sitting in a cafe after a raid, thanking Jinwoo for everything. Jinwoo's reply had been simple. If you see me as a brother, then I'll be one. The void collapsed. Jinho returned to reality with tears in his eyes, chest heaving. Everything had changed. He whispered to himself, wondering if there really was a way, somehow, to see Jinwoo again in this broken world. Suho glanced at Baru flatly. What did you just do to my uncle? Baru answered calmly. He unlocked what was already there. The memories weren't new. They were just buried. Jinho looked at Suho differently now, not like a nephew, like an heir. He finally understood what kind of being Jinwoo truly was, someone who carried entire worlds without bending. Then he asked the question that mattered. Had Suho inherited that same power? Suho nodded, but corrected him. His power wasn't the same, and just as broken, just as dangerous, and still growing. That conversation cracked open something far darker. The world wasn't just in danger. It was standing on the edge of annihilation. Jinho thought back to the Ataram, to the time when Jinwoo had stood alone as humanity's final wall. The more the memories settled, the more terrifying the realization became. Jinwoo hadn't just been strong. He had operated on a level where physics, logic, and common sense quietly stepped aside and let him pass. Suho laid it out plainly. The only way to stop the Ataram invasion was to level up, and fast. Jinho respected that resolve, even if he couldn't resist poking fun at the method. Any other maniac would have rushed straight into a gate swinging. Suho? He'd shown up with a business proposal instead. Probably with charts. Jinho laughed, pointing out how that calm, surgical approach was pure Jinwoo. His father had always lived by his own rules. Like the universe itself had signed a contract acknowledging them. Suho smiled at that. Quiet, proud. Yeah, he was his father's son. Once the weight of everything finally settled, Jinho dropped the protective uncle act. He stood up and made it clear. Suho wasn't a fragile kid anymore. From now on, he'd be treated as an equal. And Jinho was all in. That hit Suho harder than any speech. He rose from his seat, resolve burning brighter than ever. Jinho watched him go, wearing that familiar, distant expression. The same one he'd worn years ago watching Jinwoo walk toward impossible odds like it was routine. He didn't say it out loud, but the vow was made. No matter what, he'd back Suho to the end. The next day, Suho arrived at the gate looking like a problem. A sleek mask hid his face, killing any trace of hesitation. Jinho had already assembled a strike team, but Suho knew the truth. This group wasn't here for strength. They were paperwork with legs, warm bodies to make the run legal. And Jinho had executed it perfectly. One of the hunters eyed Suho nervously, thinking about the absurd paycheck he was getting just to stand there. It felt too good to be real. Suho confirmed it was legit. Another hunter scoffed, asking the obvious question. Was Suho actually planning to go in solo? Was he arrogant or just insane? Before the mockery spiraled, a third hunter stepped forward. Older, honest. He said if Suho needed help, he'd jump in, rusty body or not. Suho nodded, appreciating the sincerity. But he wasn't here to share the load. Without ceremony, he walked towards the gate. If I need backup, he said calmly, I'll ask. He didn't look back, because he already knew this was his fight alone. As he crossed the threshold, his thoughts drifted to his father. Jinwoo had always carried everything himself. Like suffering was part of the job description, teamwork optional, burden mandatory. And now Suho was doing the exact same thing. Even the strike team setup felt like something Jinwoo would have approved without comment. The man wasn't here, but his shadow was everywhere. Suho stepped forward anyway. And with that, the grinding arc officially began. Across the city, Lee Minsung arrived. The car rolled in smooth, too smooth for a man with an ego that large. Out stepped the Grim Reaper Guild's vice guildmaster, wearing a smile polished to perfection. He told his bodyguard to wait and strutted inside like the world owed him applause. It had been 3 months since his last visit, and he made sure everyone remembered it. The security guard spotted him and immediately lost all composure. Full fan mode, praise pouring out like it was rehearsed. Minsung soaked it in, removing his mask with theatrical flair, flashing that signature grin like it was a national treasure. The admiration, the envy, it fed him. He didn't just enjoy it, he needed it. After all, success had been handed to him since birth. Privilege clung to him tighter than his designer cologne. Prince of Asia wasn't a title. It was an expectation, until karma decided to intervene. The day his driver Lim Taegyu awakened as an S rank shattered everything. Taegyu hadn't even rubbed it in. He'd just quit, casually, like he was switching jobs. The Hunter Association wanted to build him a guild, and Min Sung had stood there realizing the man who used to open his car door now towered over him in every way. That moment obliterated Min Sung's worldview, and instead of adapting, he snapped. If the world wouldn't restore the hierarchy, he'd force it back into place, even if it meant shaking hands with something demonic. By the time he reached the elevator, resentment twisted inside him like poison. Rich boy rage simmered under every step. He looked like a villain rehearsing his origin story. Inside the room, awakened guards stood at attention, already uneasy. Min Sung stormed in, barking about respect, until irritation flickered across his face. The real boss wasn't there. Then he noticed the kid. Small, pale, eyes wrong in a way that made his skin crawl. Min Sung squinted, his mind struggling to connect dots buried deep in his memory. And somewhere in his gut, something told him this meeting was a mistake. He stepped closer and poked the child like he was checking whether it was real. This used to be a crying, useless infant. No power, no presence, no threat. Back then, it barely deserved to exist. But now it stood upright, calm and composed, radiating something unsettling. It hadn't just grown up, it had evolved. The child explained it casually like it was talking about the weather. It wasn't aging. It had broken apart across dimensions and reassembled itself piece by piece. The first fragment had been that weak, sobbing baby. This version was different. A fusion of fragments, carrying every memory, but none of the same personality. Same past, new mind, new intent. Once prey, now something closer to a final boss. Min Sung nodded like he understood, but his eyes were vacant. His brain was struggling to keep up, gears grinding like they were stuck in the past. None of it sounded real. The child didn't care whether he understood. It issued a warning instead. Don't speak like they were familiar. Don't pretend there was history. Min Sung didn't flinch. He didn't care what the child was becoming. God, monster, anomaly, it was all irrelevant. What mattered was the deal. Wealth, fame, power. That was the contract, and Min Sung intended to collect. His grin widened as a familiar thought crawled back into his head. Lim Taegyu, the S-rank driver who had ripped away his spotlight and shattered his identity. That humiliation still burned, and the promise of erasing Taegyu was the only thing that made Min Sung feel alive. The child tried to interrupt, asking why Min Sung had come. Min Sung answered without hesitation. It's my house. Delusion dressed as authority. The child shut that down instantly. He was only supposed to show up with a valid reason, so Min Sung dropped the truth. The Stardust operation was collapsing. Factories destroyed, suppliers dead, entire branches wiped out. The Hyena Guild gone. Sol factory erased. Someone was systematically dismantling their infrastructure. They needed help. Now, the child asked the obvious question. Did Min Sung know who was responsible? Rumors had been circulating. A masked hunter, surgical strikes, clean kills, someone hunting their operation like it was a checklist. The child reminded him, "You said your system was flawless." Minsung shrugged. "No time to patch every hole. You just tape it up and move forward." That answer changed everything. The room went cold. The child's presence darkened, its gaze sharpening into something predatory. The air felt wrong, like it was waiting for blood. And that's when Minsung snapped. His artificial arm cracked as he moved. In one smooth motion, he drew the hidden blade and lunged forward, pressing it against the child's throat. In his twisted mind, this was his moment. Proof that he wasn't just a disposable pawn. An A-rank killing a child before it became a threat. Pathetic. The child didn't even blink. It told him flat out. Measuring power by mana alone was primitive thinking, human logic, trash logic. Then its head tilted and everything exploded. Raw mana flooded the room like a natural disaster. The pressure slammed down, crushing the air, warping reality. The guards froze mid-breath. Minsung's blade, still pressed to the child's neck, suddenly felt like a toy. For a split second, Minsung genuinely thought the entire building had been brainwashed. The fear was real. The child calmly explained how their partnership had begun. The previous personality, weak, desperate, had chosen Minsung out of necessity. But now the balance had shifted. Minsung's usefulness was the only reason he was still alive. The guards snapped out of their trance, killing intent flaring instantly. One command away from tearing him apart. That was enough. Minsung backed off, forcing a hollow grin, laughing it off. A joke, a test. He just wanted to see if the kid was really capable of handling an S-rank. The child stared at him, weighing the option of killing him right there. Then it let him live. For now. The crushing mana receded. A guard stepped forward with a sleek briefcase and opened it. Inside were stimulants, concentrated stardust, refined beyond anything on the market. Diluted, it could fuel countless low-rank hunters. This batch? It was strong enough to affect an A-rank like Minsung. The child told him to try it. Minsung took one look and refused. He wasn't injecting unknown cosmic poison into his body. Not when everything about this creature screamed unstoppable. Whatever this thing was becoming, it wouldn't stop once it started. But that wasn't his problem. He took the case, turned to leave, and threw one last warning over his shoulder. Keep your end of the deal. That was all he cared about now. The child didn't respond. It was staring out the window. It could feel it. Another fragment was approaching. The fragment of strength. Once it arrived, there would be no more hiding. And when that happened, the invasion would truly begin. Outside the gate, the hired hunters stood around awkwardly, confused and silent. 5,000,001 to shut up and stand guard. On paper, it sounded like the easiest money they'd ever make. In reality, it reeked of trouble. The good kind of trouble, but still trouble. Half the hunters were already side-eyeing the deal. Nobody paid that much just for silence, unless something illegal, dangerous, or outright insane was happening behind the curtain. One guy leaned in and whispered that this felt like getting bribed with monopoly money to babysit a ticking bomb. Another hunter, the rent's due tomorrow type, shrugged it off. This wasn't their first shady contract, and every time, the money showed up right on schedule. No questions asked. Still, one man in the back wasn't buying it. While everyone else was mentally spending their paycheck, his brain was connecting dots that didn't want to be connected. The guy they were guarding never brought loot teams. No collectors, no crystal haulers. That wasn't normal. That wasn't sane. So what the hell was he doing inside? Inside the gate, the answer was pure madness. Mana crystals were being mined at full throttle, like there was a deadline and death penalties. Goblins swarmed the cavern with pickaxes, moving so fast they looked caffeinated beyond salvation. Baru stood at the center of it all, screaming orders like a drill sergeant possessed by caffeine and murder. Faster! Do you want the Shadow King to be disappointed? Essel stood nearby, arms crossed. She tracked every movement, every swing, every second wasted. Efficiency wasn't optional. They were stripping this gate down to its bones. Gray stayed close to her side, ears twitching, muscles tense. Essel's gaze kept drifting deeper into the dungeon, toward where Suho had gone alone. Because of course he did. Deep inside, Suho was already throwing hands with the boss. A massive spider monster towered over him, claws sharp enough to turn hunters into red paste. It screamed and lunged and missed. Suho dodged cleanly, pulled his dagger, and unleashed Storm Slash, pouring everything into the strike. Then the system chimed in. Resistance detected. The spider shrugged it off. The paralysis? Useless. Suho clicked his tongue. Fine. He hurled the dagger straight at its face. Direct hit. The spider didn't even blink. Suho cracked his knuckles. All right, he muttered, charging in. We're doing this the hard way. No skills, no weapons, just fists. His punch smashed into the spider's jaw, and this time it worked. The beast reeled, stunned like it had just discovered violence was mutual. Apparently it had never been punched by fate itself. Suho retrieved his dagger and went feral. Left, right, up, down. Every slash faster, sharper, stronger. By the end, the spider collapsed in pieces. C rank boss? Solo. Suho stood there breathing lightly, barely hiding his grin. His thoughts already jumped ahead. B rank gates, bigger prey, stronger fights, and then the idea hit him. Mid-swing. What if Ruler's authority wasn't just for throwing things? He clenched his fist, focused. Mana roared. The invisible force detonated outward, and the spider's corpse was launched across the cavern like like it had been hit by a divine freight train, smashing into stone, hard enough to carve a crater. Level up? Again, the system congratulated him while his mana bar screamed in agony. That punch drained him hard. Using Ruler's authority like a blunt weapon was expensive, not spammable, but the potential? Terrifying. On his way back, Suho's mind raced with combo ideas. If this was just the beginning, his future enemies were going to need therapy. Essel spotted him first. Her expression flipped instantly, from worried guardian to impressed spectator. Gray barked and wagged his tail like Suho had returned with premium meat. "The boss?" Essel asked. "Dead," Suho replied. Like he'd taken out the trash. Baru appeared immediately, praising him like a proud fanatic, and reminding everyone who the real MVP was. With the gate secured and crystals collected, Suho opened his system window. Autocell activated. Easy money. No hauling, no paperwork. Compared to regular hunters, this system was straight up cheating. Then Baru dropped it casually. Suho was already brushing against B rank. Suho didn't even blink. He'd leveled up 8 times in one fight. At this point, nothing surprised him. Baru pointed out something else, something weirder. The stronger Suho became, the faster everyone else improved. Essel confirmed it. Her recovery speed had skyrocketed. Gray barked loudly in agreement. Then Suho noticed it. That wasn't supposed to happen. They weren't players. They weren't chosen. They weren't Jinwoo's bloodline. Reality was bugging out. Suho muttered theories like a mad scientist. Maybe even without stat allocation, constant combat still strengthened them naturally. If that was true, his entire squad was scaling with him. The system, as usual, offered power, but zero explanations. So Suho did what he always did. He smiled. "Guess we test it," he said. "By killing more monsters and farming more XP." Essel asked how, like she was expecting some elaborate strategy, a multi-step plan, maybe a miracle. Suho blinked at her. "We raid more." That was it. No speech, no theory, just facts. Essel stared at him like she'd just been scammed. They'd been doing that. What did he mean, raid more? But Suho was already moving. They entered the Shadow Dungeon again, this time with Suho shifting his focus to daily quests. No shortcuts, no rushing, just clean, consistent grinding. Then he stopped, dead still, his gaze locked onto something that should not exist. A gate inside the Shadow Dungeon. It bled menace. Heat rolled off it in waves, heavy and suffocating, like the air itself was screaming for distance. The mana coming off it felt wrong, corrupted, violent, cursed. Essel felt it instantly and panicked. This isn't possible," she said. "A gate can't form here." Even Gray growled, backing away. The heat alone could have roasted flesh from 10 steps out. Suho turned to Baru for answers. For once, there were none. Baru was silent. That silence hit harder than any boss ever had. Then the system appeared, red, urgent. A dimensional crack had formed. The source must be destroyed. Anyone else would have panicked. Suho smiled. Not relief, not confidence, excitement. To him, this wasn't a disaster. It was a gift. He immediately pulled out fire-resistant robes and tossed them to Essel and Gray. No hesitation, no fear, just preparation. "Let's go," he said. Destiny had dropped a surprise dungeon in his lap, and Suho was about to break it open. The desert greeted them like an enemy. Sand whipped through the air, the wind howling like it had teeth. The sun burned down mercilessly, turning the land into a furnace. And standing at the center of it all, a pyramid, colossal, ancient, ominous. It looked less like a structure and more like a warning. That was where the dungeon lay, waiting. Elsewhere, a B-rank hunter named Ryo Singh from the Asura Guild was seconds away from snapping. Sweat dripped down his face as he gripped his sword, fury barely contained. His team had found the dungeon first, and now someone else wanted it. Then came Randolph, an A-rank hunter from the Scavenger Guild, walking in like the desert belonged to him. He issued a single warning, cold, sharp, final. "Talk back again. Lose a hand." Ryo bristled, his team tensed. Everyone there knew how this would end, poorly. Then, a presence cut through the standoff. A hand raised, silence fell. Every head turned. Suho stood there. Dust clung to him, heat rolling over his shoulders, looking like someone who had walked into the wrong world entirely. For a split second, he just stared at the desert, at the pyramid, at the armed hunters glaring at him, like he'd woken up mid-apocalypse. That confusion made sense if you rewound the clock 30 minutes. Earlier, Suho and his team had noticed something off. The dungeon gate was leaking sand. That alone was enough to raise alarms. They entered and found themselves in a desert dungeon. But Baru sensed something worse. The pyramid nearby was radiating mana. Dense, hostile. Then it got stranger. Cars, fences, machines, human world structures scattered across the sand like reality had glitched. Suho's mind nearly short-circuited. This wasn't how dungeons worked. Essel muttered a theory about timelines overlapping. Even Baru shut that down. Too absurd, even for this. Suho pushed the confusion aside and went to check the original gate. He stepped through and came back pale, tense. The gate was gone, closed and vanished, which meant one thing. The dungeon boss had already been killed, and Suho hadn't touched it. Now, back under the blazing sun, Suho locked eyes with the hunters ahead. Humans, finally. Judging by their gear, vehicles, and language, he'd crossed borders, maybe even worlds, and somehow he understood them. Good thing he paid attention in class. Ryo saw him and immediately labeled him a threat. Another vulture, another rival. Randolph, meanwhile, was already irritated. More hunters meant more complications, and Randolph hated complications. His thoughts flickered back to Thomas Andre. A prophecy. A being born from death, tombs, pyramids, corpses rising. Then this dungeon appeared. Thomas had given one order: claim it, crush anyone who interfered. Randolph stepped forward, eyes cold, mana coiling beneath his skin. One wrong word, and blood would spill. Suho didn't flinch. Everything clicked. If this pyramid was tied to the dimensional crack, then there was no debate. He'd raid it, destroy the source, and move on. Just another dungeon, just another grind. Suho turned to Randolph, locked eyes with him, and asked a single calm question: what happens if I don't move? Randolph didn't hesitate. No warning, no fake diplomacy, just raw, unfiltered psycho energy. Then you die. That was the entire negotiation. His sword ignited in a blaze of heat and rage, and Randolph launched himself forward like a man sprinting toward his own villain monologue. The onlookers completely short-circuited. No one moved. No one breathed. It was like their brains were buffering. The flaming blade came down and detonated against the ground, sand and heat erupting outward, as if the desert itself was being rewritten in high definition. But Suho wasn't there anymore. He blocked the strike clean. No stumble, no panic, just steel control. Suho stared straight at Randolph and reminded everyone, without saying a word, who escalated this first. Then he drove a punch into Randolph's chest, so hard the impact echoed through the ruins. The hit carried enough force to cave in mountains, but Suho held back. He didn't go for the kill. Randolph's armor absorbed just enough to keep him alive. Randolph answered by slamming Suho into a wall, like he was trying to remodel the terrain with Suho's spine. Dust settled. That's when Randolph dropped all pretense. He barked orders, voice sharp and venomous, commanding his guild to wipe out both the Asura team and Suho. Essel and Gray leapt in immediately, fury written all over them. Rio roared like a man who'd been waiting his entire life for legal permission to throw hands. Suho dragged himself out of the rubble, cracked his neck once, and decided the warm-up phase was officially over. Baru rushed toward him, but Suho waved him off. He was still standing. Scanning the battlefield, Suho understood the truth instantly. There was no path around this anymore. If he wanted that quest cleared, this guild had to become loot. He launched forward. A scavenger's blade missed him by inches, and Suho answered with a brutal kick to the jaw. Clean hit, bone-breaking power. The kind that should have ended the fight right there. But the guy didn't fall. He smiled, started talking, started preaching about how strength ruled the world, how mercy was for losers, how Suho was just another idiot pretending to be better than reality. Suho hesitated. He had a new technique, one that fused his combat mastery with ruler's authority, but he wasn't sure how far it would go. One miscalculation and this guy would die. That wasn't the plan. Then someone else made the decision for him. A blur tore through the battlefield. Steel flashed once. The scavenger's throat opened cleanly, and his body collapsed before Suho could even register what happened. Rio stood there, sword still dripping, eyes locked on Suho like he just read his thoughts. Then he asked the question that mattered. Are you afraid to kill? Because out here it wasn't just monsters hunting you. It was hunters. People who smiled while stabbing. People who already decided that morality was optional. That hit harder than Randolph's punch. Suho stood still, letting those words echo while reality finally caught up. Until now, he'd always held back. Won fights without crossing that line. Overpowered enemies without ending them. But that luxury was gone. This world didn't reward hesitation. It punished it. Kill or die, protect or fall. Pause for mercy and end up in a body bag. If Suho wanted to stand against monsters like Lee Minsung, he couldn't keep clinging to a pre-cataclysm mindset. Rio introduced himself properly after that. Rio Singh, Asura Guild, chaos enthusiast. The moment barely had time to settle before a scavenger tried a cheap backstab. Suho reacted on instinct. His fist shot out like a missile and shattered the guy's face mid-ambush. The scavenger dropped, screaming, learning karma the hard way. From a distance, Randolph watched closely. That single hit nearly folded a B ranker. For the first time, he stopped smirking. This Asian interference wasn't noise. It was a problem. Suho introduced himself without theatrics, suggested they team up, and Rio was immediately in. The battlefield detonated into chaos. Steel clashed. Screams echoed. Scavenger hunters started losing their damn minds. They had numbers. They had ego. Suho had a cheat code. He reached into his inventory and pulled out the shadow dungeon key. Then he spoke the word that made the desert flinch. Arise! Darkness split the ground open as shadow soldiers clawed their way into existence. The most terrifying among them was the recently slain giant Arcane, now resurrected and stomping forward like a pissed-off horror movie boss. Rio just stared. Suho wasn't just strong, he was a one-man raid with summons on demand. The giant Arcane charged Randolph like a freight train. Randolph grinned. One swing of his axe erased it from existence. Shadow and all. Gone. Just like that. Now Randolph was smiling for real. Suho cracked his knuckles, eyes locked onto him, and called his name with murder in his voice. Even the calmest observers couldn't deny it. Shadow soldiers were weaker, sure, but wiping out something that massive in one strike, that was a serious problem. Suho knew it too. He called Gray for a bond skill, the giant wolf growling like it was ready to commit war crimes. But before they could sync, Essel slid in, determined to join the combo. She'd figured out a better charge method while exploring the dungeon and was dead serious about backing Suho up. He hesitated. Mid-battle wasn't the time to experiment. The rejection hit Essel hard. Before anyone could process the tension, the ground began to shake. From the pyramids, an army of decayed mummies poured out in every direction, sealing off exits and turning the battlefield into a death maze. The real fight had just begun. The noise from earlier didn't just echo through the pyramid. It woke everything. The moment the seals reacted, the entire dungeon exploded into motion. Undead poured out from every corridor like a dam had burst. Hunters were swallowed by mummies, dragged down under rotting hands, screams cutting through the chaos as formations shattered. That's when it hit Randolph, the prophecy. A being born from death, chains broken, corpses rising. The words his guildmaster had rambled about suddenly made horrifying sense. And in that instant, Randolph made a decision. Forget controlling the dungeon. The real prize was the necromancer. While the other guilds were busy getting buried under undead bodies, Randolph barked orders and pushed forward. The scavenger guild broke away from the chaos, carving a ruthless path straight toward the boss chamber. They didn't stop. They didn't hesitate. Anyone in the way was trampled. Rio noticed immediately. He shouted for his team to intercept, but it was already too late. The mummies became a wall of flesh and bone, perfectly blocking pursuit. Every step forward turned into a desperate fight just to survive. The scavenger guild vanished deeper into the pyramid. Rio was left grinding his teeth, helpless. Suho saw it all in seconds. If Randolph reached the boss first, everything was over. Gray, the bond activated. In an instant, Gray fused with him, shadows rippling as Suho's presence changed. His movements sharpened, his speed spiked, and the dungeon itself seemed to recoil. What followed wasn't a fight, it was slaughter. Mummies were cut down in waves, cleaved apart before they could even raise their weapons. Suho tore through the undead like a living executioner, his blades precise, brutal, relentless. Rio could only stare. This wasn't human movement. This wasn't even a hunter anymore. It was a weapon. Finish this fast, Suho ordered without looking back. We're chasing Randolph. Behind him, Essel stood frozen, then immediately looked betrayed. Of course he chose the dog. That sting hurt more than any wound. Deep inside the pyramid, Randolph kept pushing forward, unease creeping into his thoughts. Suho's presence lingered at the back of his mind like an approaching storm. How dangerous is that kid? Part of him almost wanted the answer. They reached it soon after. A door, massive, ancient, covered in glowing carvings that pulsed like a heartbeat. The kind of door that existed to keep something sealed. They forced it open. Dust exploded outward, and the room beyond crushed every trace of confidence they had. Chained at the center was a magic beast, so massive it looked carved from the mountain itself. Even restrained, its mana pressed down like gravity. No one spoke, no one moved. Then the beast twitched. It growled, low, ancient, hateful. The sound alone made blood run cold. The chains strained, cracked. That should have been the moment they ran. Instead, the beast tore free. With a roar it stood, ripped a chunk of broken chain from the ground, and hurled it like a missile. Randolph barely blocked it. Everyone else was sent flying. Bodies smashed into walls. Bones shattered. Silence followed. The monster stepped forward, eyes locked on Randolph. The rest of the guild lay unmoving. Randolph activated Giant's armor, mana blazing as he charged, axe coming down with everything he had. The impact thundered through the chamber. The beast didn't flinch. Then the fist came. Randolph was launched like a discarded toy, slammed into stone hard enough to crater the wall. Pain drowned everything as his vision dimmed. The beast muttered calmly. Something living had already broken beneath its power. This fight? Just entertainment. Its attention shifted. There were more toys nearby. Unaware of the nightmare ahead, Suho kept moving deeper into the pyramid. The dungeon fought back. Mummies poured in endlessly. He cut them down, again and again, but they never stopped. Frustration crept in. He raised his hand. Arise. The system responded instantly. Summon failed. Ancient souls unavailable. Suho clicked his tongue. Figures. Even corpses had rules. Baru hovered close as the ground began to tremble. Cracks split open. Then the earth burst. Giant centipedes erupted from below. Armored, massive, and furious. Panic spread instantly. Hunters stumbled back. Formations collapsing. Essel didn't hesitate. She leapt onto one, drove her spear down. It barely scratched the shell. The centipede shook her off like nothing. Rio shouted for retreat. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was the beginning of a massacre. Suho's mind stalled at the worst possible moment. The quest was clear. Fix the dimensional crack. But the scavenger guild was already sprinting toward the boss like starving wolves, chasing the last piece of meat. If they killed it first, the mission failed. The pyramid answered with terror. A heavy stomp echoed through the dungeon, each step shaking dust from the ceiling. Rio's expression collapsed into pure fear. He knew that sound. Whatever was coming wasn't just strong, it was wrong. From the direction the scavenger guild disappeared, something massive emerged. Chains dragged behind it. Shackles snapped like paper. Suho felt it before he saw it. His instincts screamed, drowning out every thought. This wasn't a monster you fought. This was something you survived, if you were lucky. Its name burned red in the air like a death sentence. Prisoner of the Tomb. Amut. When Amut roared, the dungeon itself recoiled. Even the undead reacted. Mummies froze, turned, and fled without hesitation. When creatures that were already dead decided to run, That told everyone everything they needed to know. The hunters stood frozen, all except Essel. For reasons no one could understand, she stepped forward and planted herself directly in Amit's path. Suho's blood ran cold. He shouted her name, but his voice vanished beneath Amit's crushing presence. The beast's gaze locked onto her, ancient, heavy, and utterly disinterested in mercy. Calm, impossibly calm, Essel spoke. Her demonic bloodline translated what no human language could. Amit laughed. He spoke of endless years locked in darkness. Corpses, dust, insects. No war, no challenge, no meaning. This was the first conversation he'd had in ages. Then a surviving centipede lunged for Essel. For half a second, she wondered if Amit might actually be reasonable. She was wrong. One strike. The centipede didn't explode. It ceased to exist. No corpse, no remains, just erased. Essel froze. Amit stated casually that anything stupid enough to disobey him didn't deserve to live. Then he moved. The dungeon turned into a slaughterhouse. Limbs flew. Stone cracked. Monster blood coated the ground as Amit rampaged through everything in his way. When he finally stopped, silence swallowed the ruins. The hunter stared, shaken to the core. This dungeon, once labeled a manageable C or B rank, had mutated into an S-class nightmare. Amit scanned the field, searching for his next victim. His eyes landed on Ryo, and he charged. Ryo raised his sword on instinct, fully aware it wouldn't matter. That's when Suho stepped in. He appeared between them and punched Amit in the jaw. No technique, no skill, just defiance. The blow barely did damage, but it stopped Amit. The beast turned slowly, surprised, intrigued. Then curiosity died. Amit kicked. Suho flew like a discarded doll, smashing into the wall hard enough to fracture stone. He collapsed in a broken heap, pain flooding every nerve. Essel snapped. Seeing Suho crushed ignited something feral inside her. She screamed, rage and fear tearing out of her chest as she faced a monster that could end her instantly. Amit acknowledged Suho as her companion and offered an apology, not from remorse, from calculation. She was a demon. That made her useful. Then Amit asked questions about the Monarch War. Who won? Was it over? Did the Shadow Monarch survive? Essel froze. How did this thing know about that war? Her silence ran out Amit's patience. His presence deepened, pressure crashing down like an executioner's blade. If she couldn't answer, she wasn't worth keeping. Just as he prepared to end her, Suho moved. Broken, bleeding, barely standing, he activated status recovery. Light wrapped around his body as shattered bones reset. Pain screamed, but he forced himself upright, and he spoke. The Shadow Monarch won. That stopped Amit cold. Suho continued, choosing every word like a loaded weapon. The Shadow Monarch had destroyed the others. Every last one. Amit demanded confirmation, his voice shaking the ruins, being sealed while the war ended without him carved into his pride. Then he stepped closer, and asked one final name. Tarnak, Monarch of the Iron Body. Suho felt the shift immediately. This wasn't curiosity anymore. Amit wasn't just remembering the war. He was personally invested. If Tarnak really mattered to him, and Suho had just confirmed the Iron Body Monarch got erased in the war, then this was about to spiral. Amit didn't wait for anything else. He slammed his fist into the ground. The impact detonated through the dungeon, shockwaves ripping across the stone floor. Suho barely survived it. No technique, no plan. Pure instinct yanked him out of the way as the ground where he'd been standing caved in. He skidded back, boots scraping stone. Eyes locked on Amit. What do you even want? Suho snapped. That was a mistake. Amit lost it. His roar thundered through the pyramid, raw rage pouring out like centuries of pressure, finally cracking. He wasn't interested in talking anymore. The beast hissed accusations, calling Suho a liar, a staller, a coward dancing around the truth. And the worst part? He wasn't wrong. Every second Suho hesitated, Amit grew more violent. This wasn't a creature you negotiated with. It was a disaster wearing chains. When Amit demanded the final answer about Tarnak, his patience was already gone. Suho answered. One word, and just like that, everything flipped. Amit froze. Then he laughed. Not a roar, not a scream, a low, almost satisfied chuckle. He straightened, smirking like a philosopher who'd just heard a punchline written specifically for him. He thanked the Shadow Monarch for killing Tarnak. Suho just stood there, brain buffering. The emotional whiplash hit harder than the shockwave. Trying to understand it, Suho asked the question he absolutely should not have asked, whether Amit had been close to the Iron Body Monarch. That shattered whatever restraint was left. Amit exploded. He charged, fists drawn back, murder locked in. Suho braced for impact, already accepting the possibility of losing teeth. Or his life. Then the dungeon itself intervened. Ancient chains snapped out of the darkness, wrapping around Amit mid-attack like divine restraints with attitude. They yanked him back hard, slamming him into the shadows like an enraged beast on a leash. Amit screamed curses, raging against Tarnak and the spellcasters who'd bound him. The chains didn't care. They dragged him away, sealing him back into the dark, like the world itself had grounded him. Silence followed. Suho stood there, blinking, chest tight, trying to remember how breathing worked. He'd just survived because a set of cursed chains decided today wasn't his day. Essel sprinted over, panic all over her face. You okay? Suho nodded, barely. He pulled himself together fast. Amit was exposed now, which meant every move going forward had to be perfect. No mistakes, no wasted time. That's when the system chimed in. Quest updated. Now it wanted him to return to the dungeon and save the heir of the iron body. Confusion spread instantly when Suho explained what he'd learned. Essel stared at him like he'd just volunteered them for a collective funeral. Suho looked wrecked, clearly holding it together by force of will alone, but he moved anyway, because that's who he was. They pushed deeper into the pyramid until they reached him again. Amit, still chained, still furious. The moment he saw Suho, he went sarcastic, mocking him for having either courage or brain damage to come back. Suho didn't rise to it. He said he just wanted to talk. That confused Amit. To him, talking usually meant screaming or killing. And yet, something felt off. Behind the rage, Suho caught glimpses of honesty, pain that hadn't faded with time. Curious and reckless, Suho asked why Amit hated the Iron Body Monarch so deeply. Amit answered, he used to be human. Tarnak and a spellcaster turned him into a weapon, a monster built for war. Then when they were done, they sealed him inside a tomb and walked away. The chains weren't just magic. They were betrayal made physical. Amit had been trapped ever since, body and soul, left behind by the very people who created him. Suho studied the chains anchoring him. If brute force could break them, Amit would have done it centuries ago. That meant the seal was smarter than strength. The system wanted Amit freed, but freedom wasn't going to come from snapping shackles. Suho's eyes drifted to the stakes locking the chains in place. Those weren't decorations. He started asking sharper questions. Were the monsters already here when Amit was sealed? Yes. Was Amit the dungeon boss? Number. He'd never left that room. That didn't add up. If Amit wasn't in control, why go to such lengths to bind him? The answer was obvious. Someone didn't want him reaching something. With a risky plan forming, Suho made an offer. If he broke the spell, would Amit owe him a favor? The beast laughed, mocking him, saying Suho didn't even know who the spellcaster was, let alone how to undo the curse. But Suho didn't back down. He laid it out. The chains weren't meant to imprison Amit forever. They were meant to keep him away from the true dungeon master. So if Suho killed the real boss, if the dungeon collapsed, then the stakes anchoring the chains might lose their power, and the seal would finally break. Suho's logic was insane, reckless, the kind of plan someone cooked up on 2 hours of sleep and pure audacity. And yet, it made way too much sense. Amit didn't know whether to laugh or actually respect the kid. For the first time since waking up, the ancient beast looked genuinely impressed. The plan was suicidal, but it was also the only real shot at freedom he'd heard in centuries. Then everything went sideways. Beru finally snapped. Watching Suho casually negotiate with what he proudly labeled a reptilian meathead was too much for the ant. He started whining on the spot, accusing Suho of choosing a lizard over his loyal ant. Amit, still chained and radiating murder, glanced at Beru and scoffed. Buzz off, fruit fly. That did it. Beru's pride detonated. He pulled out the original I Raised Him card and started flexing lineage like it was a bloodline war, insults flying from both sides. Amit ignored him. His eyes stayed on Suho. That's when it clicked. This kid wasn't just some overconfident hunter. He was the Shadow Monarch's heir. Something shifted in Amit's expression. The rage didn't disappear, but it dulled, replaced by curiosity. He admitted the truth plainly. This was as far as he could go. The chains wouldn't let him take a single step beyond that room. From here on out, everything depended on Suho. If Suho failed to kill the dungeon boss, nothing changed. If he succeeded, the chains might break. No guarantees. So Suho did what Suho always did. He jumped in head first. He opened a portal to the shadow dungeon right there, testing the chains. The moment Amut even thought about stepping through, the shackles tightened violently, yanking him back like the tomb itself had abandonment issues. Suho nodded. Expected. Annoyed but focused, he laid it out clean. Step 1. Suho and Ezel kill the dungeon boss and collapse the tomb. Step 2. The second the chains break, everyone runs like hell. Suho, Beru, and Amit dive through the portal before the pyramid turns into a coffin. Suho had a plan B. Amit didn't care what it was. Anything was better than eternity in chains. They pushed deeper into the tomb and immediately ran into a wall of monsters. Massive, ancient things that thought they were gatekeepers. Suho wasn't in the mood. He launched forward. One monster caught a full-force uppercut and dropped instantly. Another followed, then another. The hallway turned into a blur of shattered bodies and flying stone as Suho tore through them like a storm. Then they reached it, the throne room. Warden Sheikah sat at its center, draped in swirling sand, seated on a massive throne like a god made of desert. The air bent around him, sand forming an armored vortex that screamed danger. Sheikah didn't speak. He attacked. A massive sand projectile detonated mid-air, summoning a reptilian monstrosity that looked like it ate dragons for breakfast. Suho charged anyway. Daggers flashed. One clean strike. The beast split apart and collapsed, but immediately waves of blistering heat blasted outward. forcing Suho back. Sheikah's sand armor was still intact, glowing red with overwhelming power. A rank minimum. Suho didn't have time and didn't have mana, didn't have options. Then Ezel moved. She leapt forward, spear blazing, her attack cutting through the air like a comet. Sheikah deflected it effortlessly, but that single moment was all Suho needed. Now, Suho shouted. Ezel didn't hesitate. Their bond skill activated. Magic exploded outward as their energies merged in a blinding flash. Every hour Ezel had spent grinding, every soul she'd farmed in the Shadow Dungeon, paid off in that instant. Suho's presence changed. Power surged. He launched himself at Sheikah like a living weapon. The clash was catastrophic. Suho activated Demon Blast, fusing it with the flames of the descendant of White Flames. The attack didn't just hit, it erased. Sheikah's sand armor disintegrated, his body torn apart as the dungeon itself began to collapse. The warden was gone. Victory. From afar, Baru watched and understood immediately. The power binding Amit was weakening. The chains trembled. Amit felt it. For the first time in centuries, they loosened. He pulled, hard. Baru shouted for him to move, to get to Suho, to run. Hope, something dangerous, crept into Amit's chest. His mind flashed back to the nightmare that made him this way. Tarnak, the spellcaster. Endless torture. Regeneration used not to heal, but to prolong suffering. It got so bad he clawed his own eyes out, just to escape the sight of it. And yet, there had always been that one memory. A peaceful world. Blue skies. Freedom. He was so close. Then the past struck back. The cursed stakes flew toward him, symbols of betrayal screaming through the air, ready to pin him down again. Panic twisted Amit's face as realization hit. They would never let him go. His roar ripped through the collapsing dungeon, raw fury, betrayal, and hatred shaking the tomb to its core. And the final struggle began. Those chains weren't just metal. They were centuries of torture, guilt, and rage, etched straight into Amit's soul. They lunged again, ready to pin him down forever. And that's when Suho came flying in like divine intervention, with zero regard for self-preservation. Out of nowhere, the madman drop-kicked one of the stakes mid-air. The impact sent it spinning violently across the chamber. It didn't shatter, but it sure as hell missed its mark. The remaining stakes adjusted instantly, rotating with murderous precision. Sharp edges gleamed as they locked onto Suho and Amit together. They weren't retreating, they were pissed. Suho planted his feet anyway. No weapon, no backup. Just pure, stubborn defiance. His eyes burned with that unmistakable protagonist insanity, the kind that refuses to lose even when the odds are laughing in your face. If the chains wouldn't let Amit go, then Suho would beat the hell out of the stakes themselves. And that's exactly what he did. He launched forward, snapping kicks into the flying stakes one after another, redirecting them with brutal precision. Each impact sent them crashing toward the Shadow Dungeon portal. The chains coiled around Amit like cursed vines, dragged along behind them as Suho forced everything, metal, magic, fate, into the swirling void. But his body was breaking. Every movement was a gamble. Bones cracked, muscles screamed. Amit watched in stunned silence. This wasn't strategy. This wasn't logic. This was sheer irrational willpower. Why was this bloodied, barely standing Heir doing all this for him? Then it happened. One stake slipped through. It drove straight into Amit's back. The pain was vicious, but instead of breaking him, it ignited something primal. In that instant, Amit understood. This was why the Monarchs lost. Not because they were weak, not because they lacked power. They lost because they didn't have this. The kind of will that keeps moving even when your body is already finished. Bleeding, barely upright, Amit turned to Suho. No words needed. They were in this together, even if it killed them both. Elsewhere, Ezel slowly came to. Pain hit first, then exhaustion, then memory. Baru was already there, hovering nearby like an overprotective bug ant who'd seen way too much trauma for one dungeon run. When Ezel tried to move, he motioned for her to stay calm. Suho and Amit were alive. Barely, but alive. Ezel turned her head and saw Suho unconscious nearby. Bruised, scarred, breathing steadily. She didn't smile and didn't celebrate, but the tension melted from her face. That idiot had actually done it. And apparently he'd also recruited Amit, the Iron Body Heir, while he was at it. Because of course he did. As if to seal the deal, the system chimed in with a level up, like a proud parent handing out gold stars after near-death experiences. Far away, in a much calmer setting, Wu Jinchul sat in his office. The world had finally stabilized after Jinwu's disappearance, but peace never stayed fashionable for long. Gates were opening again. Hunters were moving. The board was resetting. Thankfully, Jinwu's leftover memories gave Jinchul a cheat code for running the Hunter Association. That data dump alone had saved the world after the Great Cataclysm nearly turned everything into an apocalypse speedrun. But now something new was stirring. Stardust. Too useful, too clean, too suspicious. Following the trail led Jinchul straight to Lee Minsung, vice leader of the Grim Reaper Guild. With Lim Tae-gyu out of the country, Minsung was clearly freelancing his own agenda, and Jin Chol didn't like it one bit. Then his phone rang, a real call. That alone set off alarms. When he heard Jin Ho's voice, his expression hardened. Jin Ho never called unless things were actively on fire. His nephew had awakened as a hunter and was trapped inside a gate. Jin Chol almost brushed it off. Then Jin Ho said the name, Sung Suho. Back in Egypt, a convoy crawled across the desert, packed with exhausted hunters who looked like they'd survived a nightmare they couldn't explain. Inside one truck, Ryo Singh and his squad were slumped over, unconscious, running purely on fumes. Suho, the only one still semi-functional, nudged Ryo awake. No response. Another nudge. Ryo finally blinked, eyes unfocused, like he forgot what year it was. Suho casually told him the dungeon was cleared and asked for his phone. That's when reality hit Ryo. They survived. At the airport, with the desert behind them, Ryo finally found enough energy to act human again. He thanked Suho properly, for the save, for the chaos, for everything. They were heading separate ways, but he wanted to stay in touch. Suho thanked him back, for the plane hookup, and for helping him reach his uncle. While waiting for his flight, Suho replayed the call with Jin Ho in his head. The man had gone full panic mode, hearing Suho flew to Egypt for a gate, probably imagining 10 different funerals. Suho reassured him, mostly. But calm never lasts. Ryo brought up the weirdest part of the mission. An S-rank level demon retreating at the last second and letting the dungeon collapse? That wasn't luck. That was wrong. Suho brushed it off aloud. Inside, he remembered everything. Standing face to face with Amit in the shadow dungeon. The chains, the promise. The chains couldn't be undone. Which meant Amit wasn't going anywhere. But when Suho questioned whether the deal still stood, Amit didn't hesitate, not even for a second. Amit told Suho to relax. The deal was still valid. The circumstances had changed, sure, but not the promise. The dungeon gave him more freedom than that old coffin of a crypt ever did. He could move, stretch, breathe. For now, that was enough. But Suho noticed it immediately. Amit wasn't just an ancient prisoner anymore. His presence felt heavier, sharper, alive. The aura around him wasn't stagnant hatred anymore. It was motion, intent. And just to keep things uncomfortably on brand, Amit reached down and casually pinched Suho between his fingers, lifting him off the ground like a snack. Ezel screamed from below like she'd just watched her friend get kidnapped by a horror movie villain, which honestly wasn't far off. Amit scaled the building with Suho dangling in his grip like carry-on luggage. When he reached the top, he stopped, stretched his arms wide, let the wind wash over him. After centuries chained in shadow hell, feeling the breeze again probably hit harder than any drug. Then he looked at Suho, dead serious, and reminded him he still intended to follow the young monarch. Suho just smiled. Because of course he did. Why wouldn't he casually have a chained demon warlord as a future ally? Back in the real world, Suho stood at the airport, physically present but mentally still in the shadow dungeon. A new gate had opened there, an urgent quest had dropped, and looking back now, it was obvious. The mission had always been about Amit, the chaos, the retreating monster, the warped dungeon. It all lined up too cleanly to be coincidence. Before leaving, Suho exchanged goodbyes with Ryo. The guy watched him walk away. Right then and there, he decided to report everything to his guild. If they didn't scout Suho now, someone smarter and scarier would. From the shadows, Beru popped up with his usual dramatic timing. Suho groaned. No gate back to Korea meant flying like a normal person. Disgusting, but unavoidable. On the plane, Suho finally had time to breathe and think. When he asked Beru to estimate his current rank, the ant didn't hesitate. A rank, at least. That hit Suho harder than any monster punch. A rank meant he was close. Close enough. Close enough to finally clap back at the people who started this mess. Lee Minsung and that Iterem apostle lurking behind the scenes. Their turn was coming. Meanwhile, in Incheon, the Chivalry Guild was celebrating like they'd won the lottery. What used to be a struggling C-rank guild now held rights to a B-rank gate. Their influence exploded overnight, and the office buzzed with excitement. Everyone knew why. Stardust. That shady little mana booster had turned them into a real force. No one knew where it came from, but nobody cared, as long as it worked. Someone bragged that Stardust was cheaper now, flooding the black market. People cheered whoever created it. Everyone, except Kim Sung-soo. The B-rank hunter sat quietly, side-eyeing the entire situation. Something about Stardust felt wrong. He couldn't explain it, but his instincts were screaming. Then the Hunter Association dropped a bomb. They were considering banning Stardust. The room froze. Confusion turned into outrage. Why ban something that gave power with no downsides, especially when smaller guilds were finally catching up? And that's when things went from tense to terrifying. The doors opened. A group walked in, led by a child. Not a lost kid, not a mascot. This one carried the pressure of a final boss stuffed into a child's body. He calmly asked if this was the guild holding rights to the Incheon gate. Sung-soo confirmed it, already uneasy. The child said he wanted the gate, twice. Then the pressure hit. A wave of dominance crushed the room. Hunters dropped to their knees. One by one, voices echoed in perfect unison, pledging loyalty. All except Sung Soo. He stood frozen, heart pounding, watching his entire guild get hijacked. The child noticed who hadn't taken Stardust, and seemed amused. As a bonus, he casually stripped their sight and hearing away like it was a party trick. No resistance. That's when Sung Soo snapped. He drew his weapon, shaking but furious, demanding answers from the thing wearing a child's face. The boy didn't get angry. He explained, almost curious. He was a creation, sent by his maker, tasked with claiming a world without a master. Earth was just one stop. Then he took a weapon from one of his loyal followers and casually amplified it with a single finger. The blade screamed with corrupted power. Sung Soo charged. Big mistake. One clean motion and one slash. The boy looked at the corpse like he'd just taken out trash. With a flick of magic, the mind control lifted. The guild snapped back to reality. Blood, chaos, screaming. And the child walked past them. Final command? Forget everything. Beyond the gate, things were worse. A massive beast lay broken, barely alive, furious, grieving, drowning in rage. The child stood before it. No pity, only understanding. He gave it an offer. Go to another world, burn it down, destroy everything. As the beast prepared to unleash hell elsewhere, the child stayed behind, eyes narrowing. There was another target now, one still moving in line with the will of his so-called god. Meanwhile, the airport was one bad second away from turning into a full-blown disaster movie. The gate wasn't just unstable. It was bleeding mana. Thick, violent waves of it poured out, warping the air like heat over asphalt. The Chivalry Guild's hunters stood nearby, armor damp with sweat, hands tight around their weapons, every instinct screaming that something was wrong. But they followed the child's order anyway. They lied to the Hunter Association. All clear. Situation stable. Nothing to report. Reality did not appreciate being lied to. A crack ripped open the air itself. Sharp, loud, and wrong. The gate split wider and monsters came pouring out like a broken dam. And the child? He didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't blink. To him, none of this mattered. Humans, monsters, blood, chaos. It was all just background noise. He and his squad weren't here to save anyone. They weren't here to rule. They existed for one reason only. To obey the Creator. If obedience meant lying, they lied. If it meant killing, they killed. If it meant letting the world burn, then the fire was acceptable collateral. But then everything shattered. Their so-called God spoke. And what came out of that divine mouth cracked their faith straight down the middle. One of them had died. That wasn't possible. They weren't supposed to die. They were chosen, eternal, above loss, above consequence. Not disposable pieces that could just disappear. Shock rippled through them. But God didn't allow grief, only action. So he gave them orders, a holy hit list. The apostle gathered the others, rallied the fanatics, and formed something that barely resembled an army anymore. It was a cult with weapons, marching under divine permission. Their mission was simple: conquer a world left without its master. A blessed crusade. Brutal, unhinged. Getting there was hell. No portals, no shortcuts, no mercy. Crossing dimensions wasn't travel, it was suffering. The stronger they were, the more the void crushed them. Time stopped making sense. Minutes bled into days, days into centuries. Nobody knew how long they marched through nothingness, dragged forward by obsession alone. And when they finally arrived expecting glory, they found despair, pure darkness, an endless void that swallowed light, sound, and hope. Worse than death, because death didn't end anything. Anyone swallowed by that darkness didn't disappear. They were absorbed, twisted, sent back. Every loss made the enemy stronger. God's army realized too late they weren't fighting a war. They were starring in a one-sided horror movie where the monster grew with every scream. Their holy campaign collapsed like wet paper. Broken, defeated, dragging what was left of their pride, they fled into another dimension. That's when the dread fully set in. They couldn't win. Darkness wasn't an enemy. It was the ending. But during that miserable, soul-crushing retreat, one voice cut through the despair. TL, one of the few who actually thought. He noticed something crucial. Darkness had chased them out, which meant it wasn't guarding the empty world anymore. And better yet, the people left behind had no mana, no magic, no power, just fragile little lives. TL proposed a new plan. Forget war. Infect them. Enter the Mistborns, the weakest zealots, minds burned hollow by devotion, barely capable of independent thought, but overflowing with warped holy power. They didn't need strength, just presence, a spark. Because if enough mindless followers worshipped hard enough, they could build a foothold, a holy base camp in a godless world. And from there, miracles. The army didn't hesitate. TL shattered his own power into 5 fragments, like handing out cursed gifts. The weakest fragment drew the short straw and went in first, slipping into the world without a master, while darkness was busy elsewhere. Everything went smoothly, until it didn't. The fragment realized the mortals weren't powerless anymore. They had mana, thanks to some apocalyptic mess they called the Cataclysm, because subtlety had clearly died first. With mana in play, the fragment halted and called for reinforcement. When the second fragment arrived, they fused, power spiking instantly. This wasn't random evolution. Someone had interfered. These mortals were leveling up. Decision made. Target mana users. Hunters first. And as if summoned by fate itself, chaos unfolded right in front of them. The airport became hell. The gate erupted. Monsters swarmed. Civilians screamed. Order collapsed. People begged the Hunter Association to do something, anything, before they were torn apart. The Apostle didn't move. He waited. If an S rank was nearby, they'd show up. That's what powerful creatures did. He wanted to observe, to study. Then he noticed it. Every hunter present was juiced on star powder. Normally, the leftover faith inside it was harmless background static. But under TL's Amplify, that faith screamed. And just like that, switch flipped. The Apostles seized control. Hunters, armed, trained, convinced they were heroes, became obedient puppets, told to leave. They left. No resistance, no hesitation. With the defenders gone, the real nightmare began. Goblins flooded the terminal. One woman collapsed, frozen in terror as they surrounded her. She didn't even scream. Their crude blades stabbed again and again, blood soaking the floor as her hand twitched weakly, reaching for help that never came. The Apostle watched silently as her body went still. Then someone entered, and not just anyone. Suho stepped through the airport doors. His eyes took in everything. Screaming civilians, rampaging monsters, blood everywhere. A monster roared and lunged at a man too terrified to move. Suho didn't hesitate. One blink. He vanished. The next, his knee slammed into the beast's face, launching it backward in a violent crash. Suho turned to the civilian, voice steady, eyes burning. Get out and survive. The Apostle tracked Suho's every move, eyes narrowing as the so-called human tore through goblins like a living calamity. One kick, a goblin flew. One swing, a head hit the floor. Another strike, another body dropped. There was no wasted motion, no hesitation. Just clean, efficient slaughter. And somewhere deep in the Apostle's mind, a memory sparked. Lee Minsung. He'd once mentioned a black-masked hunter, someone who wiped out the Hyena Guild, like they were practice dummies. A saboteur who moved like vengeance, wearing a human body. Was this him? Because this wasn't raw power. This was precision, surgical destruction, the kind you only saw from someone who had killed a lot and learned from every single one. Suho moved through the battlefield like a hitman who skipped the warm-up and went straight to execution. Goblins swarmed him, screeching and swinging, but none even brushed his clothes. His punches landed like divine verdicts, ending lives before the victims fully realized they were dead. That's when the Apostle felt it. Something was wrong. This level of destruction shouldn't have been possible. Not here, not this fast, not with the Hunter Association breathing down everyone's necks. Something in the system was broken, but Suho wasn't stopping to question it. He was carving a path for survivors, one corpse at a time. Then he spoke, one word. Arise. The shadows beneath the fallen goblins twitched. Then they moved. Darkness rippled as bodies convulsed and stood back up, eyes glowing with an eerie light. Enemies became soldiers in an instant. The Apostle's mind short-circuited. This wasn't mana. This wasn't faith. This wasn't Stardust. There was no mistborn influence, no divine residue. And yet the power was there. Suho hadn't touched Stardust, and still his presence rivaled Lee Minsung's, maybe even surpassed it. Now, with a literal undead goblin army behind him, Suho pointed forward. Save the people. The shadows obeyed. For the first time, the Apostle's blank expression cracked. This wasn't just a hunter. This was a human commanding the very darkness they feared. A human wielding something even gods had failed to master. And suddenly everything clicked. The Hyena Guild getting erased. The Stardust factory exploding. The careful plans getting stomped flat. Someone else was playing this game. The Apostle instantly slipped into stealth mode, and the universe immediately said no. A giant truck came flying through the air like it missed its exit to a demolition derby, straight at him. Before the Apostle could even process it, Suho launched himself skyward and smacked the truck away midair. The crash thundered across the battlefield, debris raining down like shrapnel. Suho landed hard, steady, right in front of the Apostle. He scanned the area, probably wondering which idiot thought throwing a truck was a good idea. Then the boss monster arrived, big, ugly, furious. Its teeth were clenched so tight it looked like it was holding in a bad decision. Suho's expression sharpened. This wasn't fodder. This wasn't XP. This thing radiated final boss energy. From the shadows, Baru muttered that he felt Itarim vibes coming off the monster. That changed everything. This dungeon break wasn't an accident. It was part of something bigger, something ugly. Baru twitched, sensing something off, like his instincts were screaming but couldn't explain why. The monster didn't care. It cocked its massive fist and charged. Suho didn't flinch. He stepped in, dumped every single stat point from his level up straight into strength, and met the punch head-on. The collision detonated. A shockwave ripped through the battlefield, cracking concrete and rattling bones. The Apostle stared. Suho had just saved him, probably assuming he was some helpless civilian, which was ironic considering the Apostle could level a city if he felt like it. Suho's aura carried darkness, sure, but compared to true cosmic evil, it was still raw and unfinished. And yet, there was something wrong, something off script. Then Suho punched again. The monster's face caved in as it launched backward, forgetting gravity existed. The apostle weighed his options. Stay? Leave? Kill Suho himself? Before he could decide, someone else barged into the scene like they owned it. Fire. Real fire. A man stepped forward, flames dancing in his hands, eyes sharp and impatient. Frozen fireballs materialized midair, suspended like time itself had hit pause. With a snap of his fingers, judgment fell. The fireballs dropped in perfect synchronization, igniting the battlefield in controlled annihilation. Goblins screamed as flames swallowed them alive. Suho stood back, watching in stunned silence. Whatever this was, it erased the horde instantly. That level of heat, that control. Only one man fit the bill. Choi. Choi's eyes gleamed, not with anger but interest. When the boss monster staggered out of the flames, he looked impressed, almost excited. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together, summoned a bow of pure fire, and formed an arrow that looked like it could erase a country from the map. He fired. The arrow struck dead center, blasting the monster through a building like a ragdoll. The structure exploded on impact. Silence followed, then cheers. Everyone recognized him. With Choi on the field, people assumed the nightmare was over. But Choi kept scanning the area, eyes sharp. He swore he'd seen another fighter moments ago. Suho was already gone. Hidden in a narrow gap holding his breath, he let Choi's dramatic entrance cover his escape. No way he was letting anyone see his face. Not now, not when the stakes were climbing. As he vanished, one thought lingered. The Ataram never worked in the open. Far away in a shadowed tower, the apostle stood by a window as the world carried on, blissfully unaware. A portal opened behind him, silent and cold, a voice calling his name. He didn't turn. Before surrendering his body, he had information to report about this world, about hunters, and especially about the S ranks, humans who could casually break the laws of reality with their bare hands. They were too strong, too unstable, too unpredictable, and one of them stood out like a glitch in reality itself, a wild card, a system error that shouldn't exist. The voice didn't want to lecture. It cut him off cold. Enough. We'll read your memories, hand over the meat suit, no debate, no mercy. The apostle didn't argue. He went quiet and accepted it. But buried deep inside him, something unfamiliar stirred. A hesitation, a flicker of regret, a stupid, useless thought that maybe, just maybe, he didn't want to disappear completely. That feeling didn't matter, and it never had. Everything was for the creator. Always had been. Always would be. The portal surged open, raw energy ripping through space, and in a blinding flash, the apostle was erased. Something else stepped out. The third fragment had arrived. New body, old memories, same mission, and one realization burned brighter than the rest. Someone in this world carried the same authority as darkness. That wasn't supposed to happen. The second fragment had been an idiot, trying to kill him instead of thinking. If that human could be turned, if he could raise the dead the same way, they wouldn't need gods. They'd own the world. Suho dragged himself back home like his soul was running on 2% battery. He collapsed onto the floor, limbs giving out, sighing so hard it sounded like a cry for help. Baru stood nearby, silent, watching him like a concerned murder bug. Suho's thoughts drifted back to his call with Jinho. His uncle had practically broken down, ranting about how Suho kept throwing himself into death matches like his life was a free trial. Yeah, protecting people was noble and all, but Suho getting himself killed would absolutely destroy his parents. That thought lingered. His mom, his dad, probably stressing themselves into early graves. Then, because this man had the impulse control of a caffeinated raccoon, Suho shot to his feet. Decision made. Shadow Dungeon. Baru clocked the shift instantly. Suho went from half-dead to laser-focused in under a second. Resting would have been smart, but Suho's brain said, grind now, regret later. He still had a daily quest to clear. No way he was letting free XP evaporate. They entered the dungeon, and Suho froze. The quest was gone. No timer, no objectives, just nothing. Confusion punched him square in the face. Ezel awkwardly explained the problem. Amit had gone full murder hurricane overnight and wiped out every goblin in the dungeon. Every single one. Amit shrugged like it was no big deal. Yeah, cleaned the place up. You're welcome. Also, didn't touch the humans. Bare minimum achieved. Suho sighed again, realizing his entire training routine had been accidentally nuked by a walking catastrophe. Amit noticed Suho mentally spiraling and smirked. If it's strength you want, he said casually, I'll train you. Suho blinked. Once? Twice. That was not on today's bingo card. Emmett explained he hadn't always been this strong, and he was more than happy to pass down his personal hell curriculum. Right on cue, the system chimed. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers run, classic death quest. Then came the twist. Suho had to do it all while carrying Amit on his back. Suho stared into the void, contemplating uninstalling existence. Amit laughed and told him to relax, then promptly started shrinking like a cursed Pokemon. Years of being shredded and regenerated had unlocked body-morphing hacks. Now he was human-sized, still terrifying, still heavy, and very ready to ruin Suho's life. Training began immediately. Amit was already barking orders like a drill sergeant on illegal supplements. Suho dropped for push-ups, trying to look tough while his soul screamed, "What is this nightmare?" He wasn't doing this just for gains. He needed a partner, someone who could survive these death quests with him. Then Amit climbed onto his back. The weight hit like a truck parking on his spine. "Oh," Amit added casually, "I can shrink my body. My weight stays the same. Congratulations. You're carrying a tank," Suho wheezed. Ezel and Beru watched from a distance, like two emotionally unavailable parents observing their kid make irreversible life choices. Suho's arms shook violently. Every rep felt like his bones were filing divorce papers. But Amit didn't soften. This was his way. Suffer, break, rebuild. Meanwhile, near Paju, inside a dungeon that looked like Silent Hill's rejected cousin, the air was rotten with curses and fog. A Mistborn screamed. This wasn't a battlefield. It was a slaughterhouse-turned-laboratory, where humans were twisted into monsters against their will. Lee Minsung stood at the center of it all, eyes cold, patience gone. The demon Murmu droned on about honor and devotion, praising the Chosen One, who had saved them from their filthy lives. Wrong choice of words. Minsung sliced the demon's hand open mid-sentence. Murmu didn't move, but the message landed. No sermons, no theatrics. Minsung wanted answers. "Where's the child?" Murmu hesitated, then gave a vague response, blaming the apostle's busy schedule. Minsung's grip tightened. Something was coming. And this time, the world wasn't ready. Minsung finally brought up Lim Tegu, reminding Murmu very calmly that deals were still deals. And if Murmu wanted to keep breathing, he'd better honor his side. Murmu, of course, chose the worst possible response. Instead of answering, the demon pivoted straight into salesman mode. He started yapping about a power Minsung hadn't even touched yet, spinning some dramatic sob story about how the Chosen One saved him after the demon realm got absolutely wiped off the map. Apparently, Stardust wasn't just a drug anymore. It had been refined, weaponized, and used to erase an entire traitor clan. Murmu said it like it was a badge of honor. Then came the real hook. Follow the Chosen One, serve him, and gain power far beyond Lim Tegu's. Stronger, cleaner, blessed. Minsung didn't even let him finish. He shut that shit down instantly. No god complexes, no cult nonsense, no bargain bin demon steroids. He wasn't about to gamble his life on some snake oil prophecy cooked up by a glorified cockroach with wings. Murmu kept talking anyway, because of course he did, ranting about how foolish Minsung was, how S-rank hunters were blind, how refusing this power meant choosing weakness. Minsung turned his back on him mid-speech. He wasn't here to save anyone. He wasn't here to believe in gods. He was here to survive. Once that kid finished off Lim Tegu, the whole mess would collapse on its own. Then Minsung would hand everything over to the Hunter Association, let them do the dirty work, and walk away clean. Past restored. Reputation repaired. Back to the life he believed he deserved. A full rewind. What Minsung didn't realize was that he was already on someone else's radar. High above, in a tower overlooking the field, a woman watched him through layers of surveillance. The moment Minsung exited the dungeon, she was already on the line, reporting directly to Chairman Jin Chul. Jin Chul processed it instantly. Paju Field-type dungeon. Stardust production. Yeah, it lined up too perfectly, and orders went out immediately. Minho was assigned to tail Minsung. No gaps, no excuses. Lose him for even a second, and it was over. Then Jin Chul turned to Choi. They laid it all out. The airport incident, the missing memories, hunters acting off, aggressive, hollow. Every single case had one thing in common. Stardust. The drug wasn't just enhancing hunters. It was hijacking them, corrupting the system from the inside. With the stakes climbing fast, the association made the call. Stardust was banned, effective immediately. Contraband, no exceptions. Yongan raised the next question. So what about Minsung? Jinchul didn't hesitate. This wasn't about one rogue hunter anymore. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, and Jin Chul wanted the whole operation burned to the ground. Choi didn't even blink. His guild was in, whatever it took. Still, in the middle of all that chaos, Jin Chul's thoughts drifted somewhere personal. Jin Ho had confirmed it. Suho was back. Alive. That news hit harder than expected. Jin Chul glanced at an old photo of himself in Jinwoo, memories flooding back. If Suho truly was a growth-type hunter like his father, then the same cursed system that tried to change Jinwoo might come for him too. Jinchul clenched his fist. He wasn't letting history repeat itself. Whatever happened, Suho wouldn't face it alone. Back in the Shadow Dungeon, Suho was still suffering. Push-up after push-up, his body was being torn apart and rebuilt in real time. This wasn't training. It was controlled death. But Suho didn't quit. The final push-up broke him. His arms gave out with a sick crack, the kind doctors hear right before they start sweating. Bones shattered, breath gone, life hanging by a thread. Emmett loomed over him and casually announced this was just the warm-up. Ezel looked like she might pass out. Baru absolutely lost his mind. He snapped at Amit, furious. Suho wasn't some indestructible god. He was still a barely functional baby monarch getting crushed during warm-ups. But Suho, being Suho, wasn't done. Hands shaking, vision blurring, he crawled toward the system interface. With a busted hand, he barely managed to grab a recovery potion and chugged it like it was holy water. Bones snapped back into place instantly. Pain stayed. Exhaustion stayed. But Suho stood again. He had one goal: beat Lee Minsung into the dirt. If this suffering was the path there, so be it. Only 3 tasks left. His eyes burned with reckless determination. Amit watched silently, clearly impressed he hadn't quit or died yet. Baru and Asil looked like unwilling witnesses to a snuff film. Suho activated beast possession, fused with Gray, and felt power surge through him, immediately followed by regret as Amit climbed back onto his back. Sit-ups. Now he wasn't just fighting gravity. He was carrying an ancient warlord. Even boosted, Suho struggled. Sweat poured. Lungs screamed. He chugged potions non-stop just to stay upright. That's when Amit realized something. This wasn't about power. It was about will. And Suho, stupid, reckless, and relentless, had it. Eventually, his body collapsed again. Pain ripped through his back as Gray crashed beside him. They lay there gasping, broken, when the system chimed. Daily quest complete, rewards unlocked. Amit nodded in approval. Suho just wheezed on the floor, questioning every life choice that led him here. But deep down he knew this was working, slowly, brutally, and tomorrow he'd crawl back and do it again. Amit took one good look at Suho's suicidal determination and gave a slow, approving nod. Yeah, this idiot was built different. No quit, no breaks. Exactly the kind of insanity a walking fortress like Amit respected. Anyone else would have folded halfway through that daily death quest, but Suho just kept crawling forward on pure stubborn rage. Once it was finally over, Suho dragged his barely functional corpse back home, stumbled into his room, and face-planted straight into bed. The second his head hit the pillow, he was out cold. No dreams, no thoughts, just instant shutdown. Baru hovered nearby like an anxious bug dad, quietly pulling a blanket over him. For once, there was silence. No screaming muscles. No lunatic training sessions. Just peaceful unconsciousness. Baru decided to enjoy this rare moment of freedom and flipped on the TV, hoping for something mindless. Bad move. The news immediately dropped a reality bomb. The Hunter Association had rolled out a brand new rulebook targeting field-type dungeons, especially after the airport dungeon nearly turned into an end-of-the-world speedrun. Turns out letting dungeons exist in the open world, while guilds casually farmed monsters and magic crystals, was a terrible idea. Meanwhile, at Grim Reaper Guild HQ, Lee Minsung sat at his desk glaring at a report like it had personally insulted his ancestors. An association representative stood across from him, not bothering to sugarcoat a damn thing. Straight to the point. Grim Reaper owned too many field-type dungeons, and the B-rank field dungeon in Paju was officially a problem. Unless Minsung wanted his hunter license erased from existence, he'd be joining the raid personally. Which was hilarious, because the man hadn't done anything remotely hunter-like in over 6 months. Minsung's brain instantly detonated in rage. He knew exactly who was behind this. Before he could explode, Lim Taegyu walked in, calm, composed, annoyingly authoritative. Without even glancing at Minsung, Taegyu accepted the association's request. Just like that. No debate, no hesitation. The rep nodded, said good, and prepared to leave, while Minsung stood there grinding his teeth hard enough to shatter molars. It clicked instantly. Taegyu hadn't rushed back from overseas out of loyalty. He came back to sabotage Minsung's shady little playground. And just to twist the knife deeper, the rep added one more thing. The association would be sending their own hunters for the Paju raid. Grim Reaper was expected to cooperate and form a joint party. Minsung was one bad sentence away from a full mental breakdown. Taegyu finally turned to him, eyes cold. He wanted answers. How the hell could Minsung agree to give up a field dungeon so easily? That place was a money printer, a golden goose, and Minsung had just handed it over. But Taegyu wasn't stupid. He already knew what the association was really sniffing around for. They weren't just here for the dungeon. They were circling Minsung's secret projects. He'd warned this idiot before. Don't mess with the association. But Minsung had the emotional intelligence of a rock and ignored everything. Worse, he'd been tampering with guild affairs while Taegyu was gone. That was the last straw. Taegyu's gaze sharpened into something dangerous, the kind of look that says you're one screw-up away from getting erased. He made it clear. He wasn't cleaning up Minsung's messes anymore. Minsung froze. For the first time, it really hit him. The one man standing between him and complete annihilation was done protecting him. Then Taegyu's phone buzzed. He checked the message, looked up, and dropped another bomb. A recruiter had contacted him. A new S-rank hunter had appeared in Korea. Without missing a beat, Taegyu announced he was heading straight to the association. Before leaving, he tossed one last order at Minsung. Prepare the contract wages, a lifeline, or a warning. Then he was gone. Minsung stood there, brain unplugged. Another S-rank, another walking god. He hated them all, their power, their fame, the way the world bent around them. Meanwhile, he was stuck in the shadows, clinging to secrets and praying his hidden weapon would hurry up and pay off. His thoughts spiraled darker. If Taegyu died, everything would fall back into his hands. Casual murder fantasy. Just another Tuesday. Then his phone lit up, and for once, something went his way. Minsung's scowl twisted into a slow grin as he read the name of the newly awakened S-rank. At the Hunter Association, the air was electric. The new S-rank had arrived, and everyone was holding their breath. Park Dojin, hunters whispered, staff stared, cameras clicked, then Choi stepped in, calm as ever. He congratulated Dojin properly, but even he couldn't shake the unease crawling up his spine. Something about Dojin felt familiar. Choi asked if they'd met before. Dojin smiled smoothly. No, but I know who you are. Cold, polite, already 3 steps ahead. Choi got to business, offering him a spot in the Hunters Guild. Dojin declined, said he already had a guild in mind. Then he pointed toward the entrance. Every head in the room turned like they were watching the final twist of a K-drama. Standing there was Lim Taegyu, slightly winded from rushing, but still radiating "don't mess with me" energy. He scanned the room once and asked, "Did I make it in time?" A week later, Paju Field was locked and loaded. Big Minho arrived first. White Tiger Guild, A rank, posture straight, eyes sharp, aura screaming, "I'm here to break things professionally." She introduced herself cleanly, politely. Lee Minsung rushed to greet her, wearing the fakest "honored to have you" grin known to mankind. The kind that deserves an acting award and a punch. Minho clocked it instantly. This man wasn't just suspicious, he was radioactive. She already planned to expose him. But then there was the problem. Park Dojin, the brand new S-rank anomaly, had officially joined the Grim Reaper Guild, and his mere existence threw her calculations straight into the trash. A wild card with unknown motives was the last thing she wanted. Still, Minho wasn't new to chaos. If things went sideways, she had contingencies stacked on contingencies. She turned to the excavation team, voice calm, commanding, absolute. Orders were issued, positions locked, and just like that, the Paju Field raid began. A few days earlier, Minsung stood face to face with Dojin and nearly short-circuited. The kid he remembered was gone. What stood in front of him now looked like someone who'd speedrun evolution itself. Bro had upgraded so hard even puberty felt embarrassed. Minsung laughed it off, muttering something about alien DNA. But inside, panic, pure panic. Dojin explained it simply. The child form had been a mask, a limitation. Now that he'd gathered enough fragments and power, hiding was pointless. He'd outgrown it. That didn't help Minsung sleep at night. He pressed harder. Why the name change? Why become a hunter? Dojin didn't hesitate. Freedom. A hunter license meant unrestricted movement. No questions. No chains. That answer made Minsung's stomach drop. The airport incident already had the association breathing down his neck. If they discovered the hidden factory in Paju, it wouldn't just be over. It'd be public. Careers erased. Lives ruined. Dojin, meanwhile, was chilling. He'd already solved the problem. His plan? Simple, terrifying. Every hunter in the raid would fall under his influence. Allies, witnesses, liabilities. None of them would see anything. Even if the factory was glowing like a villain lair, they'd walk right past it. Minsung realized then, this wasn't arrogance. This was confidence, backed by something monstrous. But there was still one obstacle. Lim Taegyu. Minsung asked the question carefully. Could Dojin really handle him? Taegyu wasn't just strong. He was the kind of hunter who ended villain arcs permanently. Dojin didn't blink. He'd already promised to kill Taegyu. Now that they'd met, he was looking forward to it. That answer finally cracked Minsung's fear into a twisted smile. He didn't care who survived. If Taegyu disappeared, everything else was manageable. Back at the Hunter Association, Jinchul was drowning in bad vibes. The Paju raid wasn't routine. It was a trap. A carefully staged excuse to rip Lee Minsung's secrets into daylight, and the team was stacked for it. Baek Minho was already on site. Choi Jong-in and another S-rank stood ready to intervene if things exploded. But one name kept ruining Jinchul's peace, Park Dojin. An S-rank showing up out of nowhere, sliding into Minsung's guild just before the raid. Nothing about that was coincidence. Then there was Suho. Officially, he was just excavation crew. Unofficially, Jinchul's instincts were screaming. He'd approved Suho himself, but now doubt gnawed at him. If this raid was part of something bigger, something darker, he might have to step in personally before it spiraled out of control. Back in Paju Field, hell broke loose. Flames swallowed the battlefield as monsters unleashed fire like they were trying to erase the map. Hunters struggled to hold formation. A shield went up on the front line, but the heat still burned straight through. Panic spread fast. Then Baek Minho moved. She blasted forward like a cannonball and slammed a monster so hard it probably met its ancestors mid-flight. Bones shattered. Blood sprayed. She didn't stop. She leapt, twisted, and uppercut the beast with enough force to nearly tear its skull clean off. She landed on its body and rained down punches until it stopped twitching. Clean, brutal, efficient. As she caught her breath, her eyes flicked to the back line, and there was Minsung, standing around, doing nothing, an A-rank in name only, spectating while others bled. Minho mentally roasted him alive. A hunter who doesn't fight is just a civilian with paperwork. Then danger spiked again. Another monster lunged and vanished. Park Dojin crashed in like a meteor. One strike, total annihilation. Another monster charged. Same result. No wasted motion, no effort, just absolute dominance. Minho froze, realization hitting hard. This wasn't some flashy fraud playing S-rank. This was the real thing. By the time Dojin stopped moving, the battlefield was silent. Monsters erased, threat neutralized. The raid ended. Hunters regrouped, breathing hard, unaware of the deeper storm still waiting beneath Paju Field. Lee Minsung scanned the area with his trademark arrogance and casually declared the raid a success. Monsters wiped out. Field secured. Too easy. Baek Min-ho immediately felt something was off. The battlefield was too quiet. For a dungeon this large, the numbers didn't add up. It felt like they'd arrived after someone else had already cleaned house. Minsung was ready with an excuse, smooth as rehearsed lines. The Grim Reaper Guild regularly thinned monster populations to prevent outbreaks. A heroic story on the surface, but Minho wasn't buying it. No guild burned manpower daily without a hidden payoff, and Minsung reeked of secrets. Still, he pushed the raid forward, guiding everyone deeper with that infuriating grin, the one he wore when he thought he'd already won. He wasn't concerned about inspections. In his mind, the evidence was gone, the factory dismantled, the demons relocated deeper into the field. Anyone who stayed too long would walk out confused, shaken, and empty-handed. Far below, those same demons waited. They had expected to meet the Apostle, but were left in the dark, guarding piles of unused Stardust materials with nothing to do but simmer in frustration. Elsewhere in the field, Suho felt a pull, an invisible thread guiding him away from the main group. It led him straight to a massive sealed door. He paused, confirmed it with Baru. Demonic energy, no doubt about it. The door groaned open. Inside stood 3 demons, caught completely off guard. One barely turned before Suho vanished from sight. The next instant, its head was airborne, body collapsing a second later. Baru watched in approval. Clean, brutal, efficient. But Suho didn't relax. Something was wrong. These demons didn't move like living creatures. They felt controlled, artificial. That confirmed it. This wasn't just a dungeon, it was a Stardust production facility. Then the demon he'd destroyed began to regenerate. Flesh stitched itself together as its gaze locked onto Suho's black mask. Recognition hit. This was him. The obstacle their master had warned them about. The demon's body swelled, muscles warping into a monstrous form as energy exploded outward. The air screamed under the pressure. Suho had just been chosen, not as an enemy, but as the perfect offering for the Apostle. Deep in the dungeon, far below the battlefield chaos where steel clashed and monsters screamed, a mining crew was hard at work. One of the miners paused, dragging a filthy sleeve across his forehead. Sweat poured down his face, like his body was trying to escape this job on its own. He stared at the cavern walls, stacked wall to wall with magic essence crystals, and let out a low whistle. The amount packed into this place was insane. Another miner leaned in. Apparently, an E-rank collector had been added to their squad earlier that day. The first miner scoffed, trying to sound calm and experienced, probably just some rookie trying to prove himself. Then the thought landed. That E-ranker wasn't stationed deep in the tunnels. He wasn't doing the dangerous work. He'd been placed right at the dungeon entrance, the safest possible position. Zero monster pressure, zero risk. While the miners whispered and pieced together the sketchy puzzle, Baru was anything but relaxed. His attention was fully locked on the enemy in front of them. The demon wasn't posturing. This wasn't theatrical intimidation. Suho felt it too. Thanks to his boosted stats, his senses were dialed past maximum. Every instinct screamed danger. The pressure pouring off this demon was on the same level as Randolph, the A-rank nightmare from the Pyramid Field. That alone confirmed it. This wasn't random. The Hunter Association didn't force the Grim Reaper Guild into a field-type dungeon for fun. They only made moves like this when something rotten was buried underneath. Suho had joined the collection team to get closer. If the association had already caught wind of Stardust's true nature, then the timeline had accelerated hard, and that was bad. If they started pushing Lee Minsung too aggressively, Suho's entire mission could collapse. Getting information out of that smug snake about the Ataram Apostle was already like pulling teeth. If Minsung got cornered too soon, he'd burn everything before talking. Still, Suho didn't hesitate. He locked eyes with the demon and made his demand crystal clear. He wanted the Apostle's location. Now, the demon sneered and told Suho not to bother searching. The Apostle would come to him eventually. There was just one problem. By then, Suho would be nothing more than a breathing corpse. In an instant, darkness erupted. Black, writhing tentacles exploded outward, snapping around Suho's limbs and torso. The grip tightened immediately, crushing down like the demon was trying to squeeze the soul straight out of him. These weren't illusions. They were solid, reinforced with magic, locked in place like living restraints. Suho didn't panic. He'd heard this exact speech before. His mind snapped back to that hellish training with Amit. The beast who looked like gym equipment feared him. That monster had dragged Suho through a routine meant to take weeks, then watched in disbelief as Suho crushed it in 5 days. Even Amit, a creature who probably bench-pressed mountains for fun, had been forced to admit it. Suho wasn't normal anymore. He dumped every single stat point into strength like he was speedrunning evolution. On top of that, he'd unlocked a new skill that amplified his power even further. Amit hadn't sugarcoated it. He'd called Suho the strongest human he'd ever seen. That memory burned bright as the present snapped back into place. The tentacles tightened again. Suho tore through them like wet paper. The demon's face twisted in pure disbelief. This wasn't possible. Suho didn't waste a second. He lunged forward, fury unleashed, and carved through 2 demons in a single rush. Steel flashed, flesh split, blood sprayed across the stone floor as limbs flew like discarded trash. He didn't slow down, didn't breathe. He locked on to the last demon and demanded the answer again. Where was the Atarim apostle? The demon screamed in blind rage. Suho didn't wait. He grabbed its head with one armored hand and ripped it clean off, like twisting the lid off a stubborn jar. The howl that followed shook the tunnel walls, echoing long after the body collapsed. Suho wasn't done. He drew his dagger and went to work. Slash after slash, he reduced what remained into something unrecognizable. Blood flooded the floor, dripping from his gauntlet as he stood over the remains of the final threat. And still, something felt wrong. That aura. It wasn't just dark, it was familiar, twisted in a way that made Suho's stomach churn. He needed answers about that feeling. Without ceremony, he hurled the severed head toward Baru. Baru caught it midair and immediately started chewing. Even in death, the demon's lingering thoughts bled through. Praise for the destruction of the Ridiru family. Traitors to demonkind. Apparently, wiping them out was enough to die satisfied. Essel suddenly stiffened. Something inside her shifted. Light, strange, like a curse being violently ripped out of her chest. She stood frozen, stunned, trying to understand what had just left her body. Baru, meanwhile, kept chewing, mentally noting that demon meat had the texture of a half-melted tire. Still edible, not great. Would eat again. Suho didn't celebrate. His focus never wavered. He turned to Baru, hoping the demon's memories had yielded something useful. Anything about the Atarim apostle? Nothing. The demon had worshipped the apostle like a god, but it hadn't known anything concrete. Just blind devotion. No coordinates. No leads. Suho exhaled slowly, frustration burning under his skin. Another dead end. That left one final lead, Lee Minsung, the rotten core of the Stardust operation. But before Suho could deal with him, there was something more urgent to handle, getting the civilians out. Because round 2 was coming, and next time, there would be no room for mistakes. Back with the strike team, Dojin was tense in a way he couldn't hide. He felt it clearly. The demon's presence had been erased, clean, final. Someone had handled it already, and he knew for a fact the Hunter Association didn't have the teeth to pull that off this fast. Something else had intervened, something dangerous. The squad advanced carefully toward the boss monster's lair deep inside Paju Field. Minho stayed sharp, eyes constantly moving, scanning the terrain for any trace of Stardust activity. Residue, equipment, altered mana flow, anything. She found nothing, absolutely nothing. The place was spotless, too spotless. For a dungeon that was supposed to be a Stardust hotspot, it looked like it had been scrubbed by reality itself. Minho's jaw tightened. Her instincts were screaming at her that something was wrong, but the evidence just wasn't there. It was rattling her. Lee Minsung, on the other hand, looked entertained. He watched Minho's frustration build and couldn't help himself. A slow, smug grin crept across his face. She was chasing shadows, evidence that no longer existed, and he was savoring every second of it. While Minho mentally unraveled, Minsung leaned closer to Dojin and muttered that the whole plan to brainwash the hunters was off the table. Dojin didn't respond. He didn't need to. His expression alone made it clear he wasn't buying a single word of that excuse. This mess wasn't just going to disappear, and he had no intention of letting it. Minho, still refusing to give up, started forming a backup theory. If there was nothing left inside the dungeon ruins, then the proof had to be somewhere else. Above ground, hidden in plain sight. She filed the thought away. Once the boss monster was dealt with, she'd circle back. For now, there was no choice but to push forward. Minsung gave the order to advance, and then everything shifted. The air changed, subtle, but unmistakable. Minsung felt it instantly. His grin vanished, replaced by a flicker of confusion. He turned his head to look, and that was all it took. A sharp sting exploded at the back of his neck. Something thin, razor-like, embedded itself deep. Dojin stood behind him, arms still extended, expression cold and focused. He hadn't hesitated for even a fraction of a second, because this had always been the plan. Dojin's true objective was never cooperation. It was conversion. Every hunter here was a resource, and only the useful ones deserved to remain themselves. Lee Minsung, he was nothing more than a disposable tool, a stepping stone. Dojin had only ever intended to use Minsung's A-rank body to reach higher prey. S-rank monsters like Lim Tegyu. The alliance had been fake from day one. The realization hit Minsung like a truck. Rage detonated in his chest. The instant S-rank hunters entered the equation, his pride took a brutal hit, and then the full picture snapped into place. Dojin genuinely believed Minsung would just accept it, that he'd roll over, surrender his body and mind, and become another obedient puppet. Minsung's fists clenched, power surging, ready to explode, and then reality shattered. The battlefield vanished, the noise, the people, the dungeon itself, everything collapsed into nothingness. Minsung found himself standing alone in a blinding white void, disoriented and silent. Before panic could set in, something immense struck him. Not physically, but on a deeper level. A command, absolute, overwhelming, divine. It tore straight through his core. The will of the Supreme One flooded his existence, drowning his thoughts, crushing his resistance. His rage flickered, then went dark. His consciousness was extinguished like a snuffed candle. His body still stood, but his mind was gone. Outside that mental prison, Dojin smiled, calm, satisfied, like an apostle admiring his work. Another one converted and another pawn claimed. Without wasting time, Dojin turned his attention to the next target. The conversion wasn't stopping now. With Minsung shambling obediently behind him, the team advanced straight into the boss chamber. Outside Paju Field, a sleek black car rolled to a stop, looking less like transportation and more like an omen. Inside sat Choi Jong-in, relaxed on the surface, razor-sharp beneath it. He'd planted a summon inside the dungeon earlier, a living tripwire. If it vanished, that meant something had gone catastrophically wrong. No dungeon comms? Didn't matter. This was his workaround. A magical panic button that didn't rely on tech. So far, it was still there. Choi leaned back, monitoring the situation from afar. Ideally, he wouldn't have to send S-rank hunters in. And he especially didn't want Lim Taegyu stepping into this mess. Lee Minsung causing a scene would only make cleanup worse. Beside him, Lim Taegyu sat stiff, tension written all over his posture. Choi noticed immediately and couldn't resist poking at him. His tone turned light, almost playful. Just sharp enough to dig under the skin. It worked. Taegyu's glare hardened, but Choi remained unfazed, completely at ease. When Taegyu brought up Park Dojin joining the Grim Reaper Guild, clearly fishing for a reaction, Choi didn't blink. His guild was stacked. He wasn't threatened by some shady apostle wannabe, but the mention of Minsung pushing an unknown stimulant wiped the amusement off his face. That part mattered. If this spiraled, it would fall on him to end it. Taegyu made himself clear. No interference. If things went sideways, he'd handle it personally. Choi simply nodded. If Taegyu truly deserved that title, then no one else would need to step in. Inside the boss chamber, hell broke loose. Fire poured from above as the boss monster went ballistic, turning the arena into a flaming death trap. The squad scattered. Mages hurled spells nonstop. Archers fired until their arms burned. The tank braced behind his shield, barely holding the line. Pure chaos. Dojin stood at the rear, hands relaxed, observing like a bored professor. He wasn't fighting. He was studying, acting every bit like an S rank already, letting everyone else struggle while he watched the data roll in. Even veteran hunters were flailing. Lee Minsung, meanwhile, had clearly taken something extra. He charged in swinging like a deranged protagonist, power surging wildly. Dojin's eyes narrowed as he analyzed it. Stardust wasn't doing much for anyone above B rank, but Minsung, this was different. This wasn't regular Stardust. This was Star Fragment, the hardcore variant, performance-enhancing insanity, enough to shove a B rank into A-tier territory. But Minsung wasn't stopping there. He was pushing towards something closer to divinity. His blade carved into the boss, landing a vicious cut. Not fatal, but enough to piss it off. The monster retaliated instantly, sending Minsung flying with a bone-rattling impact. Dojin simply nodded, because raw power wasn't the whole picture. There was another factor in play. TL's Blessing of Amplification, a buff that magnified whatever trait defined you most. In Minsung's case, it was magic output. His body was built to generate it, and his sword was designed to turn that power into devastating force. And now, all of it belonged to Dojin's plan. Dojin already knew Minsung had stacked the deck in his favor. The only thing left to see was whether that setup could actually shove him into true S-rank territory, or if it would collapse under its own weight. Then Minsung made his move. He walked straight up to the boss monster and drove his sword into its core, like he was trying to pin the damn thing to reality itself. The impact detonated. Energy erupted so violently, it punched a hole clean through the ceiling, shockwaves ripping across the chamber and rattling everything that wasn't bolted down. It wasn't just an attack, it was a declaration. Lim Taegyu and Choi stood frozen, eyes locked on the blast. Minho's brain completely blue-screened. 1 second, Minsung was a sweaty B-rank embarrassment. The next, he looked like a walking calamity. That kind of power jump wasn't just insane. It was unnatural. No amount of Stardust should have been able to do that. And then, nothing. After all that raw power, all that noise, Minsung didn't move. He stood there completely still. No breathing, no twitch, no follow-up. Just frozen in place like someone had unplugged him mid-animation. Dojin watched with cold, empty eyes as the answer clicked into place. Amplification always came with a price. You borrowed God-tier power for a moment, and then the bill came due, paid straight from your soul. Minsung had brushed S-rank for a heartbeat, but his body wasn't built to hold it. The strength burned out fast, leaving him hollowed. Minho stared, trying to make sense of it. That attack shouldn't have been possible. Not for an A rank. Not even juiced to hell with Stardust, which meant something worse was at play. Something far more dangerous. Then the silence shattered. A blade slid clean through Park Dojin's back. Precise, smooth, surgical. No hesitation, no wasted motion. Minsung hadn't just lost control. He snapped. Dojin's breath hitched. Blood spilled from his mouth as his thoughts collapsed from mastermind calculations straight into survival panic. He didn't even have time to understand the betrayal before the sword was yanked out, and his body hit the ground. The entire team froze, mouths open, minds offline. Reality didn't crack, it disintegrated. Minho's fury ignited instantly. She glared at Minsung with pure hatred, struggling to process what she just witnessed. A hunter stabbing his own teammate wasn't just betrayal, it was a declaration of war. Her thoughts raced. Had the power-up fried his brain? Or had he always been this unhinged? Minsung stood there, shaking, eyes unfocused, voices screaming in his head. A man possessed, and then it hit him. The Hunter Association's S ranks were outside. If he stayed even a second longer, he'd be a headline before sunset. Minho reacted immediately, shouting for her squad to stop him. Too late. Minsung moved like lightning fueled by desperation. He tore through them like they weren't even there, barking warnings about his speed as bodies went flying. In seconds, he was gone, bolting for the exit while chaos exploded behind him. Minho didn't hesitate. She ordered Lee Chelsung to send the emergency signal to the S ranks outside, but Chelsung wasn't moving because Park Dojin was still standing, somehow upright, somehow alive. The blade had gone straight through his heart. There was no debate about that. He should have been dead on the floor. Instead, he stood there silently, blood pouring, body defying logic. He wasn't standing out of pride or revenge. He was standing because he'd discovered something priceless. Resisting the Mistborn's divine influence wasn't about magic output. It wasn't about rank. It was will. Pure, unbreakable mental strength. Minho stared at him like she was looking at a glitch in the universe. The wound screamed death. The man refused to comply. Dojin didn't explain a thing, just stood there, unreadable, as if bleeding out was another task on his schedule. Meanwhile, Minsung's villain arc went full meltdown. He'd clawed his way up to S-rank power for seconds, only to end up sprinting through city streets like a fugitive. The Alien Masters, the Hunter Association, the Grim Reaper Guild, everyone wanted his head. 0 allies, maximum enemies. His master plan had turned into a speed run straight to hell. He tried to disappear into a nearby city, chasing freedom, and stopped dead. A dagger slammed into the dirt inches from his feet. Not a warning, a period. Then the voice came. Suho stepped out of the shadows, calm, focused, radiating the kind of presence that said this conversation wasn't optional. He'd been watching since the explosion, and now he wanted answers. About Stardust, about the Apostle, about everything. Minsung felt it immediately. This wasn't some random hunter. This guy knew too much. Rumors flickered through his mind. A black-masked hunter, Brocky's downfall, the Stardust supply getting wiped. Was this him? Didn't matter. All that mattered was escape. Minsung lunged first, unleashing a lightning-fast strike meant to end it instantly. Suho didn't even blink. At the last second, he reached out, caught the blade bare-handed, and shoved it aside like it was nothing. Minsung froze. His brain short-circuited. The sword hadn't moved. His full-force attack had been completely shut down. He yanked again. Nothing. Locked. Unmovable. He wasn't ready for that kind of smoke. Suho didn't give him time to think. A kick rocketed into Minsung's chin, snapping his head back so hard his vision exploded into static. For a split second, he probably saw his ancestors. His thoughts scrambled, trying to understand how someone with lower magic stats was hitting this hard. It made no sense. Suho had less mana, less flash, less everything. And yet he was folding Minsung like it was personal. From the shadows, Baru watched with those unsettling bug eyes, completely unsurprised. Of course Minsung was confused. Hunters had been ranking power by magic numbers forever. But Baru knew better. Real strength wasn't about mana spam. Suho's training under Amit had rewritten his limits. That physical power wasn't normal. It was monstrous. Back in the dungeon, Minho was spiraling. Park Dojin, the man who should have been dead 3 times over, was still standing. No explanation, no justification. Just silent defiance as he grabbed another stimulant, murder burning in his eyes, and whatever was about to happen next. It was going to be ugly. Minho, blissfully unaware and still rocking that supporting NPC who survives by luck energy, had no idea Dojin was about to kick off round 2. She was seconds away from watching reality implode again, when a voice cut through the tension like a blade. Choi and Lim Taegyu had arrived. Fashionably late, sure, but right now they might as well have descended from the heavens. Minho damn near teared up. 2 confirmed S-ranks on the field meant the madness finally had a chance of being put on a leash. Choi stepped in first, eyes sharp, instantly clocking the damage. The explosion alone screamed that something had gone horribly off script. He didn't waste time asking politely. He wanted answers. Minho unloaded everything. How Lee Minsung had suddenly gone feral. How his mana output skyrocketed into bullshit territory. How he attacked Dojin out of nowhere, like a man whose sanity had been speedrun into the trash. Choi's expression darkened with every word. Minsung having that much power wasn't just suspicious. It was a threat. His gaze slid back to Dojin, still standing, still breathing. Still completely untouched despite having been run through moments earlier. That alone was a red flag the size of a dungeon gate. When questioned, Dojin brushed it off like it was nothing, casually claiming he had a recovery skill. Choi didn't buy that for a second. Normal hunters don't walk off near-death injuries like they tripped on a stair. That kind of healing was elite tier, abnormal. It immediately separated Dojin from the rest of the board. Once Minho finished explaining how urgent the situation was, Choi and Taegyu synced up instantly. No debate, no hesitation. Minsung had gone rogue, detonated mystery-level mana, and disappeared into the wild with powers nobody could properly explain. Letting him vanish wasn't an option, not with cosmic drugs, alien backing, and zero moral breaks. They were preparing to hunt him down, but while they strategized, Dojin was spiraling internally. His connection to Minsung was still there, which meant one terrifying thing. Minsung had resisted the divine influence. That wasn't supposed to happen. Humans didn't fight off faith. They bent, broke, or worshipped. Resistance meant danger. If Minsung started talking and people listened, Dojin's entire cover could implode. Conclusion reached. Minsung had to die. Dojin decided to force him into a suicide mission using divinity itself. Expensive? Yes. Wasteful? Maybe. But Minsung was only an A rank. Replaceable, disposable. Except something didn't line up. When Dojin tapped into Minsung's vision, his thoughts stalled. Minsung wasn't alone. He was already fighting. And not just anyone. A black mask filled his vision. Dojin's internal alarms screamed. That hunter wasn't part of the script. The association was one problem, but this was a wild variable. The entire operation was unraveling, slipping out of divine control. And for the first time, Dojin smiled. Even he didn't know why. Back on the battlefield, Minsung was unraveling just as fast. He knew dragging this out would get him killed. One mistake and everything ended. So he pulled the oldest trick in the book mid-fight. Wait, I can explain. Suho hesitated, just barely. Minsung claimed the Ataram apostle had betrayed him, said everything went off the rails. Suho didn't swallow that nonsense. The man had been knee-deep in Stardust trafficking. You don't accidentally stumble into alien conspiracies? If he was really betrayed, why was he involved in the first place? Suho demanded the truth. No excuses. No half-baked sob story. Minsung delivered a full monologue. Turns out he didn't sell his soul for power. Not for conquest. Not even for survival. He did it to kill one person he hated. That was it. Petty vengeance cranked to apocalyptic levels. Suho was genuinely stunned. This man teamed up with cosmic parasites over a personal grudge. Then Minsung trauma-dumped about the great cataclysm, how the world burned, and how some nobody from his past climbed all the way to S rank, while he stayed irrelevant. His pride couldn't handle the glow-up, so he chose murder. Then he turned it on Suho, questioned his motives. Wasn't Suho also hunting the alien threat? But Suho wasn't chasing blood. If there was another path, he'd take it. Minsung despised that answer. He laughed, mocked mercy, tore into Suho's ideals. And right as he was about to reveal the identity of Suho's future target, his body froze. Park Dojin pulled the emergency brake. He hijacked Minsung's body completely. Turns out the angry little failure had more value than expected. If Minsung couldn't live usefully, his body would still serve a purpose. Resistance was pointless. Their forms fused. Energy exploded outward, ripping through space itself. Suho's eyes widened. Baru's instincts went feral. The air screamed. Minsung's body cracked open. Wings burst out. Power flooded the area like a divine meltdown. This wasn't a power-up. This was possession. When the light faded, Dojin's voice echoed from the twisted form that remained. He congratulated Suho. Everything, the Stardust factory, the chase, the chaos, had been designed to bring him here. This meeting wasn't an accident. It was the goal. Suho tried to process the madness, but one thing was clear. Minsung was gone. What stood before them now wasn't human. When Dojin calmly admitted he was an apostle, serving a so-called god from another world, Suho finally understood. These were the monsters keeping his father trapped. He lunged forward without hesitation. Then the Fun Police arrived. Lim Taegyu's voice thundered across the battlefield as he made the loudest, most dramatic entrance imaginable. Authority radiated off him like pressure. Bow drawn, arrow locked. One move, and he'd start turning people into pincushions. Both Suho and Dojin knew it. Now wasn't the time for a final boss fight. Dojin smirked, promised Suho a rematch at the highest point in the region, because of course he did. But Taegyu wasn't here for monologues. He gave one warning, then he fired. Suho and Dojin vanished the instant the arrow left the string, slipping away like the attack had never even been aimed at them. No strain, no panic, just clean movement. Taegyu didn't even blink. He followed up immediately. 3 more arrows ripped through the air in rapid succession, fired so fast it looked like a single motion. A barrage, still nothing, not a single hit. Baru clicked his mandibles, irritated. Was it time to retaliate? Suho already had the answer. Taegyu wasn't an enemy. Not really. He wasn't tied to Dojin, wasn't tangled up in the Ataram mess, and most importantly, he wasn't going all out. That realization hit Suho hard. An S rank holding back in a situation like this meant one thing. Taegyu was aiming for something specific, and Taegyu proved it. He straightened, smirked, and openly acknowledged their dodging. Clean moves, he said. Impressive. But he made his objective crystal clear. Whatever Lee Minsung had become needed to be erased. There was no saving him now. Minsung wasn't a hunter anymore. He was a walking catastrophe, a living mana warhead waiting to detonate. Taegyu drew again, focus sharpening. This shot wasn't a warning. And then the battlefield broke. Reality stuttered. Suho and Dojin didn't dodge. They disappeared. Gone. In their place stood a goblin, just standing there, existing. Taegyu's brain blue-screened. He scanned the area, searching for sense, logic, anything that explained what he was seeing. Nothing. Just silence, warped mana, and cursed vibes soaking into the air. That's when it clicked. Minsung had pulled something twisted, some warped escape trick. And now the entire situation was spiraling beyond control. Taegyu didn't hesitate. He pulled out his phone and contacted the Hunter Association immediately. The call routed straight to Jinchul. The moment Taegyu started talking, Jinchul knew the situation had escalated. Minsung had vanished. Something was deeply wrong. Taegyu didn't sugarcoat it. Whatever Minsung had turned into wasn't just dangerous, it was abnormal. And there was something else. A masked hunter. Just appeared out of nowhere. Black mask. No identification. Jong-in, overhearing the report, snapped to attention. The moment Black Mask left Taegyu's mouth, Jong-in cut in sharply, asking one thing. Close combat specialist? Taegyu paused, surprised. Yeah, he was. That answer made Jong-in's expression harden. He knew that description. He'd seen the same masked hunter during the Riftport Pujeti incident. The man had soloed an entire black magic beast outbreak like it was a warm-up. Jinchul's mind raced. Black Mask. One-man army. His instincts screamed a familiar name. But reason kicked in just as fast. No, if it were him, this fight would have ended already. Elsewhere, Dojin was spiraling in a different way. He couldn't wrap his head around why Suho had helped him earlier. That wasn't part of the plan. He hadn't expected backup from someone who clearly despised him. Suho didn't bother being polite. He called Dojin out directly, said it like it was. Dojin was ready to abandon Minsung the second things went sideways. No loyalty, no conviction, just self-preservation. Dojin didn't deny it. Instead, he dropped something unexpected. The demons had spoken about Suho before. They'd called him the Shadow Monarch. Now Dojin wanted confirmation. Was Suho the real thing, or just another pretender wearing borrowed darkness? Suho didn't flinch. He told Dojin that if he wanted answers, he'd have to stay alive long enough to earn them. Beru interrupted, warning that Minsung's power had spiked beyond anything reasonable. Suho nodded once, and then gave the command. The ground cracked open. Shadows poured out like a nightmare flood, ripping free from the earth as an army emerged. This wasn't backup. This was a full raid boss roster deployed without hesitation. Dojin watched, smirking. That pressure, that presence. He'd felt it before. Out came the familiar horrors. The blue Kasaka's venom fang, the giant desert centipede, the high troll, Sheikah the tomb's warden. At the center of it all stood Suho, calm, focused, radiating pure inevitability. Easel and Gray stepped in beside him, ready for war. The shadow dungeon had arrived. Then the system hit Suho with a notification. Objective clear as day. Eliminate Lee Minsung, now an Atarim vessel, and claim his memories. The weight of it settled heavy in his chest. This wasn't just another enemy. This was killing someone who had once been human. But there was no room for hesitation anymore. Inside the Apostle's hijacked mind, something unexpected stirred. Cold logic fractured as fragments of Minsung's emotions leaked through. Curiosity, obsession, fascination, all of it pointed at Suho. This wasn't just a target anymore. The Apostle wanted to understand him. Then the shadows surged. The Apostle responded instantly, cutting through dark soldiers with surgical precision. Suho didn't stay back. He moved using the chaos, blitzing forward and slamming down a strike meant to end everything. The Apostle caught it. Steel clashed. Sparks erupted. The rhythm was vicious. Suho fought on the front line, using his army to carve openings, refusing to retreat. Essel lunged in, spear aimed straight for the Apostle's core, and failed. The Apostle caught the spear mid-thrust, stopping her cold, leaving her hanging there in pure terror. Before he could finish her, Suho came flying in and drop-kicked him square in the jaw. The Apostle snapped his neck back into place, like it meant nothing. That stare didn't change. That's when Suho went all in. Sheikah moved. Sand exploded upward, binding the Apostle in a crushing prison. Suho launched himself forward, committing fully, and the prison detonated. The Apostle obliterated the sand, tossing Sheikah across the battlefield like debris. The shockwave nearly sent Suho face first into the ground as the fight escalated to another level entirely. The Apostle didn't react. No rage, no excitement, not even a flicker in his eyes. Then the slaughter started. He moved, and everything went red. The blade flashed once, and the high troll was split clean down the middle, its massive body collapsing like a butchered carcass. Before the blood even finished hitting the ground, the Apostle pivoted. Essel barely had time to register the movement before she got slammed aside. It wasn't a fight anymore. It was an execution. All the while, the Apostle kept watching Suho. The soldiers of darkness charged in waves, but something was wrong. They weren't moving like a thinking army anymore. They were disjointed, sloppy, powerful, yes, but unfocused. Like NPCs bugging out under bad pathing, the Apostle noticed immediately. Power without control. Darkness without purpose. Since Minsung had been hijacked, everything had spiraled. The borrowed strength now brushing against S-rank territory was unstable, violent, incomplete. And Suho was trying to answer that pressure with half-finished tools and unresolved fear. The Apostle approached him slowly. In his mind, he thought of something higher, something beyond kings, beyond gods, a being so isolated by its own strength that no one could ever truly understand it. He wasn't here to win. He was here to understand darkness. And when his sword came down, there was no restraint left. Suho raised his gauntlets. The impact shattered Vulcan's horn horn instantly. The weapon cracked apart with a sound like snapping bone, and a system alert might as well have screamed, "You fucked up." The follow-up strike punched straight through Suho's abdomen. Essel screamed. Suho slammed into the ground, blood pouring out as his body went limp. The apostle stood over him, staring down like a scientist observing a failed experiment. Then came the sermon. The apostle spoke calmly, explaining how Suho didn't understand the power he carried, how that strength deserved purpose, how it should be stripped from him, reshaped and turned into faith. Suho barely heard it. Blood filled his mouth. His thoughts scattered, and then memory hit him. Baru, that annoying, relentless voice he'd ignored, used shadow-transformed weapons. Suho had brushed it off before. Vulcan's horn had better numbers, better attack stats. End of discussion. Why complicate things with ruler's authority, shadow soldiers, and an entirely new weapon system when his hands were already full? Baru had hyped him up, called him brilliant. Suho had shut it down with one line. My dad never needed that. Baru had gone quiet after that, probably questioning how someone this stubborn had survived this long without getting smacked into enlightenment. Now that silence pressed down harder than the pain. Lying there, bleeding out, Suho was forced to sit with a thought he'd been avoiding for years. When had he started settling? Probably long before the system ever called his name. He hadn't drawn anything since awakening. Not once. Art used to be everything to him. Now he was just a walking spreadsheet with unresolved trauma. Kong's words resurfaced too. You don't even know what you want. And damn it, he'd been right. Suho had dodged responsibility at every turn. Let the system handle his reunion with his dad. Assumed his mom would just come back someday. Told himself strength was the answer, without ever asking the question. Why did he want power? What was it for? Something clicked. Right there on the ground, torn open and dying, clarity finally punched through. Suho raised his blood-soaked hand and spoke. Arise. The battlefield answered. Shadows churned violently as fallen soldiers began dragging themselves back up. But this time, it didn't stop there. The apostle's eyes narrowed. He'd seen resurrection before. This was different. The shadows didn't rise separately, that they merged. Bodies twisted, limbs fused, forms collapsed into each other as something grotesque and massive took shape. An unholy chimera, born straight from the abyss. Even the apostle hesitated. Gray staggered forward too, growling through the pain, as the air itself cracked under the pressure. Mana spiked, reality warped. This wasn't a revival. This was evolution, a transformation. And right when everything was about to explode, the story yanked the brakes. Flashbacks. City streets glowing under festive lights. Young Suho stood between his parents, eyes shining with possibility. He looked up at Jinwoo and declared he wanted to be a detective just like him. Jinwoo blinked, caught off guard, but listened. Then Suho turned to Cha Hye-in, immediately switching tracks, asking if becoming a runner like her would be cool. She smiled, rested a hand on his head, and told him something that stuck longer than any lecture. They'd never force their dreams on him. Whatever future he chose had to be his. Suho, overflowing with kid logic, said he wanted to be strong and cool like both of them. Hye-in smiled, but warned him, make sure it's your dream, not a borrowed one. For a while he listened, then he didn't. School came. Obsession followed. Ants filled his sketchbooks. Endless ants. His teacher scolded him, said he'd never improve drawing the same thing. Suho disagreed quietly. Every ant was different, same shape, different soul. Then one day, an ant didn't look like an ant at all, and everything clicked. That wasn't a mistake. That was discovery. The reason Suho awakened shadow transformation early wasn't a system error. It wasn't fate glitching. It was because the system saw something Jinwoo never had. Originality. Back in the present, Suho stopped resisting. He wasn't going to wear someone else's shadow anymore. He would master shadow transformation as an art, and bend the darkness into something that was finally, undeniably, his. The shift was instant. 1 second Suho was just standing there. The next, the shadows around him started acting feral. Twitching, crawling, bending toward him, like gravity had flipped. It wasn't dramatic flair. It was recognition. The darkness finally clocked it. Baru felt it first. The connection didn't just deepen. It collapsed inward, like Suho stopped borrowing the shadows and started becoming their center. Baru's body flickered. For the first time since spawning into existence, the Ant King didn't know what the hell was happening. Essel saw Baru wobble and grabbed him before he face-planted. What's wrong with him? She snapped, eyes never leaving Suho. Baru swallowed. If he still had pride, it was cracking. I don't know. Maybe the kid finally stopped choking himself. Across the field, the apostle's expression tightened. Up until now, Suho had been filed neatly in his head. Incomplete monarch, sloppy control, manageable threat. Someone you break before they learn too much. Now Suho radiated something wrong. Not unstable, not wild, intentional. The apostle adjusted instantly. New priority. Push him to death's door and jam the star fragment in before whatever this was finished cooking. Too late. The shadows detonated. They surged upward like a black tide, ripping across the battlefield, forcing the apostle to leap back as the pressure shattered the ground beneath him. His balance slipped, just for a second, but that second screamed danger. This wasn't possible. Hunter power didn't work like this. Awakening was a sealed deal. One roll of the dice. No evolutions, no second phases, and yet Suho's wounds sealed shut. wrapped in crawling darkness. His fingers stretched, hardened, sharpened, black claws snapping into place as the shadows howled. Second awakening, the battlefield answered him. Shadow soldiers poured out, ranks forming instinctively. Not summoned, but called. Suho stood among them, calm and centered, eyes hollowed out into something colder. The uncertainty was gone. He finally understood it. Shadow transformation wasn't a weapon. It was a language. The chimera lunged first, a mass of fused bodies and gnashing jaws tearing toward the apostle. One slash, gone. Reduced to drifting ash. No hesitation. A high troll followed, fists swinging like wrecking balls. The punch landed with a thunderclap, and the apostle caught it barehanded, crushed it, one counter, and deleted. Shadow after shadow fell apart under clean, merciless strikes, but Suho didn't flinch, didn't panic, didn't retreat. He activated Bond skill, Demon Blast. Mana detonated beneath his feet, and he launched forward, everything riding on this one charge. If this failed, there was nothing left. He moved fast, faster than before, but not fast enough. The apostle read him easily. Predictable trajectory, linear intent, too simple. Blades flashed. Suho never reached him. Cuts tore across his body mid-air, blood scattering as he crashed into the ground, gasping. The apostle smiled, relaxed again, still above him. Then, impact. Something slammed into the apostle's face from behind with enough force to warp the air. Sheikah, the tomb warden, a shadow soldier. And she wasn't just attacking, she was using a skill. The punch launched the apostle like a missile, skipping him through stone and earth until the battlefield cratered around his landing. Silence. Suho stared. The realization hit. Shadow transformation didn't stop at bodies. It could equip them. The apostle struggled to rise, jaw shattered, blood pouring, eyes wide with disbelief. A soldier, not even the Monarch, had just done something the original Shadow Monarch never achieved. His pride collapsed faster than his bones. Desperate now, he clawed inward, draining Lee Minsung's remaining mana, trying to stabilize himself. And that's when he felt it. Resistance. The connection faltered. Fear crept in. No, Minsung wasn't supposed to fight back, but the voice came anyway. Clear, furious, done being silent. Lee Minsung wasn't scared anymore. Not of death, not of being forgotten. What he hated, what burned, was being treated like he never mattered at all. If this was the end, then he'd choose how it ended. Not as a victim, not as background noise, but as the role he was forced into. And he would play it to the end. Minsung fought back. For the first time since the apostle hijacked his body, he pushed hard. The grip choking his soul cracked, and the moment it did, his body started coming apart, skin splitting, bones fracturing, mana tearing him from the inside out. He roared through the pain, not begging, not screaming for help, but declaring his end, not as a hero, not as a victim. If the world had already cast him as the villain, then fine. He'd die owning the role. The apostle's presence peeled away from him, breaking apart like ash caught in a storm. Whatever divine parasite had been riding him finally lost its seat. Suho was already there, mana wrapped tight around his fist, dense and violent, glowing like it wanted blood. When he threw the punch, it didn't just cave Minsung's face in. It erased him. Armor gone, pride gone, ego pulverized. His jaw shattered so completely he didn't even get the dignity of talking trash on the way out. For a guy who lived off his own voice, that silence was crueler than death. As the strength drained out of him, Minsung's mind betrayed him with memories. The day he met the apostle, the promises, the lies dressed up as destiny. He really thought he was chosen, thought he'd fix the world. Instead, all that got fixed was his position, flat on the ground. His thoughts drifted to Lim Taegu recruiting him. And somehow, even while dying, he was still bitter, still holding grudges, still mad at people he never even beat. God had jokes, apparently. And the funniest one came last. As his soul slipped out, as everything faded, Minsung's final thought wasn't regret or fear. It was spite. That brat doesn't get to pity me. My life meant more than his ever will. And with that, Lee Minsung clocked out. System panels exploded into existence, flashing rewards and confirmations like obnoxious pop-up ads. Quest cleared, emergency mission complete, level up. Suho ignored all of it. He lowered Minsung's body gently to the ground and sat beside him, staring into nothing. The cheers came late. His friends rushed in, voices shaking, relief spilling everywhere. Baru, of course, was already running victory commentary, praising Suho like this was another casual Tuesday for his king. Suho didn't respond. This wasn't a win that felt clean. This was the first human he'd ever killed. No matter how twisted Minsung had been, no matter how deep he'd fallen, he was still human. And that weight settled hard on Suho's chest. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet. He said he didn't know Minsung well, didn't even like him, but at least the guy stayed honest about what he wanted until the end. Baru heard it immediately, the crack beneath the calm. This wasn't triumph. This was a line crossed. Suho turned to the team, still lost in his head, and admitted it out loud. Yeah, Minsung was trash, but even trash could teach you something. Ever since awakening as a player, Suho had only lived for two things: becoming like his father and finding his mother. That was it. No detours, no identity, no room to be him. And maybe that's why Minsung's insult cut so deep. A worthless extra, someone without an ego. Suho hated that it sounded accurate. He remembered fighting Jinwoo in the tutorial, getting utterly demolished. No effort, no mercy. Ever since then, all he'd wanted was to close that gap. to reach that unreachable back. Lost in thought, he suddenly looked at his team and asked, completely serious, "Having big ambitions is good, right?" Essel and Baru froze, already bracing themselves. Then Suho snapped. Pointing upward like he was announcing a prophecy, he declared he'd become the strongest. Stronger than the apostles. Stronger than the monarchs. Stronger than his father. Silence. Essel blinked. Baru slowly turned his head. Yeah, he was concussed. That was like a side character announcing he'd surpassed the main protagonist. Illegal. Blasphemous. Unwritten rule violation. Essel, being real, told him straight up how insane that sounded, but said she'd still support him anyway. Baru, loyal but sane, added that Suho had officially set a goal somewhere beyond reality. Suho just nodded. He'd expected that. Even he knew it was probably impossible. So he dropped it and finally looked at the system rewards. Numbers, levels, XP. Then one message made him pause. Class change available. He stared at it. Long, hard. Oh, right, he muttered. Level 40. That empty slot, finally ready to be filled. For the first time in a while, Suho felt excited. Not because of his father, not because of expectations, but because this was his next step. Whatever came next, it wouldn't just be Jinwoo's shadow. It'd be his own path. Far away, the apostle hovered in the air, striking the most unhinged villain pose imaginable. Hands forming bizarre symbols, muttering like he'd just binged a ninja anime and thought it was instructional material. For flair, he hit a full T-pose, ran a hand through his hair, and laughed under his breath. He'd underestimated Suho. Never again. Merging with the fragments had restored one of his original powers. The scale of equivalent exchange. And this time, he was coming prepared. The Apostle's ability was simple and disgusting. Trade what you have for what you want, as long as the value checks out. And since sacrificing civilians was basically villain 101, he didn't even blink. He reached out. The nearby believers screamed as their life force was ripped straight out of them. Souls peeled away, compressed, converted into raw mana. This wasn't just pain. It was years shaved off their lives in seconds. But hey, world domination wasn't cheap. Power surged. With that stolen energy, the Apostle formed another Stardust fragment. Bigger, denser, and infinitely more lethal than before. It pulsed like a dying star on the verge of collapse. As he hurled it towards Suho, his lips curled into a manic grin. "This feeling?" he muttered. "Yeah, I remember this." Meanwhile, Baru had his priorities straight, or completely wrong. Instead of panicking about the incoming annihilation, he leaned towards Suho and asked for permission to rummage through Minsung's memories. He wanted answers. Why had that idiot done this? And how exactly was he connected to the Apostle? Suho didn't even look at him. Still staring into the void like someone who'd just lost an argument with existence itself, he muttered, "Do what you want, I trust you." And then, impact. The Stardust fragment slammed into Suho like a divine execution. Half his body nearly vanished. Blood exploded outward, painting the battlefield in crimson. Essel froze, staring like her brain had blue-screened. Baru screamed, like full-on tragic K-drama scream. Suho clenched his teeth and refused to black out. His vision swam as pain tore through him. But one thought cut through the haze. Minsung is down, so who the hell just did that to me? Above him, the Apostle hovered, smiling like a man who just won everything. The attack had landed perfectly. Even better, the Stardust fragment was now embedded inside Suho, poisoning him from within, weakening his resistance, paving the way for control. Just as planned, the fragment activated. Suho felt something clawing at his mind, forcing its way in. His body screamed. Alerts detonated inside his head as the system went into full combat lockdown. His longevity skill, immune to poison, disease, and harmful effects, fought back, trying to purge the curse. It failed. Tried again. On its third desperate attempt, it detected a similarity. The curse functioned like the mistburn infection. The system pulled past data and tried a new approach. Nothing. Worse, now the fragment was actively interfering, destabilizing the system itself. Still, the system refused to quit. Watching from above, the Apostle was certain victory was seconds away. The darkness they sought was finally within reach. Then reality punched him in the face. Star fragment neutralized. The system cracked it. Using the longevity effect, it erased the curse entirely. With the threat gone, it immediately began emergency repairs on Suho's body. Essel and Baru rushed in as Suho collapsed, barely clinging to consciousness. Lying there, he understood something terrifyingly clear. Without the system, he'd be dead. But survival came with a price. He'd lost too much blood. He needed to stop the bleeding, now. But he was so drained that even commanding his shadows felt impossible. His body was shutting down, his thoughts blurred. Then an idea surfaced, the class change. With shaking fingers, he accepted the panel. Instantly, a shadow dungeon door materialized. The system announced that only Suho could enter the class change quest. To maintain stability, his companions were forcibly relocated into the shadow dungeon. The Apostle stood there, staring. Reality had officially started gaslighting him. Before he could react, Suho vanished. When Suho opened his eyes, there was nothing, just darkness. For a brief moment, he genuinely thought he'd died, until the pain reminded him otherwise. Definitely not dead. Yet, to be sure, he pinched his cheek. Then he touched his stomach. No wound, no pain. Perfectly healed. So, alive. Good start. The question was, where the hell was he? A torch suddenly ignited nearby, its flame casting light down a long corridor. Suho's blood ran cold. He recognized this place. Meanwhile, the Apostle, now fully manifested in his true body, returned to the mountaintop, where he had been clashing with Suho only moments earlier. What greeted him wasn't a battlefield. It was a corpse. Minsung lay motionless on the stone, lifeless and cold. The Apostle stepped closer, eyes narrowing as he scanned every inch of the area. His senses stretched outward, probing for mana, any residue, any echo, any sign that something supernatural had taken place. There was nothing. Not a spark. Not even the faintest trace of lingering energy. That alone made his expression twist in disbelief. A gate appearing without warning was already absurd, but Suho vanishing along with his entire squad, leaving behind absolutely zero magical footprint, that crossed into the realm of nonsense. His gaze dropped back to Minsung's body, and then it clicked. They hadn't taken the corpse, which meant the gate hadn't been opened to everyone. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the Apostle remained where he stood, lost in thought. And instead of anger, the man started laughing. A low giggle escaped him at first, then it spiraled into manic amusement. The idea of what kind of disaster Suho might unleash next genuinely thrilled him. Elsewhere, in a corridor that felt disturbingly familiar, Suho was upside down, casually doing handstand push-ups. Because obviously, after nearly dying and getting half his torso blown apart, the correct response was strength training. At this point, it was impossible to deny it. He had absolutely inherited Sung Jinwoo's talent for choosing the worst possible moments to train. There he was, hanging like a bat, muttering to himself about how all his injuries had mysteriously healed. He felt completely fine. Too fine. If it weren't for the constant system notifications nagging him about how heirs of other monarchs couldn't enter the advancement quest and how his shadow dungeon was disabled, he might have mistaken this place for a fancy new gym. Every major fight he'd survived so far had leaned heavily on his bond skill in the shadow dungeon. Now, he was completely solo. Dropping his gaze, he finally examined the corridor ahead. Something about it felt off. Then it hit him. This place looked almost identical to the tutorial dungeon from his past, and that realization made one thing painfully clear. Things were about to get ugly. Memories began flooding back, fragmented at first like half-forgotten dreams, but they sharpened with every second. This dungeon had been created by Jinwoo himself, built specifically for him. He remembered growing stronger here, winning battles, and admiring his own ridiculously handsome reflection. But that version of him was gone, wiped clean. Last time, he'd at least known what was coming. This time, nothing had appeared. No enemies, no weapons, no guidance. And to make things worse, his only weapon, Vulcan's horns, had been obliterated during his fight with the Apostle. Standing in the silent corridor, unease crept into his chest. He'd been here long enough that something should have triggered by now. The system usually couldn't shut up, commenting on even the most pointless nonsense. Yet now, silence. His eyes locked onto the door ahead. Could he really make it through this entire dungeon without weapons, without bond skills? As he looked around, another detail stood out. There were far more passageways than he remembered. Whether the dungeon had changed or his memory was just trash, he couldn't tell. Either way, the place gave off a strong, same but not really vibe. Then he heard it, a sound, distant, unfamiliar. Definitely not something that had existed here before. Before he could spiral any further, his eyes landed on a massive door planted right in the middle of the corridor. His immediate reaction? What in the discount dungeon design was that? The hallway clearly continued past it, yet someone had slapped a boss room-looking door right in the center like it belonged there. Still, curiosity won. Suho walked up to the door and stopped inches from it. Ignoring ominous doors was not in his skill set. If there was one universal rule he lived by, it was this. If you see a huge suspicious door, open it. Without hesitation, he pushed it open, hoping that clearing this advancement quest would let him reclaim the insane power he'd once held in that dreamlike tutorial state. The first thing he remembered from that tutorial was the legend himself, Igris, the goat, the aura farmer. And now, Suho was back, harvesting that aura like it was a full-time job. Darkness swallowed him the moment he stepped inside. He muttered about not being able to see a damn thing. But one fact was undeniable. He wasn't alone. With every step forward, the feeling intensified. Something was watching him. Then faint light revealed a throne, and on it sat a figure cloaked in shadow. As Suho approached, details slowly emerged, and his stomach dropped. This wasn't Igris. No towering armor. No overwhelming presence. The figure was smaller, thinner, almost human. Suho stopped dead in his tracks. His mind short-circuited as realization slammed into him like a truck. Seated on the throne was his past self, the version of Suho who had cleared the tutorial, the version he had once aspired to become. As Suho tried to wrap his head around this nightmare incarnate, his past self slowly rose from the throne. The expression on that face wasn't just anger. It was pure, distilled fury, the kind that made it feel personal, like Suho had committed some unforgivable crime simply by existing. This wasn't someone annoyed or mildly hostile. This was the look of someone who had been waiting a long time to finally snap. Suho's brain produced a single crystal-clear thought. Oh shit. His past self stepped forward. Each footstep carried killing intent so dense it felt physical, radiating the promise of violence. Not because Suho was a threat, but because beating him into the ground seemed like it would be fun. None of this made sense. How was he supposed to fight himself? And not just any version. This was the version that had manhandled Beru at full power. A walking apocalypse, a one-man extinction event. Before he could even pretend to form a strategy, his past self began charging power. And not subtly. This was a full-blown, anime-level charge-up. The air screamed, the ground vibrated. Energy surged so dramatically that it felt like it was being narrated by fate itself. It took so long Suho genuinely had time to think that he could have sat down, eaten a meal, and reflected on every bad decision he'd ever made. Then it finished. Past Suho vanished. In the next instant, Suho felt an impact, a hole, right through his body. No pain, no heroic struggle, no dramatic last stand. Just instant death. Clean, efficient, absolute. He gasped. Air flooded his lungs as Suho jolted upright somewhere else, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. His heart slammed against his ribs like it was trying to escape. He had died. Not almost, not close. Actually died. Yet here he was, alive. Before he could spiral, his eyes flicked to the wall. 3 torches burned there, just like before. Just like during his fight with Igris. 1 flickered and went out. 2 left. That realization hit harder than the killing blow. Questions piled into his head all at once. Why was there another him in the boss chamber? Was he seriously expected to beat himself to clear this quest? The idea made his stomach churn. He'd been erased in seconds, completely outclassed. How was he supposed to win against something so far beyond him it wasn't even funny? His gaze drifted to the chamber door. Walking back in meant volunteering for another instant execution. And yet, something clicked. He remembered what Beru had once told him. The system existed to make him stronger. It didn't throw truly impossible challenges at its users, which meant this nightmare had an answer. Even if the opponent was absurd, even if it felt unwinnable, there had to be a path forward. That's when Suho finally acknowledged what had been bothering him since the start. This dungeon was wrong. This place? It had far too many branching paths. He had walked straight into the boss room like a complete idiot. No wonder he got annihilated. Deciding to engage the remaining scraps of intelligence he possessed, Suho turned and bolted. If there were other doors, then there had to be other challenges. Ones that didn't involve being murdered by a god-tier version of himself. By the time he finally found another door, he was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. He wiped his face, relief washing over him. At least this time he might not instantly die. Still, just before opening it, the last 2 neurons in his skull fired at once. Who the hell is waiting behind this one? That was as deep as the thought went. Overthinking clearly wasn't his specialty. So he opened the door. Inside, a toddler, his toddler self. Small, chubby, sitting on the floor, happily playing with toys, completely harmless looking, until Suho realized something. He was the new toy. Standing there, Suho wondered what kind of cursed nonsense this dungeon was running on. First his future self, now his past self. He hesitated. There was no way he could bring himself to fight a kid. Then toddler Suho casually activated ruler's authority. Every toy in the room lifted into the air, hovering ominously like a pint-sized dark lord preparing a mass execution. That's when it clicked. Enemy or not, this kid was lethal. Suho tried to run. His legs didn't respond. Whether it was pressure, fear, or sheer terror didn't matter. Because toddler Suho charged. 1 blink, 1 clean motion, and Suho's head left his shoulders. Instant death. He respawned again. Another torch went out. Reality slapped him square in the face. He had just been absolutely destroyed by a child. Himself as a child. He sat there, shell-shocked, questioning whether that had actually happened. Did his tiny, round-faced toddler self really just snap his neck like it was nothing? Judging by the despair etched across his face. Yeah, it did. Every opponent so far had been completely out of his league. If this kept up, clearing the quest wasn't just difficult. It was impossible. That's when he noticed the torches again. 3 chances, just like the tutorial. 2 were already gone, 1 life left. And because the dungeon clearly wasn't finished torturing him, the walls suddenly began to glitch. Torches multiplied rapidly, lighting up the entire space in an overwhelming blaze. Suho stared in silence, unsure if this was scripted or if the system itself was breaking. He got his answer when a panel appeared. Some unknown substance from another world was interfering with the system. Error detected, and for the first time since entering the dungeon, the system admitted something was wrong. And because the universe clearly took personal offense to Suho existing, an urgent quest slammed into his vision. Defeat the being behind the door. No exits, no loopholes, no mercy. Until that thing was dealt with, this dungeon wasn't letting him go anywhere. Suho stared up at the ceiling like some higher power might suddenly feel guilty and explain what the hell was going on. His eyes drifted to the countless floating lights above him. For a moment, a thought crossed his mind. Are those my remaining lives? He squinted. There were nearly 1,000. Oh, yeah. If that was the case, then this was actually good news. He shook his head, mentally scolding himself for even questioning it. Maybe use that brain train once in a while. Then reality punched back. He couldn't level up here, and considering he'd just gotten absolutely demolished by a toddler, that was a massive problem. Slowly, Suho looked back toward the dungeon entrance, pieces clicking together. Had the system forced this absurd quest on him because of the interference? Ding! A new message appeared. Defeat the target causing the system error. Remaining lives displayed. Right below it. Number of enemies, 1. Then another notification popped up. You cannot leave the dungeon until the target is defeated. And just like that, every shred of relief evaporated. Suho glanced back at the sea of floating lights. So that was it. Either he killed whatever nightmare was waiting behind that door, or he stayed trapped here forever. Either way, sitting around feeling sorry for himself wasn't an option. Under his breath, barely audible, he reminded himself of the only rule that mattered now: advance. He stepped forward, forcing his shaking nerves into line as he entered the passageway. As he moved, his thoughts sharpened. This place wasn't normal. Every corridor led to a boss chamber, each one housing something absurdly strong enough to send him straight to the respawn altar. But something didn't add up. Was there really only one boss? That felt wrong. Before he could dwell on it, a chill crawled up his spine. His body stiffened. Something was watching him. Suho's eyes snapped toward the shadows, scanning for movement, friend or foe. His instincts screamed the answer, and it wasn't the friendly one. He stayed still, waiting. Then the darkness shifted. A shape emerged. His stomach dropped. A toy. A grotesque, twisted toy drenched in a sinister purple aura. Then another, and finally, the devil himself. The same toddler version of Suho that had beaten him into the dirt earlier stepped into view. His blood ran cold. What the fuck? Nothing about this made sense. Had the boss left its chamber? Did opening that door earlier screw him over completely? None of it mattered anymore. So he made the only logical choice: run. His feet barely touched the ground as he bolted in the opposite direction. But the mini-demon was faster. The kid cocked his arm back and hurled one of those cursed toys. Pain exploded. Suho screamed. He stumbled, looking down just in time to see that a chunk of his left leg was simply gone. His mind lagged a second before the agony hit. Then it hit everything. This wasn't normal pain. This wasn't the kind you grit your teeth through. It was mind-breaking, soul-rattling agony that drowned out thought itself. The universe answered by kicking him while he was down. Another presence flared behind him, his adult self. And this one wasn't just strong. He was drowning in aura, radiating killing intent, like he was about to farm Suho for experience points. Suho didn't even notice him at first. Didn't notice the pressure and didn't notice the glow. That signature, overwhelming presence. The kind that screamed main character done holding back. By the time Suho realized what was happening, it was already over. A kick, clean, perfect. His neck didn't stand a chance. Respawn. Again. Suho found himself back in the corridors, staring at the ceiling with a brand new list of complaints. First off, since when were bosses allowed to roam the halls like they owned the place? That was bullshit. Second, who approved this dungeon design? Of course, no one answered. So he defaulted to his favorite coping mechanism, comparing himself to his dad. Did Sung Jinwoo have to deal with this kind of unhinged nonsense? Probably. Suho shook his head and forced himself to refocus. Complaining wouldn't clear the quest. Thinking just might. At least one good thing came out of dying just now. Those glowing lights in the respawn chamber? They really were extra lives. That single realization was the only W Suho had gotten all day. If the objective was simply to clear the mission, then to hell with fighting. He didn't need to win. He just needed to keep pushing through rooms until he found a different one. That was the plan. Unfortunately, the plan immediately got punched in the face. The adult version of the boss appeared out of nowhere and erased him with a single hit. And just like that, Suho entered the worst gaming experience of his entire existence. Respawn. Instant death. Respawn. Deleted again. Sometimes it was his toddler self doing the honors. Other times, it was his adult self. Either way, he was getting farmed like an early game mob. Except he was the mob. Still, infinite lives meant infinite retreats, so he kept throwing himself back into the corridors, again and again, desperately hoping to stumble into a new boss room before his mind completely snapped. By the time he lost count of how many times he died, he was pretty sure this dungeon was going to leave him with lifelong PTSD. Eventually, a thought crept in. What if, thanks to the system's broken-ass interference, he was trapped in a perfect loop? Infinite lives, infinite deaths, zero progress. For the first time since this nightmare began, Suho didn't immediately rush back out. He just sat there, staring into nothing, wondering what the point of endless lives was when every enemy was so absurdly overpowered that he couldn't even touch them. Then the memory hit him like a slap. He remembered what he'd said before, that he would become the strongest. Back then, it sounded like a declaration. Now, it felt like a chain wrapped around his throat, dragging him forward, whether he wanted to move or not. Clicking his tongue, Suho bit into his thumb. Using the blood, he began sketching a crude map of the labyrinth onto the floor. If he was going to die over and over again, he'd at least make those deaths useful. Every respawn, more details. Every death, more information. He would map this place out completely, turn this death trap into something understandable. While Suho was being endlessly farmed inside the dungeon, the outside world was spiraling into its own chaos. The Hunter Association dropped a bombshell announcement. Stardust, the so-called miracle drug for hunters, was destroying memories, urging hunters to stop using it at once. Anyone who had already taken it was ordered to report in for evaluation. But the real headline, Lee Minsung, the smug celebrity hunter, wasn't just another user. He was the mastermind behind Stardust's distribution. And once that came out, the floodgates opened. His crimes piled up fast enough that the Grim Reaper Guild was officially placed under investigation. Inside the Hunter Association headquarters, Lim Taegyu stood before Woo Jin-chul, drowning in guilt. He blamed himself for missing all the warning signs. Jin-chul tried to calm him down, telling him it wasn't his fault, but Taegyu wasn't hearing it. His thoughts kept returning to Minsung's corpse. The body was so badly mutilated it was barely recognizable, and Taegyu knew one thing for certain. Minsung didn't possess any transformation abilities. That's when Choi Jong-in spoke up, suggesting that whatever happened to Minsung might be linked to Stardust itself. Then the conversation shifted to the Black Mask Hunter. Choi pulled a photo from his pocket and slid it onto the table. "One of the miners from the excavation team is missing," he said calmly, pointing at the image. "His name is Suho, registered as D rank." He paused. "I'm calling bullshit on that." Nearby, the apostle asked to see the photo. The moment his eyes landed on it, a slow, delighted grin spread across his face. Back inside the dungeon, Suho was barely holding on to his sanity. The map was almost complete, but it had cost him more deaths than he thought possible. And despite all of it, the glowing lights above him, the ones tracking his lives, hadn't decreased at all. A blessing and a curse. Slumped against the wall, his eyes were dull, drained of hope. But quitting, that wasn't an option. Not yet. Drawing in a deep breath, Suho forced himself back onto his feet. Even if the outcome didn't change, even if this ended in another brutal death, he had to try. One more time. Back in the shadow dungeon, Amit, affectionately known as Alligator Face, was seconds away from committing insecticide. Baru was flying in frantic circles, wailing non-stop about Suho's disappearance. "Stop," Amit snapped. "Flying like an idiot isn't going to summon him." Rocky and Essel stood nearby, tense and silent, trying not to lose it in public. Baru ignored Amit completely. He gasped dramatically, clutched his chest, and accused Amit of being heartless. How could he be so calm? Didn't he understand the gravity of the situation? He started crying, actual tears. Essel finally intervened, admitting she kind of understood Baru's meltdown. Suho had been gone for over 2 weeks. She didn't say it outright, but the fear was there. Amit sighed. Did she really expect him to lose his mind too? It was already more than enough. Essel frowned and rounded on Amit, clearly annoyed. She called him cold-hearted, demanded to know how he could act like this when they were supposed to be on the same side. Wasn't he even worried about Suho? Amit barely reacted. He shrugged and fired back a question of his own. Did she even know who Suho really was? Everyone treated Suho like fragile glass, he said, probably because they kept comparing him to Jinwoo. But Amit had never met Jinwoo. He didn't care about that comparison. What he did know was Suho himself. Suho was a stubborn, suicidal idiot. Bleeding out? Didn't matter. Bones shattered? Irrelevant. Mind completely fried? He'd push through anyway. Amit had watched it happen during training, again and again. The kid didn't stop, ever. That was why Amit wasn't worried. No matter what hell Suho was crawling through right now, Amit was certain of one thing. Suho would drag himself out of it, broken nails and all, and come back stronger. That shut them up. Essel blinked. Baru froze mid-panic. For once, neither of them had a comeback, and as much as they hated to admit it, Amit wasn't wrong. They had no choice but to trust Suho. Back inside the dungeon, Suho was done being a punching bag. No more hesitation, no more self-pity. He charged straight at his adult self, fists flying, fully aware that if he was going to die again, he wasn't doing it quietly. But something was off. He got close, closer than ever, when his adult self casually erased him from existence with a single punch. No impact, no drama, just instant death. Respawn altar. Embarrassing. Absolute PvP humiliation. And what did Suho do? He did it again. The second he respawned, he bolted forward like a deranged speedrunner, only to slam straight into his child self this time. Did that stop him? Of course not. He leaped anyway, winding up for a desperate all-or-nothing strike. Tiny Suho flicked a finger. Deleted. Back to the altar. By now, Suho had died so many times he'd lost count. But repetition breeds clarity. Between deaths, Suho finally noticed the status windows. The truth hit him like a slap. Kid Suho had no levels. None. Instead, the little monster had maxed out Ruler's authority itself. Pure broken telekinesis that ignored every rule. Meanwhile, adult Suho was a level 99 Soul Striker, a walking catastrophe who could break bones just by touching him. 2 raid bosses, and Suho? He was the tutorial mob. Respawning again, Suho sprinted through the maze, replaying every failed attempt in his head. Fear had burned away completely. He died too often for it to matter anymore. What did matter was survival. Out there, death wouldn't be meaningless. Out there, he wouldn't respawn. So he adapted. Every death taught him something. Every failure carved the maze deeper into his mind. Eventually, only one path remained unexplored. He stopped in front of it, dread creeping in. If there wasn't a door here, he was finished. Beating either version of himself was impossible, and without progress, the quest would never end. As he stood there spiraling, a realization snapped into place. The closer he'd gotten to this area, the faster those two had appeared. They were guarding something, and right on cue, the kid version of himself showed up, smug, calm, blocking the way. That sealed it. Whatever lay ahead, Tiny Terror didn't want him finding it. Suho grinned, like a man about to make a terrible decision. He rushed the kid head-on, convinced he'd cracked the system. If Ruler's authority worked like an invisible hand, then surrounding himself with it should let him push through. Good idea. Horrible execution. Because Kid Suho's authority was maxed. The moment Suho tried to assert control, he got ragdolled like a toy, tossed aside by invisible force. Another unseen strike came screaming toward him, a guaranteed return trip to the altar. It missed, barely. That split second was all he needed. Kid Suho lunged after him, and Suho's fried brain finally sparked a real idea. He ripped off his coat and hurled it straight at the kid's face. For a heartbeat, Tiny Terror was blinded. Suho ran, full throttle, no looking back, legs screaming as he tore down the unexplored corridor. If the kid caught up, it was over. Then he saw it. A massive door, identical to the ones his other selves had crawled out of. Hope slammed into him. There was no way he was beating those monsters. So whatever was behind that door was his escape. And judging by how desperately they'd tried to stop him, it was the right choice. But just as he reached for it, the air turned heavy. Crushing, silent. His heartbeat slowed as overwhelming pressure filled the corridor. And then his adult self charged in. No footsteps, no warning, just raw destruction. The maze behind him disintegrated as he advanced. Suho didn't think. He doubled his speed, threw himself at the door, and yanked with everything he had. If either of them caught him now, it was over. No retries, no guarantees he'd ever make it back here. This was it. Do or die, and Suho had died enough already. Just when Suho thought he'd finally escaped the nightmare, reality slapped him across the face. His adult self erased the distance in a blink. One moment the corridor was empty. The next, that monster was right there. Close enough that Suho could feel the pressure crushing the air out of his lungs. Every instinct in his body fired at once. Shit. Adult Suho didn't rush him immediately. He just stood there, silent, radiating pure endgame energy, staring at him like this was the calm before a world-ending cutscene. Then he moved. A second ago, he was at the far end of the hallway. Now he was mid-charge, fist cocked back, about to punt Suho's head like a championship-winning goal. By sheer dumb luck, Suho yanked the door open, threw himself inside, and slammed it shut with everything he had. He clung to the handle like his life depended on it, because it absolutely did. His whole body shook. His lungs burned. His heart tried to beat its way out of his chest. He was supposed to be dead. The panic crashed into him all at once, leaving him gasping like he'd just sprinted for his life while being hunted by apex predators. But he couldn't afford to spiral. The real terror was still unanswered. Could they follow him? He didn't even want to imagine it. Forcing the thought down, Suho finally let himself breathe, just for a second. No fists smashing his skull. No invisible hands snapping his bones. For now, the dungeon had given him a pause. But he wasn't naive. This wasn't over. Whatever waited in this room was going to be bad. Very bad. Based on the pattern so far, the answer felt obvious. Another version of himself. The question was which one? Maybe early tutorial Suho, back when he was still learning the ropes, or the try-hard phase, juggling multiple weapons like a walking RPG spreadsheet. But if it wasn't either of those, before the thought could finish, a presence stirred. A figure stepped out of the shadows. At first, Suho couldn't make out the face. But then his eyes locked onto one detail, and his stomach dropped. Two swords. The figure advanced into the light, blades resting casually at his sides. Even weaker than the previous monsters, this version of Suho carried an oppressive aura that made the air feel heavy. Then, without warning, his entire body and both blades ignited in that familiar blue glow. Suho's expression hardened. Of course, he thought. Another me. The pattern was clear now. Every boss in this dungeon was a version of himself. But this time it wasn't his past. This was him, right now. One glance at the weapons confirmed it. Rakan's fang in one hand, Vulcan's horn in the other. Weapons he knew better than his own heartbeat. For a split second, Suho wondered if the system had glitched, or if some higher power was just screwing with him for laughs. Then he checked the stats and started giggling, not out of fear, out of relief. For the first time in this dungeon, the numbers were on his side. After getting folded, ragdolled, and repeatedly humiliated by monsters who treated him like target practice, he finally had a fair fight. No, better than fair. His strength stat dwarfed this knockoff version. Finally, Suho didn't hesitate. He exploded forward and dropped a kick so violent it felt like it bent reality. The boss crossed his blades to block, but the impact still sent him skidding backward, boots carving trenches into the floor. Suho smirked, then froze. The boss activated body enhancement. Buff stacked instantly. Attack up, defense up, speed up. Suho's smile twitched. Hold up, he knew that skill. That wasn't his. That was Amit's. Before he could process how the hell this clone was pulling out moves that weren't even his, the boss lunged. Clean, ruthless strikes aimed to carve him apart. Suho dodged each one, but the assault didn't slow. Storm Slash, his own technique. Suho reacted instantly, ripping out a dagger and firing Storm Slash right back. The collision detonated the battlefield, shockwaves tearing through walls and floor alike. He barely had time to congratulate himself before a blade grazed his cheek. At first he brushed it off. Then pain exploded in his head, along with memories, not his. He saw himself fighting a colossal monster he had never faced. He staggered, shook it off, and got hit again. Another memory, this one of a girl carrying him somewhere, her face blurred. Panic crept in. Are these mental attacks? That wasn't in the damn patch notes. Before he could stabilize, a heavy blow launched him across the room. The boss didn't let up. Instead, he spoke a single word. Arise. Suho's heart sank. A shadow soldier emerged. Night rank. The system panel confirmed it. Suho nearly lost his mind. As if the clone wasn't enough, now there were two of them. The shadow charged with terrifying enthusiasm, landing brutal strikes and grinning like it was enjoying this way too much. Suho blocked, parried, dodged, barely holding the line as the pressure mounted. And while he was locked in combat with the Shadow Psycho, the boss moved, flanking. Suho caught it at the edge of his vision, dread flooding his chest. A perfect setup, a tag team straight from hell. Standing in the middle of that chaos, one thought burned through his mind. This was absurd. The boss had just summoned a shadow soldier out of nothing. No corpses, no shadows, no setup. And the part that truly broke his brain? This walking system error was doing all of this at level 32. That was toddler tier for Shadow Monarch nonsense. And yet here this thing was, flexing like it had skipped every tutorial and gone straight to endgame. As the fight dragged on, something finally snapped into place inside Suho's head. Those hijacked memories, the flashes of battles, people, moments that weren't his, weren't random glitches. They belonged to the boss, not his past, but an alternate version of it. Another world Suho. One who had his own Baru, his own Essel, Gray, and Amu. A completely different party, a different story. And judging by what Suho had seen, that version of him actually got fair trials. Fights that made sense. Challenges scaled to his growth. Meanwhile, Suho himself had been tossed into this broken dungeon like a joke character. Of course, he mentally spat, teeth grinding, as Kai's blade punched straight through his palm while he blocked. Why would my trials ever be balanced? He died here more times than he could count. Hundreds of resets. Every time he clawed forward, the dungeon responded by throwing something completely unreasonable at his level. And now, just to twist the knife, the boss tried, again, to blindside him while that lunatic shadow soldier kept him busy. But Suho wasn't the same idiot who first entered this hell. After dying and respawning so many times, he'd learned exactly one truth. Whining changes nothing. You either move forward or you rot. With a roar ripped straight from his chest, Suho spun and threw a punch at the boss. It was blocked, again. But this time, the impact didn't push the boss back even an inch. Instead, the bastard countered, swinging both blades with savage force, each strike screaming murder. Fine. Suho charged anyway. He stopped dodging, stopped hesitating, drew another dagger and slashed forward, shadows flaring as a reckless thought burned through him. Screw this system. I've been playing by its rules this whole time. His eyes blazed as he shouted aloud, voice cracking with defiance. From now on, I use the system, not the other way around. They tore into each other like feral animals, blows landing nonstop, the room collapsing around them. Stone shattered, walls screamed, dust filled the air. Then Suho pushed even further. Shadows wrapped around his legs, condensing until his feet became living blades. He launched himself forward and dropped the most dramatic line imaginable. I won't walk the path the system laid out for me. My future changes by my own choices. Suho came down like a meteor. The kick warped the floor, sent cracks racing through the room, and blasted the boss backward. Suho didn't give him a second to recover. He vanished, reappeared instantly, and drove a punch into the boss's face so hard, the guy embedded into the wall like a slapstick cartoon. Debris rained down. For the first time since entering this nightmare, Suho had control, and he went feral. Fists flew, elbows slammed. Punch after punch unloaded months of frustration, trauma, and pent-up rage. It wasn't a fight anymore. It was therapy by violence. Finally, the system chimed. Boss defeated. Suho staggered back, gasping, hands shaking, lungs screaming like they'd just been introduced to oxygen for the first time in years. Then came the notification flood. Advancement quest cleared. Title acquired. The one who overcame adversity. He stared at the corpse, half expecting it to get back up. But instead, another panel appeared. This one explaining the title's effect. For every 1% of stamina lost, all stats increased by 1%. Suho blinked, then laughed. Wow, he muttered. That's actually disgusting. Next came the real choice. 3 classes. First, Shadow's Heir. The system would guide him toward mastering shadow power. Second, Soul Striker, a hidden class derived from past data. Sounded cool, until the system casually mentioned his stats wouldn't reset, and all shadow abilities would vanish. And third, a question mark. Recommended based on his achievements. Same drawback as Soul Striker. No refunds. Naturally, Suho immediately started bitching. That's it? He ranted internally. After dying hundreds of times in this Kaizo tier dungeon from hell, this is my reward? No bonus. No apology. No emotional damage compensation. Unacceptable. So, like the greedy gremlin he was, he made the dumbest demand possible. I'll take all of them. Bro really thought this was a gotcha banner. The system, not caring in the slightest, began analyzing his choice. Suho held his breath, waiting for some insane result. And then, chapter end. Absolute anime cliffhanger behavior. Elsewhere, Baru was in full emotional collapse mode, bawling like his life depended on it, mourning his young monarch as if auditioning for a tragic soap opera. Ezel, already exhausted, scooped him up like a crying toddler and patted his head just to make him stop. She was worried, too. 3 weeks had passed. Suho still hadn't returned. Baru, sniffling, turned to Amit and asked if Suho would be okay. The ancient alligator philosopher stroked his chin and admitted even he hadn't expected Suho to vanish this long. Something had clearly gone wrong. Rocky sulked nearby, radiating abandoned puppy energy, until suddenly he stiffened. A familiar presence. And right on cue, a blinding light tore open behind him. The gate flickered, space warped, and out stepped Suho. Just like that. 3 weeks gone. No warning. No dramatic return. He casually walked out of the shadow dungeon like he'd just gone to grab snacks, glanced around at the frozen group, and asked, almost bored, "What's up, boy?" Time stopped. Brocky spun around so fast he nearly dislocated something, while the rest of the squad just stared, brains buffering, reality refusing to load. Then the switch flipped. The dramatic duo lost their minds, crying, screaming. They wanted to tackle him, hug him, throttle him all at once, but the emotions hit so hard they were stuck, trembling in place. Meanwhile, the real world was falling apart. Jinho was barely holding it together. His idiot nephew had vanished for 3 weeks. No trace, no signal, no corpse, and the stress was chewing him alive. He'd summoned Jinchul in desperation, clinging to the hope that someone, anyone, had news. But even Jinchul, with all his authority and connections, came up empty. No sightings, no rumors, nothing. He had to come in person just to say the words out loud. We found nothing. Jinho's fists clenched so tight his knuckles went white. Before he could spiral completely, Jinchul tried to redirect the conversation. He mentioned the growing tension inside the Hunters Association. Whispers were spreading. People were starting to believe Suho was the one who killed Lee Minsung. That was a mistake. Jinho snapped instantly. He shut that nonsense down hard, saying Suho wasn't that kind of person, not even remotely. Jinchul raised his hands, quick to clarify. He didn't believe it either, but he had a bad feeling this was connected to the intruder Suho had warned them about. The Apostle of Itarim. That's when his phone buzzed. He checked it, and the air in the room instantly got heavier. Another dungeon break. Gentile exhaled slowly, already knowing the hunters would have been dispatched. But this was happening too often. Dungeon breaks were supposed to be rare, anomalies. Lately, it felt like the world itself was cracking. How many had there been already? And worse, how many were still coming? At the break site, everything had gone to hell. B-rank monsters poured out of the gate in waves, ripping into the city like it personally offended them. Buildings shattered, streets turned into kill zones. The hunters on site were completely outmatched, getting thrown around like broken toys. Some were launched through the air. Others were slammed into concrete hard enough to leave craters. The few still standing were panicking, confused, shouting the same questions. Why here? Wasn't the Big Shot Guild supposed to handle this? Where was the Hunters Guild? They were supposed to be first responders. Not far away, close enough to enjoy the carnage, the Apostle of Itarim watched with mild boredom, front row seat. He muttered about how dull it all was. But inside, everything was going exactly as planned. To worm his way into the heart of the Hunters Association, he needed an achievement, something loud, something impossible to ignore. Destruction sold. The worse the disaster, the louder people talked. And when the chaos peaked, he'd step in, clean it up, and wear the hero's crown. The battlefield was a nightmare. Perfect. Then something annoyed him. Someone actually fought back. Huang Jae-hyung, a B-rank hunter, was holding his ground. Despite his average rank, he was pushing the monsters back, landing solid hits, buying time. The battered hunters cheered like they'd just unlocked a secret character. Finally, someone competent. The Apostle frowned. Absolutely not. With a lazy flick of his fingers, he issued a silent command. A centipede beast responded instantly, launching itself at Jae-hyung and slamming him into a building like a ragdoll. The man might have survived the first impact, but the Apostle didn't do might. 4 more monsters piled on him. It was over. Hope died in seconds. One moment they had a hero. The next, nothing but screams. Nearby, a D-rank hunter stood shaking. His legs had just been treated. He'd spent his savings on a new sword, convinced this time he'd matter. Now, staring down charging monsters, reality hit him like a brick. He started muttering to himself, ranting about how stupid he'd been. The monsters didn't care. They lunged. And then something tore through the space between them. A blur, a shockwave. An interruption so sudden it stopped the attack cold. In the last possible moment, something had arrived. In a single heartbeat, the battlefield went silent. The monsters didn't fall one by one. No, they were erased, wiped out so fast it felt like reality itself had skipped a frame. The remaining hunters spun around, brains buffering, eyes locking onto the figure dressed in black standing calmly where death had just been. No way. That masked hunter. The same guy who'd been hiring hunters. The same guy rumored to be D-rank. The same guy who had just one-shot everything in sight. One of the hunters stared, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Suho himself stood there completely unbothered, like he hadn't just flipped the script of the entire fight. His mind was elsewhere. This chaos? Perfect testing ground. Without hesitation, he glanced at the fallen monsters and spoke a single word. Arise, the world answered. Darkness surged across the battlefield, crawling like a living thing, swallowing the corpses whole. Shadows twisted, expanded, devoured everything in their path. The hunters could only watch, frozen, as the void wrapped around the remains. Then, silence. When the darkness receded, something was wrong. The hunters looked down. Their weapons were no longer the same. Their armor, pitch black. Their gear radiating an ominous, unfamiliar power. Their bodies felt lighter, faster, stronger, like invisible chains had been cut. Baru, eyes blazing, immediately lost his mind. He excitedly asked if Suho had just unlocked some insane ability to grant others shadow forms. Suho shut that down instantly. This wasn't transformation. This was classification. The equipment itself had been turned into shadow items. As if to confirm the madness, system panels popped up in front of the hunters, neatly explaining the effects of their newly upgraded gear. Their confusion only deepened. Even Baru was shaken. This wasn't something Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch himself, had ever done. Is this the power of Suho's new class? Suho, now glowing faintly with irregular white shadows, reached his own conclusion. There was no point hiding anymore. He canceled the mask. Gasps ripped through the group as his face was revealed. Suho, standing right there. And like he hadn't just rewritten the rules of combat, he casually asked if they planned to keep fighting, and whether they were willing to fight with him. Before anyone could even respond, the next wave hit. Monsters charged in, sensing opportunity, rushing to overwhelm him mid-conversation. From a distant terrace, the Apostle of Itarim jolted forward, his grin stretching wide. Finally, after weeks of waiting, Suho had stepped into the open. But what truly caught the Apostle's attention wasn't the power. It was the method. Suho wasn't fighting alone. Where Jinwoo had stood as the ultimate lone wolf, Suho was doing the opposite, rallying hunters, turning chaos into coordination. Is this how you plan to prove you're different? A system panel flashed. Level 42. Class newly awakened. Elsewhere in the world, India was burning. The Asura Guild was being annihilated. Buildings collapsed. Hunters fell. Blood stained the ground. Rio lay broken, barely clinging to life, silently apologizing to Suho for failing to repay his debt. And at the center of it all stood Thomas Andre. The man was livid. Rio had told him everything about Egypt. Someone had dared to touch one of his people. That was unforgivable. Thomas didn't hesitate. He turned to Laura and made it clear. They were going to Korea, but before the fallout could reach its peak, reality cracked. In an unknown frozen land, the sky split open, forming a massive shadow dungeon. Dark, ancient, pulsing with terrifying energy. Standing beneath it, unfazed, wrapped in fog like royalty, was Mami Cha. Then, a colossal dragon descended from the gate. It looked familiar, Kaizel, or something dangerously close. The massive creature bowed its head before her, and the world braced itself for what came next. A helicopter hovered above a city reduced to rubble, smoke coiling upward as if the place had survived the worst disaster imaginable. Below, a colossal monster with glowing eyes rampaged through the ruins, until its advance was stopped by a punch caught cleanly on camera. A brutal blow to the gut bent the creature forward, followed instantly by a savage left that snapped its head sideways. The attacker appeared almost too fast to track. In the span of a blink, Suho was already in motion, sprinting so quickly that the monster barely registered a streak of light before a flash kick slammed into its face. The impact detonated with raw force, launching the beast across the battlefield like a discarded toy. Suho let his aura flare for just a moment, enough to silence everything around him, then turned away as if it were already over. But something caught his attention, and he glanced back. Another hunter had joined the fight. The man hurled himself forward, throwing a punch that ripped a shockwave through the air. He quickly realized something was different. Black armor had formed around his body, and with it came a strange sensation. His movements felt lighter, sharper, stronger. Confidence surged. Fueled by the shadow equipment Suho had given him, the hunter leapt high and brought his weapon down hard, landing a solid hit that visibly damaged the monster. Suho watched quietly, a faint sense of pride in his eyes, like a father seeing a child handle things exactly the way he should. The fight was under control. Softly, Suho whispered a single word, "Arise." The skill he'd gained after his recent job change finally revealed its true nature. Shadows responded instantly, reshaping themselves at his command. Drawing from the memories and essence of his soldiers, Suho could dismantle their forms and reconstruct them into weapons or tools of his choosing. The process was precise, deliberate, and overwhelmingly powerful. Almost unfair, When Suho slowly opened his eyes, the sight before him made him pause. The ground was torn apart, shadows twisting and writhing in dense currents around him. Even he hadn't expected the result to be this intense. He raised his hand and noticed dark armor assembling across his body, forged from the remains of the Naga monster he had defeated earlier. A shoulder guard locked into place, followed by gauntlets, then a belt. Suho clenched his fist, sensing something off. Not all the items felt equal. The armor radiated the presence of a rare grade item, but the gauntlet he had forced into existence barely reached common grade. Pulling up his status window, Suho frowned. Maybe the quality of the item depended on the material used. Stronger shadows might produce higher-grade equipment. Another realization followed. His new job had granted him the ability to store shadows within himself. Anything he created could be absorbed and summoned again at will, like carrying an arsenal hidden inside his body. But the contract skill came with conditions. To activate it fully, he would need a shadow item of hero grade or higher, one capable of growth once given a name. Anything below that threshold was useless. Suho pondered the meaning of his new job title, but the moment didn't last. His expanding aura drew the monster's attention. They roared and charged straight toward him. Before Suho could move, something crashed down from above. A figure descended like a meteor, stomping onto the monster's skull and crushing it instantly. Debris exploded outward as Suho stood still, momentarily stunned. The newcomer straightened, smiling calmly amid the chaos. The remaining monsters turned on him at once. With a casual flick of his arm, he erased them, blasting through the horde as if he were farming easy kills. Suho and the others could only watch as the battlefield was cleared in seconds. When it was over, the man looked back at Suho with a smirk. Suho didn't return it. The smile unsettled him. As the footage aired live, a man watching from elsewhere froze. Jinho stared at the screen, tears slipping out as relief hit him all at once. The moment he realized Suho was alive, he rushed closer, nearly shouting. Only then did he finally release the breath he'd been holding. His phone rang. Choi Jong-in's voice came through immediately, asking if he'd seen the broadcast about the Black Mask Hunter. At the same time, the scene cut to another figure sprinting at full speed towards Suho. Lim Tae-gyu, the same man from the Minsung incident. Jin Chol prepared to call in Park Dojin for restraint and extraction. There still wasn't enough proof to clear Suho of suspicion. But Lim didn't care. To him, Suho's masked appearance was proof enough. He accused him outright of ties to Stardust and the death of Lee Minsung. Choi stepped in, saying he didn't believe Suho was guilty, but still agreed they should bring him to the Hunters Association. He added that Suho was the nephew of Yu Jin-ho, someone deeply connected to the association's leadership. Choi ended by saying he trusted the association because he believed its head was fair and hoped the right decision would be made. Not far away, an apostle spoke quietly into his phone, confirming to Jin Chul that Suho was right in front of him. Suho saw the exchange and immediately understood who he was facing. The man before him wasn't just any hunter. It was Park Dojin, the newest S-rank. Park maintained that calm, unsettling smile as he approached. Suho couldn't help thinking how strange it was. Park called out to him and explained plainly that the master of the Grim Reaper Guild wanted Suho brought in. With so many witnesses, Suho had no idea how big the situation had become. Park stated it clearly. Suho was wanted for the murder of Vice Guildmaster Lee Minsung and for crimes connected to Stardust. His aura flared as he spoke. Before Suho could answer, the other hunters shouted in protest. Suho had saved them. There had to be a mistake. Suho raised a hand, calming them down. He said it was fine. He'd go willingly. He was planning to visit the association anyway. Park nodded, accepting it. Behind Suho, the hunters murmured in awe, talking about how generous he'd been, even gifting them shadow armor. As they spoke, Suho quietly recalled his shadows, storing them back within himself. He noted how much easier everything felt now that he could carry all of them wherever he went. From Park Dojin's perspective, something about Suho felt unmistakably different. His presence was heavier, sharper, his aura far denser than before. It was enough to make Park uneasy. Whatever had happened to Suho, it had pushed him to a level where even the star fragment might no longer work on him. The odds of converting Suho into a believer had dropped significantly. If the fragments were going to influence hunters at Suho's level, they would need to be upgraded. Park even considered staying close, watching, waiting for the right moment. That thought was cut short when alarms screamed to life. Phones across the area lit up simultaneously with an emergency broadcast. A mass breakout had occurred at Jisan Correctional Facility, the prison holding awakened criminals. Park glanced back just as Suho came to a stop. Park tried to wave it off, saying other hunters were already responding. Suho shut that down immediately. If the prisoners were using Stardust, the stationed hunters wouldn't stand a chance. Park warned him that skipping the association would only cause problems. Suho didn't care. He released his beast bond, power rolling off him in waves, and told Park plainly that he'd deal with the Hunters Association later. In the next instant, he vanished, leaving only cracked pavement behind. Park watched him go, eyes narrowing. As an apostle, he decided this was the perfect opportunity to see just how much Suho had truly changed. The scene shifted to carnage. Bodies of hunters lay scattered throughout the prison grounds as chaos spread unchecked. Inside the facility, a freed inmate raised the metal collar once forced around his neck, laughing bitterly as he mocked humanity for implanting monostones designed to kill them at will. More prisoners poured out, rage spilling from every word. They were awakened criminals, condemned and branded monsters after the cataclysm. Now free, their resentment exploded outward. At their center stood Kwang Dong-suk. Hundreds of B2D ranked inmates gathered behind him, feeding off his fury as he turned a breakout into a full-scale dungeon disaster. Sirens wailed across the city, emergency alerts echoing between skyscrapers as loudspeakers ordered civilians to evacuate immediately. Jisan was bleeding into the streets. Elsewhere, a residential door glowed red-hot. Metal softened, warped, and a burning hand punched through, tearing it open. Inmates stepped inside casually, as if they owned the place. No panic, no rush, just criminals claiming a new hideout. One adjusted a pristine jacket, fussing over his appearance like he had an interview instead of a jailbreak. Another bragged that, with star fragments boosting their stats, nothing could stop them now. They laughed about a mysterious S rank backing them up, calling him their personal raid boss. The mood shattered when one prisoner shouted about finding a hidden liquor stash, sending the group into an argument over loot priorities. From inside a closet, a pair of terrified eyes watched it all unfold. The boy's hands shook as he clutched his phone, trying to call for help. Too late. They'd already smelled his weak aura. Someone asked him if he wanted a drink. There would be no rescue. On a rooftop overlooking the burning city, Kwang Dong-suk stood smiling as smoke rolled through the streets below. Prisoners clashed with hunters, civilians caught in the crossfire. This was paradise to him. That smile vanished when a voice ordered him to hurry. From the smoke behind him emerged Kang Taishik. Dong-suk sneered, reminding Kang that he was still his servant, his brother's dog. Kang didn't react. He said flatly that he was doing this for himself. His mission was simple: smuggle Dong-suk out of the country. Dong-suk grabbed Kang by the collar, flexing his strength, demanding respect despite his lower rank. Kang barely flinched. To him, Dong-suk was a fraud, too afraid to use a star fragment and face the consequences. Kang remembered the real objective. This chaos was just a distraction. The true goal was to extract Dong-suk and deliver him to his brother. Nothing more. Dong-suk leaned in, demanding confirmation. Kang exhaled slowly, backing down, not out of fear of Dong-suk, but because of the S rank lurking behind the scenes. Crossing that line meant death. He agreed. Above the city, a helicopter rested on a skyscraper helipad. Choi Jong-in walked beside Woo Jin-chul, smoke curling around them. Choi explained that this was the first time since the Great Cataclysm that the association chairman himself was entering combat. Jin-chul couldn't stay idle while civilians were dying. Choi briefed him quickly. The prison control center was destroyed. Restraints were gone. Association hunters nearby had been ambushed and left critical. An A-rank guard post had been wiped out, and illegal star fragments were in use. Only someone extremely powerful could have orchestrated this. Lim Tae-gyu approached, asking if there really was a mastermind behind the chaos. Jin-chul thanked him for coming. Lim then dropped the bombshell. Suho had ignored the association's summons. Instead, he'd left a message saying he was heading straight to Jisan Correctional Facility, the same place tied to the illegal Stardust trade. Jin-chul froze. Lim tightened his grip on his bow, laying out his theory. Suho had shown up masked to kill Lee Minsung and erase loose ends. He'd registered as a false awakened to hide his real power. In Lim's eyes, Suho was a high-risk villain. He declared he'd join the mission to take him down. Choi frowned, pushing back. What if Suho hadn't gone to Jisan to destroy it, but to stop it? Woo Jin-chul pointed out how off the situation felt. Disappearing for this long, avoiding the association, deliberately hiding his rank. None of it lined up with someone acting purely out of goodwill. Choi Jong-in stepped in, voice firm, saying they had to treat Sung Suho as a potential villain. Unpredictability alone made him dangerous. From a distance, the apostle watched in silence. In his current state, clashing with multiple S ranks was suicide. He wondered if Suho had anticipated this exact reaction. The thought lingered, how far Suho had already gone. Even after the Hunters Association banned Stardust, Suho still risked the brutal side effects to obtain a star fragment. That wasn't recklessness. That was resolve. For now, the apostle decided he'd observe from afar and let Suho make the next move. Suho was already gone. He tore through the forest at full throttle, beast possession pushed to its limit, moving like a living blur. Trees bent and snapped behind him as Gray clung tight, wind screaming past them. Suho scanned the terrain mid-sprint, senses stretched thin, asking if this was the right place. Then he heard it. Screams. Inside the prison, chaos bled outward. Civilians crying for help, hunters shouting orders, prisoners roaring in savage glee. Through his bond skill, the pain hit Suho all at once. Every death cry slammed into his mind like a hammer. He snapped. Suho smashed through the outer structure in a violent burst of speed, obliterating the barrier between himself and the nightmare within. Sweat streaked down his face, rage burning hot as he charged forward with one thought. Anyone hurting civilians was getting erased. He landed in a hallway drowned in blood and bodies. The prisoners froze, staring at him in disbelief. One laughed, baffled, pointing out that a man and a dog had literally dropped from the sky. Suho gave Gray a brief nod of thanks, telling him to hang back. From here on out, it was his problem. Knives came up, smirks followed. They mocked him, convinced he'd be dead before the fight even started. Suho vanished. One blink later, a thug slammed into the wall. Before anyone could react, Suho was already standing on his chest, pinning him down with crushing pressure. Calm, heavy. He asked them why. Why hurt people instead of just escaping? Purple energy bled from his body as he issued a final warning, the kind that made the air itself go still. The world shifted. A quiet memory surfaced. Sunlight, a garden, a clear pond. Young Suho looked up in surprise, calling out to his grandfather. The old man stood bare-chested, scars crisscrossing his body like a map of old wars. Suho asked where they came from. Each one's a medal, his grandfather said. Stories of stepping in when no one else would, pulling a child from a fire, stopping a drunk gone violent. When Suho asked why he risked so much for strangers, the answer was simple. I'm not fearless. My body just moves before my mind does. Back in the prison, the memory shattered. Suho stood over the unconscious pile of bodies, purple aura dripping off him like smoke. He gave the remaining inmates a choice. Back down quietly or get broken. Two of them froze. One whispered that he hadn't even seen the kick. The other wondered out loud if Suho was secretly high rank. Their confidence returned when another inmate stepped forward, flashing a glowing star fragment like a trump card. He bit down on it, crunching the crystal as golden light exploded outward. The floor shook, bodies flew, auras ignited. One of them laughed wildly, a glowing cross burning in his eye, boasting he was strong enough to drop an S rank now. Suho's eyes glowed purple. He asked if they really thought this was cute, or if they wanted to die quietly. From the shadows, something twisted crawled into existence. A ghostly figure wearing Lee Minsung's face watched the carnage like a show. The presence made Suho pause for half a second. That was enough. The ghost mocked him, sneering about hesitation, reminding him the convicts had taken star fragments to fight. It stepped closer, taunting him as a rookie who couldn't kill even if he tried. Suho answered with action. One blast punched straight through a prisoner's body. Then another. His restraint snapped. He stomped down, crushing a man without blinking. Silence hit the room before panic detonated. They rushed him together. One lunged. Suho stole his weapon mid-motion and cut him down in a single slash. Another couldn't track Suho's speed despite the fragment boost. The question died as Suho's fist caved his face in. The rest charged in desperation. Suho didn't move. Instead, shadows answered. Black spears erupted from the floor, skewering the attackers in an instant. Bodies hung suspended mid-air, impaled, twitching. Suho stood untouched beneath them. Minsung's ghost drifted behind him, hand resting on Suho's shoulder, praising how fast he'd grown. He mocked him for killing humans, asking if Suho could even tell the difference anymore, calling him a monster too. Then it faded. Unbothered, Suho summoned Beru. The ant emerged from the darkness, kneeling like a young monarch. Suho ordered him to consume the memories, find who orchestrated this, and why the prisoners chose slaughter over escape. Beru asked if Suho was all right. I'm fine, Suho replied calmly. Beru warned him that acting this openly would put a massive target on his back. Suho looked down at the bodies, frustration tightening his jaw. He came here to save people, but the longer this dragged on, the angrier he became. This chaos was pointless. While they should have been preparing to face Itarim, they were wasting time on meaningless awakened bloodshed. At this rate, all they were doing was slowing down Jinwoo. Suho stood over the fallen body, calm yet terrifyingly resolute. He said he was done hiding. If the world needed to be united to face Itarim, then he'd be the one to pull every side together himself. Monsters, items, power. Anything that could fight was fair game. His purple eyes burned as he made it clear this wasn't a threat or a bluff. It was simply what would happen. Beside him, Beru tilted his head, an amused grin spreading across his face as he asked if Suho really intended to place the entire world under his command. Suho corrected him calmly. He wasn't gathering subjects, but allies. Beru visibly perked up, barely able to contain his excitement at how bold his monarch sounded. Bodies littered the ground as Suho stood amid the wreckage like the final boss of a dungeon. He said the city was crawling with villains, and the only way to deal with them was to match their numbers. Violet light spilled from his raised hand as his gaze hardened. He wouldn't hesitate anymore. Every fallen convict around him was about to become part of his shadow forces. Elsewhere in the city, a sleek Rolls-Royce screeched through a narrow street before erupting in a violent explosion, flames flooding the road. From a nearby rooftop, a small group of escaped convicts watched the fire bloom. One muttered about the driver's bad luck while the other stayed silent, eyes fixed on the chaos below. Then shapes moved inside the flames. A man stepped out, shielding a young girl behind him. He grabbed the scorched car door with one hand, tore it free, and hurled it skyward. The metal slab screamed through the air, slicing past the rooftop and forcing the convicts to recoil. The message was clear. This wasn't a victim. The vice guildmaster of the White Tiger Guild needed no introduction. The man beside her tugged at his collar, more annoyed by the delay than the danger. His eyes lit up as his body shifted, claws extending, hair flaring with that familiar half-beast form. Baek Yunho was done wasting time. Handle this fast, go home before his mom started calling. 3 convicts already lay unconscious at their feet as Miho and Yunho surveyed the area. Miho reported that the Hunter Association was sending 3 S-ranks and the chairman by helicopter. 10 minutes out. Yunho frowned, noting reports that Suho, wanted for Stardust distribution, might be involved. Pushing the thought aside, Yunho ordered Miho to begin rescue operations immediately. Old instincts kicked in. Saving lives always came first. Then he noticed movement where there shouldn't have been any. Out of the thinning smoke stepped a figure wrapped in violet shadow, its presence unnervingly wrong. Nearby, a young girl froze in terror as chaos raged around her. Her teammate, armor shattered and bleeding out, turned just long enough to shout for her to run. Convicts closed in. He called her name, Mina, one last time before collapsing, blood pooling beneath him. Mina dropped to her knees, shaking, unable to accept what she was seeing. 2 convicts approached, grinning cruelly as they mocked the fallen hunter, joking that the pair must have been lovers. One raised his blade, promising she'd join him soon. Before it could fall, dark violet mist flooded the street. Arise! The dead hunter shot upright, engulfed in black-purple flames. The sudden surge of shadow energy froze everyone in place. Mina stumbled back, too stunned to scream as a blade stopped inches from her face. The reborn shadow soldier, her partner, blocked the strike, glowing eyes locking onto the convicts. One of them recoiled in panic, voice cracking as he realized the dead man had stood back up. From above, Suho watched silently. He told the revived hunter that answering the summon proved his desire to protect Mina. Suho granted him the power to do so, until the very end. Shadow equipment formed piece by piece. First, the Naga Warrior Belt, a rare item boosting defense by 20 and agility by 4. Next, the Naga Warrior Shoulder Guard, adding 28 more defense. Finally, the Shadow Naga Warrior Sword, increasing attack by 55, agility by 5, and granting enhanced penetration. Dark energy surged as the gear locked in place. The Shadow Soldier lunged forward and drove his blade straight through the nearest convict, ending the fight instantly. Suho raised his hand once more, purple energy pulsing. Arise! The fallen convicts ignited in shadow flames, twisting back to life as new soldiers. Suho ordered them to hunt down every remaining villain hiding in the city. Baru hovered nearby, noting with satisfaction that the army was growing exactly as planned. At this pace, the city's criminals wouldn't last long. Suho allowed himself a small smile as sunlight cut across his face. The rescued girl clung tightly to her shadow soldier boyfriend, sobbing into the dark armor wrapped around him. Mina refused to let go, as if releasing him would make everything disappear. Watching quietly, Baru asked if Suho planned to leave that soldier behind. Suho nodded. The shadow would fade after a day anyway, so he was letting them have their goodbye. Then Suho stiffened. A faint ripple of dark energy brushed his senses, subtle but wrong. His eyes shifted to the side. Something didn't feel right. He muttered that hopefully, this time, they'd finally trace the one pulling the strings behind all this chaos. The scene shifted to another street. Suho's shadow soldiers were locked in brutal combat. Purple blades clashed as several shadows were cut down. Moving through them effortlessly was Kang Taesik, calm and merciless, red eyes glowing as he carved through another soldier without breaking stride. Nearby, Hwang Dong-seok's younger brother stared in disbelief. He muttered that he'd never seen black monsters like these before, unease creeping into his voice. Turning sharply, he shouted at Kang, calling him Fixer, ordering him to clean this up as more shadow soldiers rushed in. Kang barely spared him a glance. He said if they'd arrived earlier, none of this would have happened. Then he scoffed, boasting that after consuming a star fragment, his strength was well beyond A rank. There was no way he'd lose to C or D rank trash. Mid-sentence, Kang froze. Every shadow soldier suddenly dropped to one knee. Dong-seok's brother stiffened, confused as he noticed the sudden kneeling. Before he could react, a quiet but overwhelming presence approached from behind. Suho stepped into view, Baru floating at his side. Baru flashed a sly grin, whispering that they'd hit the jackpot. Dong-seok turned around, his scowl deepening as he recognized Suho. He sneered, calling him a brat and asking if he really thought he could speak so casually. Suho closed the distance calmly, calling Dong-seok by name and stating outright that he knew he was behind the creatures. Then he asked a single direct question. Did Dong-seok know about the Atarim Apostle? Dong-seok lifted his hand slightly, acting relaxed. He told Suho to calm down and give him some space if they were going to talk. With a crooked smile, he admitted he'd heard of the Atarim Apostle, casually pointing downward. That one, right? Kang caught the signal instantly. Before anyone could react, Kang vanished in a blur, launching towards Suho, while Dong-seok played distraction. But Kang's eyes widened in shock. Suho wasn't there. In the same instant, Suho appeared in front of Dong-seok and grabbed his shoulder. Kang hadn't even had time to turn. Suho stated coldly that Dong-seok clearly wasn't tied to Atarim, then demanded to know how he'd obtained a star fragment. His purple aura flared violently as he leaned in, asking why Dong-seok had attacked the village. Dong-seok Dong-seok struggled to keep his composure. Panicking, he warned that if Suho hurt him, his younger brother would make him pay. Suho tightened his grip. Without hesitation, he slammed Dong-seok into the ground, cracking the pavement and ending the bluff instantly. He told him flatly that he didn't care if his brother was S-rank. He wanted answers. Crushed beneath Suho's strength, Dong-seok broke. He blurted out that his brother had gotten him the star fragment and insisted he hadn't planned the city attack. Pressed further, he admitted the truth. There was no plan at all. He just enjoyed ordering people around and watching them obey. Suho's eyes darkened. Innocent lives had been hurt for something that meaningless. Dong-seok tried to bargain, promising he'd convince the other escapees to surrender. But his voice faltered as he noticed Kang moving away. He shouted after him, demanding to know what he was doing. Kang didn't answer. Realizing Suho was far too dangerous, Kang chose to abandon Dong-seok and escape. A deep commanding voice cut through the air. That won't do. Golden eyes opened above Kang, radiating authority. His body froze mid-step, shock twisting his expression as an invisible power seized him. Far above the city, Park Dojin sat calmly in a helicopter, deciding he wanted to see Suho's true strength before the S-ranks arrived. His will reached Kang like a command. Obey the impulse within you. Park's eye glowed gold as the control took hold. Kang was overwhelmed instantly, golden light flooding his body as he was forced into a battle stance. Blades drawn. Now nothing more than a puppet aimed at Suho. Kang lunged, swinging fast enough to tear the air apart. Suho didn't even flinch. He tilted his head slightly, letting the strike pass inches from his cheek. The missed blow detonated into the ground, stone tiles exploding as a golden arc ripped across the courtyard. But the attack didn't end there. It struck Dong-seok instead, the blade carved deep across his body, his eyes going wide before he collapsed in a pool of blood as the last rays of sunlight washed over the ruined street. Baru drifted back to Suho's side, reporting that he could sense the Itarim Apostle's aura. Suho realized Kang's body was being controlled through the star fragment. He rolled his neck, a small smirk forming. That actually saves me some trouble, he said calmly. I was planning to talk to you anyway. Shadow soldiers and fallen convicts closed in around the courtyard. Kang crouched low, stealth skill still active, then reappeared in a blur, eyes blazing gold, as his blade cut down 3 shadow soldiers in an instant. But when Kang's strike reached Suho, it stopped cold. Sparks burst against an invisible barrier as Suho stood unmoving at the center of the courtyard. A thin cut opened across his cheek. He understood immediately. The attacker was using an assassin-type stealth skill. Slowing his breathing, he focused on sound instead of sight, catching the faint scrape of footsteps against stone. For now, all he could do was evade. A direct counter wasn't possible yet. High above, inside a helicopter, Park Dojin sat with his arms crossed, watching the clash in silence. By his estimate, Kang Tai-6's power hovered around upper A rank. Park wondered if Suho could really win against someone at that level. Suho lifted his gaze toward the helicopter. Park didn't look away. Both of them were fully aware of each other. Suho spoke, not to Kang, but to the hidden presence behind everything. He said he knew the Itarim Apostle was listening. He explained that he had moved cautiously until now, careful enough that no one noticed him. As he spoke, his shadow stretched outward, creeping across the courtyard like a living tide. He pointed out that the apostle had remained hidden because exposure carried too much risk. Suho recalled how that same being had briefly revealed itself during the Lee Minsung incident. That alone proved it was preparing for something far bigger. The shadows rose higher as he continued, stating that something which had hidden for so long was finally starting to act. And if that was true, then it must be growing stronger, just like him. Park's golden eye flared in response. He heard every word. Surrounded by swirling shadows, Suho declared that he would no longer hide who he was. He demanded that the unseen enemy show itself and released a violent surge of shadow energy. With a feral scream, Kang Tai-6 burst forward through the darkness, blade raised. His eyes widened in shock as Suho appeared directly in front of him, completely cloaked in shadow. Before Kang could react, Suho moved. In a single motion, shadows struck. Spears and blades pierced Kang's limbs simultaneously, lifting him off the ground. Dark spears pinned him in midair, suspending his body helplessly, while Suho stood beneath him, shadows rolling like smoke around his feet. A system alert flashed. Suho's level increased. As strength flowed back into him, Suho spoke quietly, almost calmly. Let's fight. The words weren't meant for Kang, but for the real opponent. Inside the helicopter, Park flinched. A thin line of blood slipped from the corner of his eye, backlash from the destruction of his puppet. Lim Tae-gyu noticed immediately and asked if something was wrong. Park wiped the blood away, dismissed it as nothing, and smiled faintly. If anything, he was impressed. Back on the ground, Suho raised his hand and gave the command. Kang Tai-6 and Hwang Dong-seok rose once more. Not as men, but as shadows. Their new forms radiated deep violet energy as they knelt under Suho's control. He addressed them coldly. They had boasted about the massacre they caused. In response, Suho reminded them of the countless innocent lives lost because of their actions. Their punishment was simple. From this moment on, they would fight for him. Dark mist surged as the shadow creation completed. From what remained, 2 items formed. The first was a rare-grade armor piece, Armor of the Swindler, granting plus 30 attack power and plus 4 stamina, solid and well-balanced. The second was far more dangerous, a hero-grade ring known as the Ring of the Murderer, granting plus 10 agility, and the stealth skill at level 1, allowing the wearer to erase their presence at the cost of continuous mana. System messages flooded in. Suho had unlocked hero-grade shadow item creation. Another prompt followed, requesting a name. Thinking of Kang Tae-sik's bloody past, Suho calmly named the ring Kira, sealing it as a unique item capable of growth. More system notifications followed. Named shadow items could level up, gain experience, and transfer their stats directly to him. However, they were permanently bound to their first wielder. No one else could ever use them. Suho looked at the ring on his finger. Kira, level 1. Agility, strength, stamina, enhanced senses. The effects were immediate. Combined with stealth, the ring sharpened his movements and awareness with every second. He clenched his fist, feeling the power settle into his body. The realization struck him hard. If a single hero-grade item could boost him this much, then gathering more would accelerate his growth exponentially. He wouldn't just catch up to the apostles. He would surpass them. A faint smile crossed his face as he thought of how much closer this would bring him to his father. Then, a fur-covered hand glowing with yellow energy tore through the battlefield. Suho's summoned shadows were shredded instantly, cut down before they could even react. The loss hit him through the link all at once. Baru asked what was happening. Suho answered that something was wiping out his soldiers, and closing in fast. A blazing figure burst through a distant building, leaping into the air before crashing down into the plaza. Shockwaves rippled outward, debris flying in all directions. A falling chunk slammed into Baru. From the settling dust emerged a towering, fur-covered figure holding the severed head of a shadow soldier, like it weighed nothing. He explained that he'd seen a black pillar rise and rushed over. Then he looked at Suho and asked if he was a hunter, and what exactly he was. Suho found it strange to hear a monster speak. The figure corrected him immediately. He wasn't a monster. He introduced himself as Baek Yunho, Guildmaster of the White Tiger Guild. Suho recognized the name at once, an S-rank hunter famous for his rare transformation ability. Beck leaned closer, catching the heavy scent of blood, and asked again what Suho really was. Suho answered simply. He was a hunter who came to save people. When Beck asked for his name, Suho said Sung Suho, adding that he knew the Hunter Association considered him wanted, but that he was innocent. Beck laughed loudly, amused by how openly Suho said it. He reminded him that the White Tiger Guild had also suffered losses because of Stardust. Lifting a clawed hand, he set it beneath Suho's chin, and demanded to know how Suho planned to prove his innocence. Suho calmly pushed the hand aside. He said they could deal with that later. Right now, they were short on manpower, and he was glad an S-rank hunter had shown up. Suho told Baek Yunho they should move. People were still in danger. Baek paused, genuinely caught off guard, and asked if Suho even understood the position he was in right now. Wanted by the association, surrounded by chaos, one wrong move away from being labeled an enemy for good. Suho didn't raise his voice. He didn't argue. He simply said that even so, as a hunter, saving people always came first. Those words, paired with the calm resolve in Suho's eyes, hit Beck harder than any punch. For a split second, Bayek's mind drifted back to when he was still a firefighter. One of his comrades had once told him that hesitation was deadly, that if you stopped for even a second to overthink, someone who could have been saved might die. The job wasn't about perfect decisions. It was about acting immediately, saving lives first, and figuring everything else out later. That, his comrade had said, was the essence of a rescue team. The memory faded. Bayek's gaze sharpened as he looked at Suho again. Then something finally clicked. The name, the presence, the familiar weight behind it. Before Suho could react, Beck grabbed him by the collar with effortless strength and pulled him close. Sung Suho? Beck exclaimed. The grandson captain kept bragging about? He laughed in disbelief as he said it out loud. You're Sung Il-hwan's grandson. At a barricade near an empty bridge, 2 armed soldiers stood beside a jeep. One of them muttered nervously that he wasn't sure bullets would even work on awakeners who'd gone berserk. His partner shrugged, saying orders were orders, but even he admitted something about the city felt wrong tonight. The first soldier agreed. The camera pulled back. The bridge was empty. Then, a massive shockwave tore across it. Baek Yunho, half transformed into his beast form, charged forward like a living inferno. His flaming claws ripped through a group of convicts in a single sweep. Bodies flew. Suho followed beside him, shadow energy wrapping tightly around his fists. Each strike landed with brutal precision, scattering enemies like broken dolls. The two fought side by side, raw power and shadow moving in perfect perfect sync. Beck glanced at Suho mid-battle and grinned. "I'm impressed," he said. "Being this good in direct combat and a summoner? Now I get why Captain Il-Huan spoke so highly of you." Suho found it surreal. The White Tiger Guild's master, the man who took over his grandfather's old rescue squad, was fighting next to him. Aloud, Suho admitted that Bayek's strength truly showed what it meant to be S-rank. Beck laughed. "You can just call me uncle." He clearly enjoyed saying it. As the last convicts fell, Suho commented that he'd been making plenty of noise like he was supposed to, but wondered if that might just push the real villains to hide even deeper. Beck shot him a look. "You're still thinking like a rookie rescue squad member." Suho thought to himself that he wasn't even officially part of the squad. Beck's eyes glowed faintly as power radiated off him. He explained that catching villains wasn't their primary job. Saving people was. Flames and force pulsed around Bayek as he stood tall. Suho felt the heat of his presence even from a short distance. "The more visible we are," Beck continued, "the harder it becomes for villains to act. If we protect the people first, everything else follows." Suho realized Bayek was right. He'd been too focused on hunting enemies. This was the mindset of a true guildmaster. Beck gave a small grin. Anyway, back to work. As they walked down the now quiet street, Beck casually asked if Suho had a girlfriend. Suho said no. Beck smiled wider. "Perfect. My daughter's single." He joked that this might be the perfect chance to form family ties with Captain Sung Il-Huan. High above, Woo Jin-chul stared out the helicopter window while Miho finished a call. She reported that evacuations were complete. Both hunters and civilians were safely moved. Jin-chul thanked her, then frowned as he scanned the streets below. Among the terrorists and criminals, he kept spotting strange black humanoid figures. "What are those?" he asked. Miho admitted she didn't know. For now, they couldn't be identified. Without another word, Lim Tae-gyu rose from his seat and moved toward the open door. If they were unknown, he'd treat them as enemies. Jin-chul shouted for him to wait, but Lim ignored him and leapt from the helicopter. Park Dojin remained calm, completely unfazed. As Lim fell, his eyes sharpened. Crimson targeting marks spread across the rooftops, locking onto every shadow soldier below. The city lit up with red reticles. Lim drew his bow. One sweeping volley. Energy arrows tore through the skyline, striking every marked shadow in a single devastating instant. Suho felt the shift immediately and looked up. Baek Yun-ho, standing beside him, explained calmly that the newcomers were allies. No need to worry. The association had sent S-rank support. Relief washed over Suho. With S-ranks here, the villains wouldn't be able to run rampant anymore. Far away, Lim Tae-gyu's eye narrowed as he locked onto Suho's position. He charged another arrow. A memory flashed. Minsung's funeral portrait. Grief turned into rage. The arrow ignited as Lim released it. Suho sensed the attack instantly and moved to defend. But Baek Yun-ho caught the blazing projectile with one hand, stopped it dead. Lim descended and landed in front of them, demanding to know why Baek was protecting someone labeled a wanted criminal. Baek Yun-ho answered calmly. "Don't misunderstand," he said. "Talk first, then decide." Lim didn't bother entertaining the idea of discussion. His voice was cold as he stated the facts as he saw them. Suho had ignored the Hunter Association's summons, fled instead of reporting in, and rejected every opportunity to explain himself. In Lim's eyes, that alone branded Suho a villain. Baek Yun-ho immediately pushed back. Calling someone a villain without hearing them out was wrong. He pointed out how unclear the Lee Minsung incident still was, and made it clear that Suho had been trying to save lives, not take them. A sharp flash of blue tore through the air. Lim's warning shot sliced past Bayek's side, close enough to force him to halt mid-step. Lim advanced, bow already drawn. He asked Baek what his relationship with Suho was. Baek's eyes narrowed, heat flaring within them as he realized Lim hadn't come here to talk. Flames erupted as Baek shifted fully into his beast form. His voice dropped into a warning growl. It would be better if Lim calmed down. They faced each other across the field. Fire met energy. Their auras collided, the pressure splitting the ground between them as cracks spread outward. The air itself trembled. Suho watched tensely. If this kept going, two S-ranks would clash, and the city would pay the price. He searched for a way to stop it, but a ring of flame suddenly erupted around all three of them, sealing off the space. Another presence stepped through the fire, voice calm but commanding, telling everyone to cool down before things spiraled out of control. More figures arrived almost immediately. Woo Jin-chul, Choi Jong-in, Miho, and Park. Choi surveyed the scene. Why were hunters fighting each other when the city was already drowning in chaos? Suho quietly took note. Several S-rank hunters were present now. Even the association chairman himself. Baek relaxed slightly. Finally, someone reasonable. He stepped forward and spoke plainly. Suho was the grandson of the captain who once helped him. Baek said he would vouch for him. Silence followed. Miho broke it, her tone firm as she addressed her father. A connection to Suho's grandfather from the old rescue squad wasn't enough to prove innocence, and Baek knew that. Choi nodded in agreement with Lim Tae-gyu. Someone who fled from the association and broke its trust should be apprehended. There was no reason not to. Lim added that it seemed the others felt the same way. He asked Baek directly if he intended to defend a criminal based on personal feelings. Then came the order. Baek Yunho was told to step down. If he refused, they would subdue him first. Baek glanced back at Suho, saying at the very least they should talk this through before anyone moved. Another voice cut in, calm, firm. Suho deserved to be heard. Suho stiffened as Woo Jin-chul met his gaze and asked the question plainly. Could he prove his innocence? Inside, Jin-chul reflected. He had long wondered why memories from a past life had returned to him. Somewhere deep down, he knew Sung Jin-woo understood that one day, even he would disappear from this world. For the sake of a world already shattered by catastrophe, and for the battles still ahead, Jin-chul made his choice. He faced Suho fully, resolve sharpening. Can you prove your innocence? His narrowed eyes made it clear. This answer mattered. Suho hesitated. Choi stepped forward, addressing Jin-chul. This wasn't the place for explanations. Suho had already fled once. Even if he'd been saving people, responsibility still mattered. Jin-chul watched him closely, realizing grimly that Hunter Choi might be the biggest obstacle here. Choi laid it out. Suho had faked his registration, appeared at every Stardust-related incident, and had even been tied to the death of Lee Minsung. Lim snapped that with Choi saying it outright. The decision was practically made. Suho needed to be arrested now. By the book, Jin-chul admitted to himself, Choi was right. But he also remembered that Suho had always acted with reason. Choi adjusted his glasses, silently noting that in all his years, this was the first time he'd seen Jin-chul make what he considered a serious mistake. Why risk clashing with powerful guilds, especially with someone as dangerous as Lim, just to protect Suho? Shadow energy surged around Suho as he stepped forward. He said he would prove his innocence himself. His method, he warned, might be extreme. Jin-chul reached out, shouting for him to stop, sensing the situation tipping over the edge. Lim saw Suho's power rise and took it as a challenge. He wouldn't let Suho escape again. The arrow was released. It crossed the field in an instant and slammed into Suho's shoulder before anyone could react. Baek shouted Suho's name as Suho slid back from the impact. Then Lim's eyes went wide. Shadow energy pierced straight through him. Suho's shadow key struck Lim directly, dragging buried memories violently to the surface. Visions of the past world, of Suho's father, of the truth behind this war flooded Lim's mind. His body collapsed. Choi and Miho called out in shock as he hit the ground. Suho clutched his shoulder, still feeling the burn of the arrow. Baru's voice echoed anxiously, asking if Suho truly planned to restore all of their memories. Suho thought fast. If hunters from his father's generation remembered their past lives, they'd finally understand. They'd finally listen. That was the only way. And to do it, he couldn't hesitate. Shadow energy exploded from him as he launched toward Choi, intent clear, force him to remember, just like Lim. But Choi didn't move. Flames roared upward. A massive pillar of fire erupted between them, cutting Suho off completely. Baek shouted Suho's name again. Choi stood unmoved within the inferno, eyes blazing. Choi didn't lower his guard. He told Suho flat out that charging in like that only proved Lim had been right all along. Then, something tore through the wall of fire. Choi Jong-in's eyes went wide as Suho burst straight out of the blazing pillar. In Suho's mind, only one thought echoed on repeat. Please, let this hit reach him. Just before the strike could fully connect, Miho and Park snapped into motion. They appeared in Suho's path instantly, blocking him without hesitation. Their eyes locked onto his, and Suho took the counter hit head-on. Pain exploded through his body. He ate the full damage, but it didn't matter, because the shadow key had already pierced Choi's chest. A dark glow spread across Choi's body, crawling like a cursed seal activating. His expression froze as memories detonated inside his mind. Scenes from the original world, monarchs, hunters, wars that should not exist. His knees buckled. Choi collapsed. Miho shouted his name, shock cutting through her voice as she rushed to his side. Suho, bleeding and drained, dropped to one knee, then to the ground. His voice came out quiet, almost empty. I've done all I can. Now all that was left was to wait. Miho spun towards Suho, fury flaring, ready to throw hands, but a voice cut through the heat of the battlefield. Lim Taegyu stood there, tears streaming down his face. He asked what that memory was. His hands shook as he spoke. This wasn't a skill. This wasn't an illusion. It felt familiar, like something he'd lived and forgotten. Choi, still on the ground, started laughing weakly. He couldn't believe it. Something this massive, forgotten. Park glanced back at the scene, eyes narrowing. Choi's vision blurred as he looked at Suho and asked him to explain, properly, from the beginning. Suho pushed himself upright slowly, relieved more than anything else. At least now nobody was swinging. He took a breath and explained. Those were their memories from the previous timeline, before the world had been reset. Choi repeated the word reset. Like his brain was buffering, Suho continued. The world had been reset once before. Peace had lasted until the great cataclysm because of it. Choi adjusted his glasses, gears clicking. This reset, he said slowly. It's connected to Sung Jin-woo, isn't it? Suho couldn't hide his surprise. Choi had figured it out immediately. Park finally understood what Suho was really doing. This kid wasn't leaking hints. He was revealing the entire main quest. Suho kept going. He said he didn't know his father as a hunter, only as someone who always carried the burden alone. Even now, his father was standing solo against foreign invaders, while Suho fought the same enemies from the shadows, trying to catch up. It sounded insane, and yet Lim believed him. Choi didn't deny it either. Then Woo Jin-chul stepped in. He vouched for Suho. He revealed that he too had recovered memories from the previous timeline. That knowledge was what let him rebuild the association so quickly after the Great Cataclysm. He told them to let Suho finish. Suho froze for a moment. Jin-chul really had his back. He explained everything. Itarim's invasion, the apostles hiding on Earth, Stardust spreading like a cursed stimulant. The hunters who'd regained their memories started connecting dots rapidly. Choi realized nearly every incident so far fit into one massive scheme. Lim understood too. When Lee Minsung's death came up, Suho didn't even answer. Lim already knew. Jin-chul pressed Suho while he drank a healing potion, asking why he'd kept this hidden. Suho answered honestly. If the Itarim apostles learned about him, he'd become his father's weakness. He needed to stay hidden until he was strong enough. Lim asked the final question. Was Suho a growth-type hunter, like Sung Jin-woo? When Suho confirmed it, silence. Another Shadow Monarch was entering the world. Choi suddenly grabbed Suho's hands, eyes intense. He revealed that Cha-hai-in had once been part of his guild. Suho short-circuited. His mom was a hunter? He started blushing, brain completely fried. Lim quietly turned away and walked off, emotions hitting harder than any arrow. While everyone else processed the truth, Park stayed silent. Inside, calculations ran non-stop. Suho had played this well, too well. If Park had been weaker, this would already be dangerous. Revealing himself without knowing Park's true nature, did Suho really believe his growth would outpace an apostle? The next fragment needed to arrive soon. Baek Yoonho finally spoke, saying it was good things were cleared up, but he was still completely lost. Suho smiled lightly and said that was fair. Then he made a suggestion. They should just look at everyone else's memories, too. Park froze. For the first time, his expression cracked. If Suho touched his memories, he was finished. Meanwhile, Suho stood there smiling, genuinely thinking he was about to clear up the last bit of confusion, completely unaware that his biggest enemy was standing right beside him, about to be exposed.